She was Yun Shur, the third miss of the Zhongyi Marquis household, a legitimate daughter, and a noble lady famous throughout the capital for her amnesia. She had always been praised by the world, but she never thought that one day she would be trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate herself. The tragedy of her life stemmed from the jealousy and resentment of her family. Someone took advantage of her vulnerability and added insult to injury, not only using her, but also scheming against Yun-ge in every possible way. In the end, she was tortured to death. Yun-Shur utterly hated those who trampled on her. Then she was reborn, but Yun-Shur discovered that she wasn't the only one. Reborn into this life, given a second chance, she vowed to protect her loved ones and make those she hated in her past life pay the price. But at this moment, the seventh prince, Mo Xianling, suddenly appeared, clinging to her relentlessly. Yun-Shur was determined to be cold and heartless in this life and would never be moved by him. A bolt of lightning struck, hitting the Bai Chao Yuan of the Zhongyi Marquis household. Yun-Shur woke up abruptly, crying out in alarm. She sat up abruptly, her face pale. A voice echoed in her ears. "Miss, were you awakened by the thunder?" Yun-Shur's tears flowed unconsciously. This voice, it was Nanju's memory fragments echoing in her mind. Nanju, that young girl, smiling sweetly. "Miss, I'm here, don't be afraid." The image of Nanju being killed flashed in her mind. Wasn't she taken to the hunting grounds by Ming Yueshang and shot to death by 1,000 arrows? Could it be? Yun-Shur grabbed Nanju's shoulders abruptly and asked excitedly, "What year is it? Tell me quickly." Nanju asked doubtfully, "Miss, are you still half asleep?" Nanju's words stunned her. The 18th day of the 6th month of the 23rd year of Wanli. She couldn't believe it. I've actually been reborn back to when I was 13. She recalled the image of herself kneeling in front of the broken porcelain vase. The 18th of June in her past life was the beginning of her tragic fate. That day, Song Mama wrongly accused her of breaking the moonshadow vase. The memories of those punishments lingered like a shadow. Immediately afterward, she was sent to the Shuiwen nunnery for self-reflection. She didn't return to the manor until the Qixi festival and was kidnapped by bandits on the way back. Those humiliating days were still hard to forget. Although nothing happened, the mark of her chastity disappeared after she returned to the manor. She was wrongly accused of losing her virginity, and everyone distanced themselves from her. Those were the darkest days of Yun-Shur's life. Her mother blamed herself for it, and her brother was assassinated on his way back to the capital. Her mother grew thinner and thinner due to grief and passed away a few months later. The image of her mother's cold body appeared in her mind. Thinking of Mo Xianling and Mu Wanxin, Yun-Shur felt only hatred. The man she married used her, and after ascending the throne, he married her sister and even allowed her to disfigure her and kill her son. In the end, she was tortured to death. Recalling all of this, a look of vengeful determination flashed in Yun-Shur's eyes. In this life, she would protect her loved ones and make those who owed her pay back 100-fold. Seeing Yun-Shur's tears, Nanju quickly took a handkerchief to wipe them away. "Miss, why are you crying? Are you feeling unwell?" She smiled, as bright as ever. "No, I'm very happy," she thought to herself. Thankfully, the important people in her life were still safe and sound in this life. According to her memories of her past life, she immediately got up and wrote a few lines. "Nanju, help me buy something." Nanju took the note, her face bewildered. "Miss, isn't the moon shadow vase right there? Why do you need to buy a replica?" Yun-Shur's gaze was deep, and she gestured for her to be silent. "Don't let anyone see. I have my own arrangements." At this moment, the door was pushed open. A sharp voice rang out. "Third miss, old madam has summoned you to Ningen Hall. She has something to ask you. Hurry up, don't let anyone say I didn't relay the message." It was the maid Hua Mei. Yun-Shur smiled faintly, thinking to herself, as expected, everything was replaying just like in her past life. Yun-Shur changed her clothes and walked along the cherry blossom path with Nanju, her eyes full of determination. Defying fate, starting now. Arriving at the entrance of Ningen Hall, she said, "Let's go." Just as she stepped inside, she heard the sound of a teacup hitting the table heavily. Old madam was furious. Yun-Shur kneel. Song Mama stood to the side, feigning concern. "Child, quickly kneel and admit your mistake." Yun-Shur thought to herself, in her past life, grandmother had high expectations for her, but she believed Song Mama's words and acted timidly and submissively. When I saw grandmother, I remembered the disappointment on old Madame Yu's face. My naivety annoyed grandmother, and lost me her favor. The faces of those people and their gossip were still deeply etched in her heart. As a legitimate daughter, even the servants in the residence dared to mock me. And my mother, determination flickered in my heart. In this life, I must seize the opportunity. Yinshi's voice was calm. Granddaughter doesn't know what wrong she has committed to make grandmother so angry. At this moment, a woman suddenly spoke from behind Yinshi, slowly approaching her. You've made a mistake, and yet you don't repent. You even dare to talk back to old madam. It was Zhao Binyang, Mu Wanxin's mother. Yinshi thought, in her past life, Mu Wanxin and her mother always schemed against me in the residence, sowing discord. Yinshi immediately turned around and retorted, Zhao Binyang, grandmother hasn't even spoken, yet you are so impatient. If Yinshi has truly done something wrong, I am willing to kneel in the ancestral hall as punishment. But if it's not my fault, I ask grandmother to investigate the truth and clear my name. The truly guilty person should be severely punished. Zhao Binyang's face darkened. Old Madam Mu coughed lightly and questioned Yinshi. Grandmother asks you, why did you break the moonlight vase? As expected, she thought to herself. Yinshi replied, Grandmother, I know the moonlight vase was an object grandfather treasured during his lifetime. I wonder who spread the rumor that it was broken. Zhao Binyang sneered. Yinshi, Binyang knows you don't like being close to old madam. She then had someone bring a tray covered with a red cloth. It's not that Binyang doesn't believe you. Look. Zhao Binyang lifted the red cloth, revealing the broken moonlight vase. The broken vase is right here. How can you deny it? She pointed at Nanny's song. Moreover, your nanny, Nanny's song, also exposed you. Zhao Binyang covered her mouth and sneered. You are truly disappointing. Old Madam Mu said sternly. Yinshi, what else do you have to say? Yinshi smiled faintly. Granddaughter knows Zhao Binyang. She put on a pitiful look. Granddaughter knows Zhao Binyang has always disliked me. This made her slightly panicked. What? Third Mississippi Yinshi then fixed her gaze on Nanny's song. But I have always respected Nanny's song. You are my nanny, managing the 100 Herbs garden for me, taking care of everything in my courtyard. She pointed and questioned, but you, why did you conspire with others to frame me? Old Madam Mu's furious gaze immediately shifted to Nanny's song. Nanny's song quickly knelt down. Old Madam, although this old servant is third Mrs. Nanny, I also understand the importance of the moonlight vase. Third Miss not only broke the vase, but also lied to cover it up. This is disloyal and unfilial. This old servant couldn't bear to watch, so I had to report it to Madame Zhao. If Third Miss blames this old servant, I am willing to accept any punishment. I only wish to tell the truth. Zhao Binyang presented the broken vase to old Madame Mu. Old Madam, this concubine wouldn't have believed it either, but Nanny Song is a loyal servant. Now that the moonlight vase is broken like this, although Third Miss is the legitimate daughter, she is disloyal and unfilial. Please, old madam, punish her severely to comfort Master's spirit in heaven. Yinshi remained calm, thinking that what grandmother hated most was servants deceiving their masters. They actually went to such lengths to accuse me of being disloyal and unfilial. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? Old Madam Mu asked again. Yinshi, what else do you have to say? Yinshi explained. Grandmother, Yinshi doesn't know why Nanny Song and Zhao Binyang are doing this. I only hope this matter won't trouble you. Heaven and earth can testify to Yinshi's heart. Nanny Song is deceiving grandmother and framing me. I have no choice but to prove my innocence myself. All three were startled by Yinshi's attitude. She instructed, Nanju, bring it here. Nanju stepped forward, holding a vase. Yes. Old Madam Mu was astonished. She could hardly believe her eyes. The moonlight vase was perfectly intact in Nanju's hands. The moonlight vase. Nanny Song broke out in a cold sweat, and Zhao Binyang was even more shocked. What? Yinshi carried the vase to old Madam Mu. Grandmother, Yinshi knows this moonlight vase was left to you by grandfather. I have always treasured it, thinking that by keeping it in my room, I could often remember grandfather. That's why I've kept it in my room all this time. Returning it to its rightful owner today will also put grandmother's mind at ease, lest it be used by someone to harm the deep affection between us. Old Madam Mu's eyes filled with tears. Yinshi, a smile finally appeared on her face. Good child, grandmother understands your intentions. Get up, you're frail. Don't hurt your knees. Zhao Binyang then spoke. Third Mrs. Filial Piety would even move the heavens. Was she afraid of being punished? So she bought a fake to replace it. Yinshi thought to herself, even now, concubine Zhao still doesn't repent. Just as I expected in my past life, they were the ones who stole the moonlight vase from my room. She glanced sideways at concubine Zhao, thinking, but I'm not the same person I was before. Yinshi handed the vase to concubine Zhao. Concubine, do you recognize this seal? Concubine Zhao panicked. Seal, what is this? Yinshi continued. Grandmother, even now, concubine Zhao still doesn't believe me. Concubine Zhao became even more flustered. Before she could explain, Yinshi calmly said, if this moonlight vase truly doesn't have grandfather's seal, then I would truly have to bear the injustice of being unfilial and disloyal for the rest of my life. Old Madame Mu snapped. Zhao, you've caused trouble several times now. What are you really up to? I put you in charge of the household, not to give you absolute power. How dare you collude with the servants to deceive your superiors? Concubine Zhao knelt down in fear. Old madam, I've been wronged. I'm timid and frail, only thinking of how to honor you. How would I dare have any other intentions? Concubine Zhao gave Nanny Song a look. Nanny Song immediately cowed out. Old madam, it's this old servant's fault. This old servant was exhausted from serving third miss and carelessly broke the vase. I'm old and my eyesight is poor. It's my fault. Please punish me, old madam. Old Madame Mu laughed in anger, saying your eyesight is poor. Do you think I'm blind? Someone drag this useless old woman away and give her 30 lashes. Nanny Song knew she couldn't plead with old Madame Mu, so she turned and knelt before Yinshi. Third miss, this old servant is completely loyal to the Zhongyi Marquis residence. It was just a moment of carelessness. I truly know my mistake. Please speak on my behalf. Yinshi's voice was cold as frost. Loyal. You speak of loyalty, yet you dare to deceive grandmother and frame me. This is disloyal and unfilial. I advise you to prepare for the afterlife, Nanny. Old Madame Mu noticed a change in Yinshi and thought to herself, this child has changed. She's so calm and composed in the face of trouble. This is the demeanor of a Yi daughter, worthy of careful nurturing. Nanny Song was dragged away, crying, Concubine Zhao, save me. I did it all for you. Concubine Zhao remained expressionless. What are you all waiting for? Drag her away. Then she put on an ingratiating expression. Old madam, all these years I've served you diligently. This time, I was truly anxious and deceived by a treacherous servant. Yinshi hugged old Madame Mu's leg. Grandmother, I don't think concubine Zhao did it on purpose. She said tearfully, although she rarely visits me, I believe she wouldn't conspire with my nanny to harm me. To do such a thing to me. Old Madame Mu's face remained stern. Concubine Zhao panicked. Aye. Old Madame Mu ordered, Concubine Zhao, for your mismanagement of the household, abuse of authority, and collusion with others, you are confined to your room for 1 month, starting today, to reflect on your mistakes. She then sternly added, Yinshi is the Yi daughter. Her courtyard is under her own jurisdiction. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will share the same fate as Song. Concubine Zhao glared fiercely at Yinshi. Yes, I obey. Yinshi thought to herself, having the nanny who was planted by my side for years removed, and losing the authority to manage the household. Concubine Zhao will definitely not take this lying down. She thought resolutely, but in this life I will never back down. Old Madame Mu's expression softened. My good granddaughter, you've suffered a lot these years. Grandmother will support you from now on. Come visit me often when you have time. Yinshi smiled sweetly. Grandmother isn't old at all. You're healthy and radiant. She thought to herself, grandmother is the most respected person in the residence. She pressed her face against old Madame Mu's hand. Being able to stay by grandmother's side is Yinshi's blessing. I'm very happy. Yinshi thought, from now on, I will slowly gain grandmother's trust and affection. By then, no one will be able to stop me from doing what I want. As Yinshi walked out of Ningen Hall, someone suddenly called out, sure, it was Yinshi's mother, Yinlan. Yinshi immediately ran over. Mother, Yinlan asked with concern, sure, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Mother will stand up for you. Yinshi hugged her mother tightly. Mother, I'm fine. Grandmother has already stood up for me. I just missed you so much. Yinlan smiled gently. Mother missed you too. It's Mother's fault for coming back late and letting Shur suffer. Yinshi smiled brightly. Mother, let's go inside and talk. I have so much to tell you. Suddenly, she grasped Yinlan's hand and her heart skipped a beat. Why can't I feel her pulse? Mother's been poisoned. The image of her mother coughing up blood in her past life flashed through her mind. In her past life, her mother had also gradually weakened. It seemed she wasn't heartbroken over her brother's death, but was murdered. Yinshi immediately asked, "Mother, have you eaten anything unusual lately?" Yinlan replied, "The kitchen has been making red bean and barley porridge recently. It tastes different from before, but it's quite good. I've been having a bowl every night before bed these past few days." Worried that the red bean soup was the culprit, Yinshi excused herself. "Mother, I have some matters to attend to. I'll explain later." She left in a hurry, thinking, "Thankfully, I learned medicine from Yang Jioji in my past life. Mother's illness worsened because we delayed treatment for too long. Yang Shiji's poison requires cleansing grass from Bound Pharmacy. It's highly effective. I need to go there first." The afternoon sun began to set as Yunshi arrived at the pharmacy. "I've gathered all 6 herbs. Now all I need is the Cloud Marrow Stone." Clutching the herbs, she hurried away. The Cloud Marrow Stone, worth a fortune, could only be found in the cold, desolate mountains. It was due to appear at an auction in 5 days. "I must buy it." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Miss, watch out." She stumbled backward, scattering the herbs she carried. Yinshi's foot had caught on a stone. A hand reached out and steadied her. "Careful." A masked man caught her. A strikingly handsome face was faintly visible beneath the mask. Yinshi blushed, feeling a sense of familiarity. "You are." She paused, lost in thought. "What's going on? This person gives me a strange feeling." She gently pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. Thank you, young master," she stammered, quickly bending down to gather the scattered herbs. The man smiled slightly. Emoshwanya stopped her. "Miss." He pointed in a direction. "Your home is that way." Her composure crumbled. She lowered her head and hurried away. Montak Suanya Chakotsufli. This little girl is as adorable as ever. Back at the 100 Herbs Garden of the Marquis of Loyalty's residence, Yunshi lay in her room. The image of the man kept flashing through her mind. She shook her head, trying to dispel the image. Suddenly, it hit her. "Wait, how did he know where my home is? Who is he?" She pulled the covers over her head. "Forget it. I should focus on the auction." 5 days later, at the Baichuan Auction House on Jinan Street, the auctioneer announced, "Welcome to Baichuan Auction House. On behalf of Baichuan, I guarantee that all items today are rare treasures with no counterfeits." Nanju asked, puzzled, "Miss, why are we sneaking around to attend the auction?" Yinshi shushed her, gesturing for silence. Nanju noticed figures behind them. It was Mu Wanxin, Nanny's son, and Yunlan. He wondered, "Why aren't we sitting with Madam?" Yinshi asked, "How is the investigation you tasked the servants with going?" Nanju replied, "Just as you predicted. Miss, we've found out everything. The mastermind behind Madam's poisoning is indeed Consort Zhao." Nanju continued, "Guansha, the maid attending to Madam, was threatened by Consort Zhao. If she didn't comply, her brother's life would be forfeit. She added a few rosary peas to the red bean and barley porridge just before it was finished poisoning Madam. So, you're going to the auction to buy the Cloud Marrow Stone and secretly prepare the antidote for Madam, keeping it from everyone in the residence, especially Consort Zhao." Nanju suddenly understood. Nanju chuckled. "No wonder you've been so secretive today." Mississippi Yunshi interrupted. "Secretive? Is Guan Sha's brother settled?" Nanju replied, "Everything has been arranged as you instructed. We sent him to a private school in Min'an and gave him 10 taels of silver for tuition." Yunshi thought to herself, "In my past life, Guan Sha's brother passed the Imperial examination at 14 and became the youngest Zhuangyuan in the Great Qi dynasty at 15. He's truly a rare talent. I can't let Xianling snatch him away this time." The auctioneer announced, "Now, let the auction begin." He opened a box. "This is the treasure of this auction, the Cloud Marrow Stone. Even a dog could find it in the high mountains and wilderness, and this one is exceptionally large, extremely rare." He continued to praise it. "This item is not only beautiful, but also has a faint, refreshing fragrance that calms the mind and stabilizes the spirit." Yinshi thought, "That's the one." The auctioneer announced, "The starting price is 15 taels. Each bid must be no less than 100 taels. Begin." Immediately, bids were called out from the audience. 16 taels, 17 taels, 2,000 taels. Yinshi called out, but was interrupted. 3,000 taels. She turned sharply. Xianling spoke. "I bid 3,000 taels." Yinshi stared at Xianling. Her eyes reddened as memories from her past life surfaced. "He saved me in my past life. Back then, I was beaten and could only endure it, unable to fight back." Yinshi could no longer remain calm. "This time I will kill him." She pulled out her hairpin and lunged at him. I'll kill you. I will kill you. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck her from behind. Yinshi froze. Nanju rushed over anxiously. Yinshi picked up the item and realized that a powerful internal force had just flowed through her meridians, suppressing her emotions and restoring her rationality. It was the barbarian tribe's golden wolf head. Yinshi looked around. Could it have been someone from the barbarian tribe who helped me? A shout brought her back to reality. 3,200 taels once. 3,200 taels twice. She raised her hand and called out, 3,500 taels. Hua Jianyan scoffed. Where did this peasant come from, daring to bid against my cousin? Mo Shangyan was not to be outdone for 1,000 taels. Yinshi firmly stated for 1,500 taels. Montak Shangyan found it. Did this person also know the value of the cloud marrow stone? He continued to raise the bid, 5,000 taels. Yinshi glanced sideways, somewhat worried. I only brought 6,000 taels. I'll have to rely on the pills I've refined these past few days to exchange for things. She said 5,500 taels. Yinshi felt anxious. Mo Shangling doesn't lack valuable items. He probably won't even look at my pills. Mo Shangling didn't stop. 6,000 taels. Yinshi thought to herself, what should I do? She bit her lip, cursing inwardly. That arrogant princess, Qinghe from my past life, only spent 3,000 taels to acquire the cloud marrow stone. I didn't expect Mo Shangling to raise the price so high this time. Yinshi suddenly noticed the person leisurely sipping tea. Wait a minute, it's him. Seeing Yinshi run off, Nanju hurriedly chased after her. Miss, where are you going again? Yinshi already had a plan in mind and ran desperately towards the front. The auctioneer began the countdown. 6,000 taels once. She rushed into the private box. Young Master Yin. The person was none other than Yin Jifan, the richest man in Duichi City. He looked at her blankly. You are. Yinshi's heart tightened, racing against time. As long as I can get young Master Yin to bid for me before the auctioneer calls out the third time, there's still a chance. She blurted out, young Master Yin, Suddenly, her foot caught on something. Yunshi stumbled and fell directly in front of the private box. Yin Jifan quickly helped her up. Miss, are you all right? She anxiously said, young Master Yin, please help me bid for the cloud marrow stone. I can cure your sister's illness. Yin Jifan frowned slightly, suspicion in his heart, and shook off Yunshi's hand. He said coldly, Miss, I advise you to stop playing tricks. My sister doesn't need your help, and I won't help you. Yunshi bargained with Yin Jifan. I'll stake my life on it. If I can't cure her, you could do whatever you want with me. He just snorted and turned away. The auctioneer's voice rang out again. 6,000 taels, third TI. She rushed over and shouted, my brother is willing to offer 6,500 taels. Yin Jifan was furious. Are you crazy? Who's your brother? Get out. Yinshi said urgently, young Master Yin, I know your sister has been unable to speak for many years. Countless famous doctors and vast sums of money have yielded no results. Believe me, no one but me can cure her. If you miss this opportunity, she may never be able to speak again. Yunshi smiled faintly. It's common knowledge that young Master Yin only has one sister, and she was born mute, incurable. Hua Jianyun stepped forward and sneered. What eloquent little sister. If you don't have the money, don't cause trouble. Go back to your seat. Yunshi retorted, when suddenly a hand reached out, signaling for silence. Yin Jifan spoke, 10,000 taels. Hua Jianyun was speechless. You, Mo Shangling said, young Master Yin is truly generous, willing to spend 10,000 taels for a complete stranger. The Cloud Marrow Stone is yours. Yunshi was instantly overjoyed. Thank you for your help, young Master Yin. Don't worry, I will definitely cure her. Yin Jifan said, I'm willing to take a gamble, but if you can't cure her, don't blame me for being impolite. Suddenly, a voice came from the other side. Wait, it was Mo Shangyan. Yunshi recognized him. It was him. An exquisitely carved box was placed on the table. She wondered, what is he trying to do? Mo Shangyan rested his chin on his hand and smiled. I'd like to barter. Yunshi thought to herself, who is he really? What was his purpose when he bumped into me before? That box looks very valuable too. I'm afraid my damn cow won't be enough to exchange for it. The auctioneer announced, all right, now someone has chosen a barter. This cloud marrow stone belongs to. She pondered, forget it, I'll give it a try. If Yin Jifan doesn't make a move, I can only make do with the damn cow. Somehow, Yin Jifan stopped her. Wait, I truly hope you can cure my sister. Yunshi replied, don't worry, young Master Yin. I keep my word. Hearing this, Yin Jifan immediately took out a jade pendant. I'm willing to exchange this 9-dragon blood jade for the cloud marrow stone. Yin Shi was startled. It's actually the 9-dragon blood jade. Yin Jifan truly loves his sister. The value of this 9-dragon blood jade is undeniable, not to mention the mysteries it holds. She rejoiced inwardly. This time I'll definitely get the cloud marrow stone, and Mother will be saved. The auctioneer said with some difficulty, I'm very sorry, but the holder of the cloud marrow stone just indicated that he indeed requires the eldest young master's item in exchange, so he won't trade it for anything else offered after this. Yin Shi's expression changed. No, she bit her lip. Why is this happening? Her hands clenched. In my past life, Princess Qinghe obtained the cloud marrow stone for only 3,000 taels. This time, I've put in so much effort and even relied on the richest man in Duichi City, but I still can't get it. Yin Shi frowned. There must be a way. There must be. No matter what, I have to get the cloud marrow stone to detoxify Mother. Just then, Mo Xinling below happened to notice her. Yin Shi decisively turned and left. Seeing her hurried departure, Yin Jifan called out, wait. He grabbed her hand. Miss, please wait a moment. Yin Jifan offered a jade pendant. I'll exchange this 9-dragon blood jade. Please save my younger sister. She agreed. All right, I'll go tomorrow. He asked anxiously, if you don't come, where should I look for you? Yin Shi's veil fell off, and she quickly picked it up. Weren't you helping me conceal my identity? Yin Jifan waved his hands repeatedly. I didn't do it on purpose. Yin Shi turned and ran. I'll definitely go to your residence within 2 days. Now, excuse me. Yinlan saw her and chuckled. What is that child doing, actually bidding on the cloud marrow stone? Nanny-san, beside Yinlan, said suspiciously. That person next to young Master Yin just now looked a little familiar. Zunlan's my. There are many nobles in the capital. It's not surprising to recognize someone. Nanju chased after her. Miss, wait for me. Mu Wanxin's face was pale. Her brow furrowed. Yin Shi ran outside and looked around, suddenly noticing a flash of a robe in the corner of her eye. Yin Shi chased after it, running to a wall and stopping breathless. Yin Shi angrily shouted, Humph, that annoying silver-masked fellow. How can he run so fast? Mo Shuangyin watched her from the other side, smiling smugly. This little thing, even when she's angry, she's so cute. Yin Jifan returned, puzzled. Who is that silver-masked person? Every time we meet, he seems to know everything, but I have no impression of him from my past life. Could he have deliberately thrown that pouch at me? Nanju followed behind. Miss, you ran too fast. I barely managed to find you. Nanju handed Yin Shi an invitation. Miss, someone from the 7th Prince's residence sent this invitation just now at Baichuan Tower. They invite you to visit. She looked at the invitation, memories of her past life surfacing. In her past life, the 7th Prince, Mo Shuangyin, was both literary and martial, a stunningly talented individual. Originally, he had no interest in the throne, but due to his royal identity, he ultimately had no choice. In the end, he was betrayed by his most trusted subordinate and died at the hands of Mo Shuangling. Yin Shi pondered, her heart aching. I tried my best, but I still couldn't protect Mother. The noble consort ultimately ended her own life with a white silk ribbon. But I only met the noble consort a few times, and shouldn't they be in the northern border now? She noticed a note attached to the invitation. It bore her brother's name. Yin Shi hurriedly said, quickly, let's go back to the residence and change clothes, then go to the appointment. Soon, Yin Shi arrived at a signboard and approached the room. Yin Shi tried to calm herself. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang. A man leaned lazily against the doorframe. I wonder how much longer the 3rd Miss intends to stand outside. Yin Shi bowed her head in greeting. Greetings, 7th Prince. Mo Shuangyin turned. 3rd Miss, please come in. Yin Shi entered the room. May I ask why the 7th Prince has invited me here? The invitation mentioned her brother's name. Mo Shuangyin interrupted. Would the 3rd Miss like to talk while we eat? Yin Shi felt increasingly uneasy. This guy is deliberately being mysterious. Mo Shuangyin smiled. What would the 3rd Miss like to eat? The waiter introduced. Our restaurant has 50-year-old West Xing aged wine-braised duck and also Wu family skin. Yin Shi frowned. 7th Prince should understand that I'm not here to eat. Mo Shuangyin, however, didn't mind. No Wu family skin. Change it to top-grade new goose red, and also a serving of precious turtle soup. No shrimp skin. A plate of daunting beef, extra spicy. Bring out all the restaurant's signature dishes. Also for the stir-fried greens, use small white cabbage, not loofah. Most importantly, add fresh milk to the main course soup. Yin-Shi wondered to herself. These details are completely in line with my preferences. No Wu family skin, can't eat shrimp skin, dislikes loofah, won't eat anything that isn't spicy. Could just be a coincidence. Seeing Yin-Shi's confusion, Mo Shuangyin explained, this prince dislikes Wu family skin because an old friend once said it tasted too strongly of medicine. It doesn't taste good either. Yin-Shi froze in shock, thinking, close friend, these are the exact words she said. But he hasn't been back to the capital for a long time. How could he know this? Mo Shuangyin continued to explain, even dried shrimp, this king is somewhat sensitive to it. Eating it makes my throat tighten, my breathing becomes difficult, and I feel very uncomfortable. Yin-Shi couldn't help but think in surprise. I'm allergic to dried shrimp too. She recalled her past life's memories in the princess's mansion. Mu Wanxin had deliberately schemed against her, and she almost died due to her shrimp allergy. Back then, before everything happened, no one knew about her constitution except her family. Is he talking about himself, or is he talking about her? Mo Shuangyin asked again, what's wrong? Not to your liking. Yin-Shi raised her teacup. It's just too much to my liking, isn't it? Mo Shuangyin smiled slightly. Then third miss should eat more. Yin-Shi probed, is seventh prince allergic to dried shrimp? He replied, that's right. As he spoke, he suddenly leaned on the table. What's wrong? Mo Shuangyin leaned closer to Yin-Shi. Are you curious about this king? In this atmosphere, Yin-Shi's cheeks couldn't help but flush. Mo Shuangyin moved a little closer and gently touched Yin-Shi's hair. Yin-Shi looked up and asked, who are you really? He looked down at her, his brows slightly furrowed. He touched the mask he was wearing. Forgotten me so soon. When a mask was removed, Yin-Shi immediately recognized him and stood up abruptly. It really is you. Shuangyin softly said, indeed. This young master was captivated by you at first sight. He took out a treasure. This is for you. Yin-Shi was a little embarrassed and looked away. Are you sick? But Shuangyin took another step closer. This king is in perfect health. What illness could I possibly have? What, you don't like it? Yin-Shi shyly pushed the gift back. Such a precious item. I can't accept it for no reason. Shuangyin insisted on putting the treasure into her hand. This king isn't giving it to you for free. Your brother saved my life. Yin-Shi asked doubtfully, you're stationed in the northern border, and my brother, Mu Shanfang, is in the eastern border, thousands of miles apart. How could he have saved you? He replied, if you don't believe me, when your brother returns to the capital at the end of the year to take up his post, ask him yourself. She remembered when her brother was on the battlefield, surrounded by a group of strong, strange people, the cries of battle shaking the heavens. Yin-Shi's heart tightened. In her past life, when her brother returned to the capital to take up his post, he was assassinated. Her mother repeatedly called his name as she lay dying. Shenfang, Shenfang. Yin-Shi anxiously held her mother's hand, calling out to her, Mother. But her mother eventually passed away from excessive longing for her brother. In this life, she absolutely couldn't let this tragedy happen again. Suddenly, Shuangyin moved closer to her. It's very impolite to be distracted while talking to someone. She snapped back to attention and shyly accepted the gift. To thank you, seventh prince, for your generous gift. It's getting late. I should take my leave. She finished speaking and hurriedly left. He tilted his head slightly and said behind her, Yun, Shenfang alone cannot express this king's gratitude. If you have any matters in the future, feel free to come to me. Yin-Shi looked back at him. Her cheeks flushed and shyly turned her head away. 2 days later, she refined a medicinal pill and named it Loyal Marquis Manor Hunter Herbs Pill. Done. Yin-Shi was somewhat happy. Finally refined it. Mother's poison can soon be cured. She arrived at Yin Jifan and Yin Jingxing's residence. Yin-Shi quickly suggested, next, we should go save Yin Jifan's younger sister. She stood in front of Jifan, cupping her hands in greeting. My name is Mu Yin-Shi, third miss of the Loyal Marquis Manor. Yin Jifan led her into the house and asked, Third Miss Mu is indeed true to her word. Please come in. My younger sister has been a bit out of sorts lately. Please forgive any offense. Yin-Shi nodded, I understand. The two entered the house and saw Jingcheng sitting and reading. Yin Jifan softly called, Jingcheng. This young lady was Yin Jifan's younger sister, Yin Jingcheng. Yin Jifan introduced, this is third Miss Mu Yun-Shi of the Loyal Marquis Manor. Could she perhaps take a look at your muteness? She was a little embarrassed and waved her hands repeatedly. Yin Jifan explained, Jingcheng, third Miss Mu is here, let her try. Yin Shi spoke. Miss Yin, do you sometimes feel like your heart and liver are burning and then suddenly feel cold and shivering? Both of them were startled by Yin Shi's diagnosis. Yin Shi approached Jingsheng and persuaded, Miss Yin, may I take your pulse? She explained, this is heavenly wind syndrome. Because the heart and liver are affected by evil wind, they are weak and cannot communicate with the throat, so you cannot make sound. Yin Jifan anxiously asked, can this illness be cured? Yin Shi happily replied, yes, it can. Both of them were overjoyed upon hearing this. Yin Jifan then explained to them that Miss Yan's condition wasn't serious and she would recover in 5 days with the prescribed medicine. She immediately wrote out the prescription. Suddenly, a booming male voice came from outside. Young lady, you're making quite a racket. Miss Yin hasn't suffered a stroke at all. It's just laryngitis. Her throat is inflamed, choked with qi. That's why she can't speak. The speaker was Wang Yiming. Young lady, if you don't understand medicine, don't pretend you do, or you'll harm someone. The man behind him was Ji Yukingfang. He called you Ziffin. This is the renowned physician Wang Yiming from Jiangnan, whom we went to great lengths to invite. Yin Shi recognized them at a glance. Ji Yukingfang and Wang Yiming. Wasn't this the same arrogant old fellow from her past life who treated human lives like grass? He had once suppressed her master and even cruelly poisoned the villagers. Fortunately, her master's medical skills were exceptional, and she saved the villagers in time. She never expected to encounter him here. Wang Yiming pointed at Yin Jingsheng and said with an air of expertise, while a stroke can cause aphasia, it's also accompanied by numbness and convulsions in the limbs, eventually leading to confinement to bed. I've observed Miss Yin, and although she cannot speak, her heartbeat is perfectly normal, entirely different from a stroke. Stroking his beard, Wang Yiming put on an air of profound mystery and said, the way of medicine isn't about reading a few medical books and memorizing a few prescriptions. Moreover, there are rules in medical practice. It's best not to have 2 doctors treating the same illness simultaneously. With that, he was about to leave. Since young master, Yin has engaged this young lady, I won't intrude. Ji Yukingfang hurriedly stopped him. Divine Physician Wang, please don't go. I traveled thousands of miles to Jiangnan to invite you. He pleaded in a low voice. If you could just prescribe a remedy, it would be most appreciated. Wang Yiming slowly turned around and said indifferently, my diagnosis is diametrically opposed to this young lady's, and the medication would naturally be the opposite as well. You can only choose one. I've practiced medicine for many years and treated countless cases of aphasia, never failing. Hearing his arrogant words, Yin Shi couldn't help but frown. Ji Yukingfang, standing beside them, also anxiously urged Yin Jifan. Wang Yiming is a renowned physician from Jiangnan, especially skilled in otorhinolaryngology, the foremost among physicians. He will definitely be able to cure Jingsheng. Hearing this, Yin Jifan seemed to waver. At this moment, Yin Shi suddenly clasped her hands together and said solemnly, Senior Wang is a respected elder in the medical field, and this junior naturally accepts your teachings with humility. However, if the senior's words are mistaken, this junior cannot disregard the patient out of respect. Hearing this, Wang Yiming pointed at her and questioned, Humph, are you saying my diagnosis is wrong? Preposterous. Yin Shi stepped forward. Indeed, most strokes cause numbness and convulsions in the limbs, but there are exceptions. For instance, Miss Yin has practiced the Qing Shuang sword technique since childhood, leading to a deficiency in yang energy. Yang deficiency makes one susceptible to pathogenic wind. However, due to her martial arts training, her muscles and bones are stronger than ordinary people, hence the slow onset of the stroke. He shouted loudly, Nonsense. If you let this little girl mess around, you'll soon regret it. Ji Yukingfang hurriedly advised, Ziffin, what are you hesitating for? Quickly persuade Divine Physician Wang to treat Jingsheng. Ziffin looked at her and called, Jingsheng, you decide. She held his hand and wrote the character wood in his palm. Ziffin understood her choice. Ziffin stepped forward and said, Divine Physician Wang has come all the way from Jiangnan and must be tired. Why don't you let Qingfang accompany you to freshen up? Ji Yukingfang was taken aback, and Wang Yiming was also stunned. He lifted his face and said, Young Master Yin, there's no need for such formalities. This old man has no other skills, and I can't bear such mundane tasks as freshening up. If there's nothing else, he sneered, instead of freshening up, how about a meal? As for that girl's diagnosis, if she can cure the patient in 5 days, I'll twist my head off and let her use it as a stool. Yin Shi said confidently, Senior, You just need to lie down and let me use a chair. No need to twist your head off. He trembled with anger. He then flung his sleeves and left. You'll regret this. Qing Fong hurriedly called out, Divine Physician Wang, don't go. Ziffin placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Qing Fong, since Divine Physician Wang has decided to leave, there's no need to force him. He turned and scolded, What are you doing? I went to great lengths to invite Divine Physician Wang. He struggled and pointed at Yunshi. Do you really trust this little girl? Yunshi angrily retorted, This young master. Are you ill too? He jumped but didn't believe her, scoffing, Nonsense. He looked like he wanted to eat her alive. I'm perfectly healthy, yet you curse me with illness. She analyzed his condition. Haven't your ankles been swelling frequently these past few months? If this continues, the pain will worsen, making it difficult to even walk, and it'll hurt even more after drinking alcohol. Your left leg hurts more than your right, doesn't it? He asked in surprise. How did you know? Yinxia said confidently, by observing, listening, inquiring, and examining, I can tell what's wrong with someone just by looking at them. Qing Fong was stunned. You know medicine. She immediately explained, You have gout, but it's not serious. Elderflower can dispel wind and dampness. Use it for a month, and you'll be fully recovered. But you can't drink alcohol or eat animal organs during this period. His spirits lifted, fully recovered. That's great. Can you take a look at Qing Cheng? A moment later, she handed him a prescription. Get these herbs from Miss Qing Cheng. 12 ingredients in total. Add a bucket of water, 2 liters, and boil it down to 4 liters. Use it for 5 days, and she'll be cured. Qing Fong took the prescription. Understood, I'll go right away. He happily ran out. Now only Yunshi and Ji Fan were left in the room, looking at each other. He offered a red jade pendant. This 9-dragon blood pendant is for 3rd Mississippi. She shook her head, refusing. I don't need the 9-dragon blood pendant. Ji Fan asked, Does 3rd Miss still remember the cloud primordial stone? I can send people to the man tribe to search for it immediately. No matter the cost, I will find it for you. But she still refused. I don't need the cloud primordial stone either. Yunshi continued, However, if possible, I'd like to ask young Master Yin for a favor. He immediately agreed. No matter what it is, I will do my utmost. She requested, I hope young Master Yin will keep this 9-dragon blood pendant and never give it to anyone else. Ji Fan promised, All right, unless 3rd Miss instructs me otherwise, I will never give it to anyone. She thought to herself, This jade pendant is very important to Mo Xinling. He took it in my past life, and I won't let it fall into his hands again in this life. Noisy voices could be heard outside. In a room at the Tianju Inn, a disciple said worriedly, Master, our travel funds are limited. We can't afford to stay in such an expensive place for many days. Yiming stroked his beard confidently. What are you afraid of? In less than 3 days, someone from the inn estate will come and invite us back. The disciple agreed. Master and I have practiced medicine for many years, curing countless mute people. We've never failed. He continued, It's nothing. Just a little girl daring to question us. Isn't that showing off one's meager skills before an expert? He laughed. Yes, a doctor should be humble. The disciple asked again, But Master, they don't know we're at the Tianju Inn. What if they think we've returned to Jiang'an? The master said smugly, I specifically left word with that servant before leaving, telling him we were staying at Tianju temporarily. 2 days later, the disciple started to get anxious. Master, it's been 2 days. Why hasn't anyone come for us? Tianming remained calm. Don't worry, it's only been 2 days. A doctor must be calm and composed. How can you treat people if you're like this? 3 days later, he asked again, Master, it's been 3 days. Why hasn't anyone come? The master started to panic slightly, coughing. Don't worry, they must be regretting it now. Too embarrassed to come find me. They'll come after they've calmed down. 5 days later, he urged again, Master, today is the 5th day. Tianming finally lost his composure and ordered, Go to the yin estate and tell the steward that I'm at the Tianju Inn. I'm afraid that servant forgot. He consoled, It's okay, Master, don't worry. We still have enough travel funds for a few more days. But he still kicked his disciple out. Hurry up and go. The disciple cried out, Ouch. An hour later, the disciple ran back, panting, Master, Miss Yin. Miss Yin is already cured. Tianming grabbed his collar, asking incredulously, What did you say? The disciple repeated, I said Miss Yin is already cured. She can talk. He collapsed to the ground. How is that possible? The disciple affirmed, It's true. I saw Miss Mo leaving with my own eyes when I arrived. Miss Yin even personally thanked and saw her off. Jiaoming yelled, Impossible. He hurriedly ran out. No, I have to see for myself. The disciple shouted after him, Master, pay the bill. I haven't eaten all day. I'm starving. At the gate of a yin estate, 2 guards stood watch. Tian Ming hid beside a stone lion. He straightened his clothes and walked forward. I am the divine Dr. Wang Tianming. I request an audience with your master. One of the guards replied, Please wait a moment. I'll go inform him. After a stick of incense burned, someone hurried out and said respectfully, Divine Dr. Wang, our master invites you in. He stroked his beard smugly. Humph, I knew it. That yin boy was too embarrassed to invite me, so I had to come myself. See, they still have to invite me in. He strode into the courtyard. As soon as Yin Gongzi saw him, he said, Divine Dr. Wang, what brings you here? Are you here to fulfill your promise? Tianming was taken aback. Promise? What promise? Xiphon reminded him. You said that if the third miss could cure Jingsheng, you'd chop off your head and let her use it as a stool. He then remembered his words. If she can truly cure her within 5 days, this old man will chop off his head and let her use it as a stool. He asked in alarm, Do you mean Miss Yan's muteness has been cured? Yin Gongzi smiled brightly. Indeed. Divine Dr. Wang, will you do it yourself, or do you need our help? He stammered in fright. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. How do I know you're not lying to me? Jingsheng walked out from behind them. Then let me show you. Tianming was startled and turned around. She walked forward, confident and beautiful. He said, Miss Yin, may I take your pulse? Jingsheng nodded. Yes, I want to convince you completely. The two sat down at the stone table in the garden. As Tianming took her pulse, he thought to himself, how is this possible? Her pulse is steady, and there are no symptoms. His face darkened. Could I really have lost to a little girl? No, impossible. Jingsheng asked, Divine Dr. Wang, well, he said evasively, on the surface it seems fine, but the root of the illness is still there. It's guaranteed to relapse within 3 days, and then even the gods won't be able to save her. Jingsheng angrily withdrew her hand. You're talking nonsense, he said as Tianming secretly took something out of his sleeve. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not will be clear in 3 days. He stood up. If Miss Yin is safe and sound after 3 days. Tianming crushed the pill in his hand and, while no one was looking, scattered the powder towards Yin Jingsheng. Young master, Yin doesn't need to do it himself. He turned and left. Farewell. Tianming looked back at the two of them and said smugly, Humph, just you wait. In 3 days, you'll be begging me to treat her. 3 days later, Jingsheng's condition worsened. She lifted the curtain, wanting to call someone. Ah, but she couldn't speak, only making ah sounds. Jingsheng thought in terror, what's going on? Why can't I speak? Jifan rushed into the room. Jingsheng, what's wrong? Don't scare your brother. In front of Yin Gongzi, his sister knelt on the ground, pointing at her throat, only able to make ah sounds. He hurriedly called to the servants. Quick, go to the Marquis of Zhongyi's manor and invite the third miss over. Jifan paced anxiously. After a while, a servant came to report the third miss has arrived. He hurried to greet her. Third miss, you're finally here. Please save my sister. Yin Shi patted her chest reassuringly. Don't worry, young Master Yin. With me here, your sister will be fine. By this time, Jingsheng had already fainted on the bed, her hands tightly clutching her neck. Yin Shi took her pulse, and her face immediately changed. Miss Yin has been poisoned. Xiphon was shocked. Poisoned? What kind of poison? Why has she suddenly become so mute? Yin Shi explained, yellow wolf flower poison. This poison can enter the blood and form clots, gradually becoming fatal. If combined with a special technique, it will cause loss of voice within 3 days and death within 5. Jingfan exclaimed, so cruel. Xiphon anxiously asked, Third miss, can you save her? She replied calmly, yes. Yin Shi skillfully applied needles to Jingsheng's wrist and fed a pill in her mouth with her other hand. Yin Gongzi asked, what did you give her? Can it really save Jingsheng? Yin Shi explained, 100 herbs pill. I've been refining it these past few days, specifically to counteract the yellow wolf flower poison. She continued, on the way here, I heard from Zhu Yue and Jingfan that Wang Yiming came 3 days ago and took Miss Yan's pulse. Is that right? He nodded. Yes. Jingfan said angrily, it was that old bastard, as I suspected. I'll go and arrest him right now. Xiphon advised, invite him here. Jingfan exclaimed, he harmed Jingsheng, and you want to invite him. Xiphon, are you crazy? Yin Gongzi said coldly, do as I say. Tianyuyin, Tianming's disciple paced back and forth in the room, restless. He kept pacing while Tianming leisurely drank tea and instructed, "Calm down, sit down." The disciple said anxiously, "Master, it's been 3 days. If this continues, we won't even have enough money for travel expenses." Tianming said calmly, "Don't worry. I gave Miss Yin the yellow wolf flower poison. In this world, besides me, no one can cure it. Rest assured, they'll come looking for me soon." Just as he finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. The disciple exclaimed, "Master, you're truly divine." "You guessed right." Jing Fan pushed the door open with a cold expression. Tianming stroked his beard proudly. "Young Master Yin, why have you come personally? What brings you here?" He feigned a look of alarm. "Divine Dr. Wong, Miss Yan's muteness has relapsed." He set down his teacup. "I told you so. That girl is a quack." 3 days later, Miss Yan's loss of voice would recur. "Do you believe me now?" Ji Fan chimed in, "Yes. We truly regret not listening to Divine Dr. Wong. We mistakenly trusted that girl, and now we have to rely on Divine Dr. Wong to treat Miss Yin." Seeing his smug expression, he cursed inwardly. "Old fool, if I find out you poisoned Jing Chung, I won't spare you." He raised his head proudly. "Let's go. I'll take a look." Ji Fan was overjoyed. Good. At the Yin residence, Jing Chung greeted him energetically. "Divine Dr. Wong, greetings." He froze. "You," she continued. "Dr. Wong, are you surprised? Are you wondering why I've recovered?" Ji Fan leaned forward. "Dr. Wong, why did you poison Jing Chung?" The man stammered, I'm a divine doctor. How could I harm anyone?" Yin Shi interjected. 15 years ago, someone went up the mountain to gather herbs and was severely poisoned by the yellow wolf flower. Later, a reclusive expert, Yang Jiuji, saved him, allowing him to live until today. The doctor immediately panicked. "Who are you?" Yin Shi said calmly, "Are you thinking that no one except Yang Jiuji and I can cure the yellow wolf flower poison?" Tianming broke out in a cold sweat and snapped, "Little girl, watch your words. What yellow wolf flower? I've never been poisoned by that, and Yang Jiuji never saved me." Yin Shi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Oh dear, did I say it was you who was saved by Yang Jiuji?" He was furious. "You're playing me." Yin Shi continued to prod him. "Dr. Wong, isn't your greatest wish to surpass Yang Jiuji? Unfortunately, you still owe him your life." He stammered. "You." She interrupted. "If everyone knew that Dr. Wong was willing to poison a representative." As soon as Yin Shi finished speaking, Tianming stumbled backward in a panic, tripping over a chair and falling flat on his face. The divine doctor cried out, clutching his mouth, "My teeth." Ji Fan barked, "Drag him out." Ji Tong stepped forward and pinned him down with his foot. "That's letting him off easy." The doctor yelled, "Oh, young Master Yang is so calm. I was just afraid he'd dirty the place." Ji Fan understood. "I see. He dared to touch Jing Chung. He'll regret it." At this moment, Yin Jianyang took Yin Shi's hand and said gratefully, "Thanks to you, third miss, I almost lost my voice permanently, almost lost my life." Yin Shi comforted him. "Don't worry, young Master Yin. Your voice is fully recovered. However, the yellow wolf flower poison has just been neutralized, so don't eat anything spicy or greasy for the next 2 weeks, and absolutely no alcohol." Ji Fan interjected, "No alcohol." "Third miss, thank you. Words cannot express my gratitude. I will repay this kindness in the future." Yin Shi was a little surprised. "Young Master Yin, you're too kind." Yin Shi added, "If there's anything I need your help with in the future, young Master Yin, I certainly won't hesitate to ask. I'll take my leave now." In the 100 Flowers garden of the Marquis of Zhongyi's residence, Yin Shi fell asleep leaning against a chair. She dreamed of Madame Mulan scolding her. "You are punished to reflect on your actions in the Shui garden." Yin Shi cried, "Grandmother, I've been wronged." Suddenly, a man appeared. "Miss, it's the Qixi festival today. I'll take you home." She cried out as a masked man carried her over his shoulder. "Let me go." Nanju chased after them. "Put our miss down." She was pinned to the ground by the man, struggling in humiliation. No help." Yin Shi woke up in a cold sweat, her brow furrowed. Someone called to her, Jia Yunyang, what's wrong? Wake up." She abruptly opened her eyes and sat up, calling out, "Nanju." Nanju asked worriedly, "Another nightmare?" She rubbed her forehead. "It's nothing." Yin Shi asked Nanju, "What is it?" Nanju handed her a letter. Kunyang Shumo sent a letter from the 7th Prince's residence, inviting you for a stroll by the lake tomorrow. She frowned. "Him again. I always feel uncomfortable around him. I think I'll pass." She then declined. "Tell him I have a tea appointment with a friend tomorrow and must respectfully decline the 7th Prince's kind invitation." Shumo walked in. "Jia Yunyang, our prince said that if you refuse, I should relay something to you." she continued. The prince is worried that someone means to harm young Master Muda. Yinshur gasped. What? Yinshur immediately agreed. Please trouble Miss Shumo to tell the 7th prince that I will definitely be there on time tomorrow. Shumo replied happily. Please rest assured, Shumo will certainly relay the message. Our prince also wanted to ask if you still enjoy boat honey wine. Yinshur asked in return. Boat honey wine. She immediately thought of the firefly wine, condensed from the essence of 10,000 years, and her mood dampened slightly. In her past life, she loved its clear fragrance and beautiful color. But then she remembered that the man she once deeply loved later married someone else. Mo Xianling married Mu Wanxin. She also remembered another man who married Mingi Shang, and yet another whose face she couldn't even recall. After he married another woman, my heart grew heavier. Left alone, I drank the Hanzhou honey wine, the coldness seeping into me. But the more I tried to get drunk, the more sober I became. Hatred surged within me. Mo Xianling. In this life, I will not be as foolish as before. One day, I will kill you all with my own hands. Nanju noticed the change in my expression and asked with concern, Miss, what's wrong? I composed myself and replied, It's nothing, I was just thinking about a poem. I turned to Shui Mo and said, Please tell the 7th prince that I actually never liked Hanzhou honey wine. Shui Mo replied, Yes, I will certainly relay your message to His Highness. Then I shall take my leave. The next day, on Half Moon Lake, a large, exquisite wooden boat drifted leisurely. Yinshi took a sip of tea. Shuang Yin asked, Are you accustomed to the taste of this tea? I answered frankly, I don't understand tea. I only know it quenches thirst. I'm afraid I'm ruining the 7th prince's refined enjoyment. He raised his cup and chuckled. The greatest use of tea is to quench thirst. I'm not particularly picky. I continued cheerfully. I've always heard that the 7th prince loves tea and never drinks anything subpar, but now you say this. Suddenly, he leaned closer to my face. You've heard of me. I blushed slightly and instinctively drew back. The 7th prince is the great general of the northern border, with illustrious military achievements. The barbarians tremble at your name and dare not step out of line. The people of the capital all admire you. Naturally, there are rumors about you everywhere. Why would I need to inquire specifically? He laughed. So, I'm this outstanding in everyone's eyes. As I chewed on a pastry, I thought to myself, this guy is so narcissistic. Seeing me eat with relish, Shuang Yin explained, this is the lotus flower cake from 3 villages. They start making it during the cold dew season. The process is quite complex. It's also an authentic local pastry. Pastries made with lotus root starch are naturally the most fragrant. Third miss, please have some more. I choked slightly and then laughed. The 7th prince is both scholarly and martial. Truly admirable. Admirable. Truly admirable. He smiled faintly. Is that so? The 7th prince gently extended his hand towards me. Do you like it? I blushed involuntarily and replied, It's not bad. I continued, By the way, yesterday you had Shui and Mo tell me that you were worried someone would harm my brother. Is that true? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I hadn't said that, would you have come? I said coldly, Are you saying you tricked me? Huan Yuan clasped his hands together and said softly, No, what I said is true. I urged, Then tell me quickly. He asked, Are you and your brother close? I replied, We are siblings. Of course we are close. My brother dotes on me. He saves all the good food for me. If anyone dares to touch me, he'll fight them to the death. I recalled my childhood. I remember one time, I was probably 4 or 5 years old. Someone bumped into me and knocked off my bash. My brother immediately grabbed the person and made him apologize. But the person refused, so my brother beat him up. I continued. Later, the person apologized like a good boy, but when my brother came home, he was covered in injuries. Father beat him severely and grounded him for 10 days. I went to see him crying, but he smiled and comforted me. Little Yinshur cried and said, Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that father hit you. He just smiled and said, It's okay. Xiao sure it's not your fault. Brother is fine. Mo Shuang Yin, standing beside me, asked, You still remember this? I immediately replied, Of course I remember. He asked again, Then do you remember what happened after that person apologized to you? I frowned in concentration. trying to recall. My brother was grounded. What about it? The seventh prince paused for a moment, then said dejectedly, nothing. I was filled with confusion. Why did he suddenly seem so downcast? The naive third miss asked again, really nothing. The seventh prince snorted and turned his head away. The person your brother hit was Consort Duan's nephew, Hua Yunming. I remembered. Oh, right, I know. He was so weak. My brother could take on 5 of him. He just got bumped lightly and fractured a bone, causing my brother to be punished. Shuang Yin flicked my forehead affectionately. Your brother hit someone, and you still call him weak. I rubbed my forehead and blushed. But I'm telling the truth. He reminded me that Hua Yunming is a vengeful person. I widened my eyes and frowned at him, asking seriously, are you saying Hua Yunming wants to deal with my brother? The seventh prince replied, I heard that Hua Yunming wants to take your brother's position in Dongjiang. She thought to herself, that's right, after my brother died in my past life. Mo Xianling ordered Hua Yunming to take his place, and I foolishly believe his lies. For Mu Qinfang's position, he bribed my brother's subordinates to help Hua Yunming secure the position of left general. She furrowed her brow, thinking self-reproachfully, Hua Yunming is Mo Xuanling's man, so the assassination of my brother must have been orchestrated by Mo Xianling as well. Then, was Mo Xianling also involved in the ambush on my way back from Shuayu Temple and Jiang Dingyang poisoning my mother? In my past life, it was he who isolated me, leaving me disheartened, and only he seemed to care and sympathize with me. The more she recalled their emotional entanglement, the angrier she became. I actually had feelings for him and ended up falling into his trap step by step. Yun sure became a puppet, controlled by him, just so he could get close to the Mu family. I was merely a stepping stone for him to ascend the throne. He never truly loved me. Yun sure gritted her teeth and whispered, I was so foolish, so naive. At that moment, Frost Smoke placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to inform your brother. He wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Your brother is intelligent and resourceful. He will handle it well. Yun Shu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head, stammering, Thank you. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and third miss cried out, ah. Frost Smoke anxiously caught her, shouting, careful. He held her tightly. Are you all right? Yun Shu hesitated. I'm fine. Mo Frost Smoke held Yun Shu tightly in his arms, looking at her tenderly. Don't be afraid. It must have been someone accidentally bumping into our guard boat. Yun Shu froze, looked up at him, her cheeks flushed, and shyly stepped back. I'm not afraid. Mo Frost Smoke seemed to sense something and turned to look behind him. A man approached with a relaxed smile. So it's Seventh Brother's boat. I'm so sorry. My boat accidentally bumped into yours while turning. I came here specifically to apologize. Mo Xuanling's figure gradually appeared before them. Yun Shu's eyes widened in surprise. Mo Xianling. Mo Frost Smoke immediately shielded her with his body. Fourth brother is too polite. This younger brother wouldn't dare accept such formality. Mo Xuanling's gaze shifted to Yun Shu standing behind him, and he smiled. Third miss is here as well. Yun Shu respectfully curtsied. Greetings, fourth prince. Mo Xuanling's tone was gentle. There's no need for formalities. Is third miss also here to watch the fireworks? Yun Shu replied yes. He leaned against the railing of the boat, his smile bright, and his demeanor extremely enthusiastic. Watching fireworks is more lively with more people. Wouldn't you agree? Third miss. Yun Shu's eyes were filled with disgust, and her face wore an indifferent expression. I don't think so. I prefer to watch fireworks in peace. Mo Frost Smoke added with a hint of mockery. If fourth brother enjoys lively company, you can invite more people to join you. We are happy to be together with Ji Shi and don't need others to disturb us. Mo Xianling looked at them in confusion. Ji Shi. Seventh brother is addressing her so casually, and Mu Yun Shu doesn't seem to mind at all. Could it be that seventh brother is using this opportunity of returning to the capital to recuperate, to garner the support of the Marquis of Zhongyi's household? With this thought, he frowned, his expression darkening. No, Mu Yunshi can only be mine. She is the most beloved granddaughter of the Marquis of Zhongyi. Only by gaining her can I obtain the support of the Marquis household. Mo Xianling secretly made up his mind. Today was a good opportunity to get closer to Mu Yunshi. He looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. It's still early. Why don't we sit down and have a drink? It's been a long time since I've had a drink with seventh brother. Mo Xianling sat down naturally at the tea table. It's just a drink. I heard that third Miss loves Daughterette. Seventh brother, you would not have any prepared, would you? Yun Shu lowered her eyes and explained. Fourth prince misunderstands. I don't like Daughterette. I never have. Hearing this, Mo Xianling forced a smile. Ah, I see. I must have misheard. Yunshi and Mo Frost Smoke ignored his words and sat opposite him. Mo Xianling poured her some tea while probing. Does third miss prefer tea? Yunshi's eyes were cold, and she replied perfunctorily, yes, this Longjing tea has a lingering aftertaste. I quite like it. Mo Xianling was filled with suspicion. Strange, all the noble ladies in the capital know that Mu Yunshi of the Marquis of Zhongyi's household never drinks tea. Could it be that she suddenly changed her mind and started studying the tea ceremony? It seems I'll have to investigate this thoroughly when I return. Suddenly, a young woman in purple called out excitedly, Cousin Hua Jianyan. She waved happily. You're here. I've been looking for you everywhere. Mu Wanxin and another noble lady followed behind her. Mo Xianling and Yunshi turned to look. He was somewhat surprised. Cousin. Yunshi froze, staring at them intently. Her gaze fell on Mu Wanxin, dressed in red, wondering how she had ended up on this boat. The two boats on the river gradually turned, drawing closer to each other, forming a passage. Hua Jianyan, holding Mo Xuanling's arm, spoke with a hint of coquettishness. Didn't you say there would be fireworks tonight? Mo Xianling lowered his eyes. I haven't seen Seventh Brother in a while, and I happened to run into him today, so we chatted for a bit. Mu Wanxin spoke up. No wonder I couldn't find third sister at the residence, so she was here. Hua Jianyan chimed in. You may be thinking of her, but she may not be thinking of you. Yunshi's expression remained calm as she smiled faintly. Miss Hua is right. The relationships between people are truly quite strange. She continued softly. There are always those who remember others. Hua Jianyun understood the implication, and her cheeks immediately flushed. She took a step forward, teeth gritted, pointing at Yunshi's face with a mixture of shame and anger. How dare you mock me? Yunshi raised a hand to cover her lips, chuckling coldly. I don't quite understand what Miss Hua is saying. How have I mocked you? I'm merely responding to Miss Hua in the same manner. Hua Jianyun, at a loss for words, turned to Mo Xianling with a cheap expression. Cousin, did you hear that? This woman is mocking me. You must help me teach her a lesson. Mo Xianling completely ignored her complaint, saying casually, don't make a fuss. The fireworks are about to start. Seeing this, Mo Shangyan tried to send them away. Yes, the fireworks are about to begin, fourth brother. You should take your people back to your boat. He added, I also dislike such noise. We just want to watch the fireworks in peace. Mo Xianling asked Yunshi in a low voice, is that what you think too? Yunshi turned her head, avoiding his gaze, and said directly, Fourth Prince, please return. Mo Xianling, rejected so coldly, felt anger rise within him, thinking through gritted teeth. Humph, everyone fawns over me, yet this woman doesn't know what's good for her. Hua Jianyun tugged on his arm, frowning and scoffing. Humph, do you think we want to stay and watch the fireworks? Cousin, let's go back to our own boat. Mo Xianling remained silent for a moment, finally bidding farewell. Since Miss Yin is enjoying herself, I won't disturb you. I'll invite Miss Yin for tea another day. Mo Xianling turned to leave, and Hua Jianyan hurried to follow. Cousin, wait for me. She didn't forget to turn back and instruct. Don't come over here. Go back to my boat. I'll cover all the expenses today. Mu Wanxin felt somewhat awkward. Thank you, Miss Hua. She glanced at Mo Shangyan, who was smiling at Yunshi, and wondered, could the fourth prince be fond of Mu Yunshi? She quickly dismissed the thought. No, Mu Yunshi is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Zhongyi's residence, and with the Prince of Su's residence backing her, she is bound to have a good marriage. Mu Wanxin looked at the two before her, secretly making up her mind. But what about me? I can only hold on to the fourth prince. This is my only way out. The fourth prince must be mine. He can only be mine. Seeing that Mu Wanxin was still standing there, Mo Shangyan said, Miss, please return. He glanced back at Yunshi, who had already walked away. Mu Wanxin finally stepped onto the gangplank and returned to Mo Xuanling's boat. Mo Shangyan walked over to Yunshi. Finally, some peace and quiet. She replied, while admiring the scenery. The sky gradually darkened, the bright moon hung high, and the fireworks began to bloom. Everyone cheered. Wow, so beautiful. Yunshi looked up at the brilliant night sky, struggling to remember, feeling somewhat lost. Strange, someone once set off fireworks for me, illuminating the dark night. But why can't I remember who that person was? Suddenly, she noticed a woman pushing a boy into the water in a secluded corner of the other boat. After falling into the water, the boy cried out desperately. Seeing this, Yunshi panicked. She remembered the scene of her son falling into the water in her past life, the child crying for help. Mother, while she could only helplessly call out his name. Yunshi clutched her head in terror. My child. This is how he was killed. Montag Shangyan shouted anxiously. Shia. At this moment, Yunshi had already climbed over the railing, repeatedly telling herself, in this life, I absolutely cannot let this tragedy happen before my eyes again. Yunshi plunged into the water, and Mo Shangyan frantically called her name from the boat. Ji witnessed all of this, his heart in turmoil. Damn it, it's all my fault for being careless and not stopping Sure, you must be all right. Mo Shangyan gripped the wooden railing tightly. He hurriedly jumped into the water, and the servants behind him cried out, Your Highness. In the lake, the little boy thrashed desperately, crying continuously, Oh, help. People on the shore exclaimed, That's the young master. It's not good. The young master is sinking. Yunshi desperately dove into the water, trying to rescue the sinking boy. She finally grabbed him, but couldn't surface. He was too heavy. She struggled, reaching for the sliver of light filtering through the water surface. No, I can't give up. The light is right there, but why does it feel further and further away? Yunshi gasped for breath, tears streaming down her face. She thought reproachfully, Can I really do nothing? Am I going to die here in this lifetime? Suddenly, a large hand grasped her waist. Mo Shangyan pulled Yunshi into his arms. He leaned down, gently kissing her lips, sharing his breath with her. Her consciousness gradually faded. The maids on the boat were frantic, their eyes fixed on the churning water. Mo Xianling used all his strength to pull them both ashore. Yunshi gasped for air due to the lack of oxygen, coughing uncontrollably. Mo Xianling asked worriedly, Gee, are you all right? You were too reckless. Suddenly, a woman rushed over in a panic, her face filled with terror, repeatedly calling out a boy's name. Wei Wei, what's wrong? Wei Wei, don't scare mother. Wang Shi was in tears, turning to ask the man who was checking the boy's pulse. Are you a doctor? How is my son? The man sighed helplessly. Madam, alas, there's no pulse. The news was like a bolt from the blue. She hurriedly held her son in her arms, crying out in grief, My son. My son. Yunshi suddenly stepped forward. The child isn't dead yet. Stop shaking him. Wang Shi seemed to see a glimmer of hope. What? My son can still be saved. The doctor from before flew into a rage, sneering with disdain. Humph, I'm a doctor from Anninghall. I've treated countless patients. Can't I even tell this much? Young lady, don't talk nonsense. Yunshi ruthlessly exposed him. You can't even save someone who's drowning, and you dare to boast about treating countless people. Anninghall actually has a quack like you. He stammered in rebuttal. Why you? Don't talk nonsense. If you can really save him, I'll jump from here right now. Under everyone's gaze, she bent down and pressed her lips to the boy's mouth, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The quack couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, What are you doing? How dare you desecrate the dead? You're just a child. How dare you do this? Shameless. Mo Shangyan grabbed his collar, his eyes sharp as knives, threatening. Shut up. On another boat, Huwa Jianyun sneered with disdain. This newly arrived third miss, truly shameless. After a moment, the little boy woke up coughing violently. Wang Shi hugged him tightly, afraid of losing him again. Wei Wei, you scared mother to death. He was also terrified and burst into tears. Yunshi comforted her. Madam, don't worry. The young master is all right now. Quickly change him into clean clothes and make him some ginger soup. Wang Shi, with tears in her eyes, said gratefully, You're the newly arrived third miss, right? Thank you and seventh prince for saving my Wei Wei. Your clothes are soaked too. Hurry and go to the cabin to change into something dry. The Prime Minister and I will definitely visit to thank you another day. Yunshi then realized she was the Prime Minister's wife. It was rumored that the Prime Minister was deeply in love with her. Although she hadn't given birth to a legitimate son, the Prime Minister had never taken a concubine. She sighed softly, her heart filled with emotion. Pregnant and giving birth at 39, she finally had this son. Fortunately, she, Yunshi, was present today. Otherwise, Wang Shi would surely have gone mad from the loss of her child. Yunshi spoke, the heartbreaking image flashing through her mind, and softly comforted her. Thank you for your concern, madam. Mo Xianling draped a coat over her shoulders, reminding her, go and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. As soon as he finished speaking, Yinshi felt a chill and couldn't help but sneeze. At this moment, everyone was talking amongst themselves. So, third Miss Mu also knows medicine. I've never heard of it. She can even bring back the dead. Her medical skills are truly remarkable. The doctor from Anning Hall just said there was no pulse. He must have been dead. Someone suddenly remembered. He also said that if third Miss Mu could revive the boy, he'd jump in. As soon as the words were spoken, Mo Xianling appeared out of nowhere and pushed the doctor into the water. The man screamed desperately for help. Help! Help! Mo Xianling said with disgust. With your level of skill, you dare to call yourself a doctor. He turned to Yinshi with a bright smile. Don't worry, third Mississippi. I've taken care of that quack for you. She pretended not to see and turned to leave quickly. Let's go back. Mo Shuangyin, having been ignored, darkened his expression. Hua Jianyin sneered from the side. It was just luck. What's there to be proud of? Even Big Brother didn't make a move. Who does she think she is? Watching their receding figures, a flicker of doubt arose in Mo Shuangyin's heart. She seems hostile towards me, but I've never provoked her. Night fell, the lake was tranquil, the boat swayed gently with the waves, and the scenery was picturesque. Inside the cabin, Mo Xianling handed Nanju a set of clothes and instructed, I found some clothes. Quickly take them for your miss to change into. I'll have someone prepare some ginger tea. Nanju replied, I can help miss change. Please, seventh prince, step outside. As Yinshi removed her soaked clothes, Nanju assisted her while gently chiding, Miss, you were too impulsive just now. Nanju's voice still held a trace of fear. Jumping into the water scared me to death. Yinshi, now dressed in a purple gown, smiled faintly. She comforted Nanju. All right, I know. I won't be so reckless again. You can go out now. I want to rest for a while. After a moment, the door opened again. Mo Shuangyin entered, carrying a bowl of ginger tea. Drink some ginger tea. Yinshi was lying on the bed, her back to him. Mo Shuangyin walked to her side and softly consoled her. I know you're upset. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed, as if he noticed something. Mo Shuangyin quickly scooped up the unconscious Yinshi and rushed out, anxiously ordering, quickly to shore. Bring the boat to shore. In an inconspicuous corner, Mu Wanxin silently witnessed everything. A triumphant smile played on her lips, as if she had grasped some leverage. These two definitely have a clandestine relationship. Yinshi lay unconscious on the bed. Meanwhile, the Imperial physician arrived to examine her. After a while, Mo Shuangyin lifted the curtain and entered. He anxiously inquired, Physician Su, how is she? The physician replied gently, it's a fever brought on by the cold. Fortunately, Miss has a strong constitution. I'll use acupuncture to dispel the cold and prescribe some medicine. After she wakes up and takes it, she should be fine by tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Mo Shuangyin breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, Thank you, Physician Su. I'll have someone fetch the medicine immediately. Just then, Nanju rushed in and said to him, Seventh Prince, please arrange a carriage to send Miss back to the residence. Zier has a high fever and can't be exposed to the wind any longer. Mo Shuangyin replied gently, she can stay here tonight. Nanju appeared flustered, but staying the night at the Seventh Prince's residence is inappropriate. The rumors and gossip would be enough to drown a person. He chuckled softly and reassured her, don't worry, I'll make the proper arrangements. Shumo, he instructed his subordinate, go to the Wu Xia pavilion in the palace immediately and find Yishua. Tell her Zier is staying at Wu Xia pavilion tonight and ask her to personally escort Zier back to the residence tomorrow morning. Shumo respectfully replied, yes, I understand. Nanju entered carrying a bucket of water. Seeing Shuangyin meticulously caring for Yinshi, she said, thank you for your consideration, Seventh Prince. You've been working hard all night. You should rest, or perhaps let this servant stay and care for Mississippi. Shuangyin quickly wrung out the cloth in his hand. No need. I'm used to pampering her. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to your Mississippi. Nanju panicked. That's not what I meant. It's just that your highness is a prince. Your status is noble. He spoke gently. Say no more. Go and rest. The physician said Zier's illness came on quickly, but isn't serious. She'll be fine by morning. I'll check on her a few more times and leave a bit later. If you're worried, sleep in the next room. But judging by Zier's condition, she probably won't need anyone attending to her tonight. Nanju replied, then I'll have to trouble your highness. In her dream, Yinshi heard Wan Xin's voice, sister. She laughed gloatingly, casually fabricating the cause of Yinshi's pain, fell in a Bibo lake while playing. The eunuchs searched for 5 days, but the fish had already bitten his body beyond recognition. Yinshi cried, clutching a red pillow. No, that's not true. Sie was moderate. I saw someone push him into the water. Wan Xin dismissed her. Sister, you're joking again. Zier was just being playful. The palace maid tried to grab him, but she couldn't. How did it become someone pushing him in your story? Yinshi still clung tightly to the pillow, sobbing. He was the emperor's child. Wan Xin's voice dripped with mockery. The emperor is a dragon among men. How could he lack children? She leaned close to Yinshi's ear. Third sister, you're so naive. Ha ha ha. Yunshi wept softly in anguish. Tia, I'm sorry. Mother was useless. Mother couldn't protect you. Seeing her crying from the nightmare, Shuangyin embraced her and softly comforted her. Zier wouldn't want to leave you either. He'll surely be reborn into a good life. Don't think about it anymore. Rest peacefully. Shuangyin stroked her head. Don't be afraid. There won't be any more hardships. If there are any hardships in the future, I'll face them with you. When I couldn't sleep as a child, my mother would sing me lullabies. I'll sing one for you, all right? He began to sing. The bright moon shines on the vast sea. Boundless waters meet the sky. Fragrant vines drift by. Lotus seeds perfume the air. A moment later, the door to Yinshi's room suddenly opened. It was Nanju. She came to check on Yinshi, who was already fast asleep. Nanju tucked her in and softly said, Miss, sleep well. I'm right next door. If you need anything, just call and I'll hear you. A few minutes later, the bed curtains in the room swayed slightly. Suddenly, Shuangyin flew in through the window. He looked at the sleeping Yinshi and chuckled softly. Shuangyin quickly took off his outer robe and slipped into the bed beside her. The next morning, Yinshi woke up groggily and was startled to see Shuangyin right in front of her. Yinshi instinctively recoiled, thinking, what's going on? What happened last night? I remember saving a little boy, then going back to lie down on the couch. She sat up abruptly. Where am I? She quietly got out of bed and tiptoed out. If I didn't return to the manor all night, people will definitely gossip. Stepping onto the balcony for some air, she realized this is the 7th prince's manor. Just then, Nanju slowly walked over. Yinshi called to her, come here. Nanju looked at her happily. Miss, you're awake. She brought over a tray with medicinal soup. I made this medicine for you as the physician instructed. He said you should drink a bowl as soon as you wake up. Drink it while it's hot. Yinshi replied blankly, no need. I'm a physician myself. I'm not sick. Why should I drink medicine? Suddenly, Shuangyan's voice rang out. As the saying goes, a physician cannot heal himself. No matter how skilled a physician is, they must still listen to the doctor's orders. Stretching, he walked out. Yinshi panicked. 7th prince. You're up early, he replied leisurely, his tone playful. Not as early as you, darling. Shuangyin picked up the bowl of medicine. The medicine is just right. Yinshi stubbornly shook her head. No need. I'm fine. I'm not sick, so why should I drink medicine? He held the bowl out to her, teasing. Do you want to drink it yourself, or do you want me to feed you? Yinshi replied shyly. No need. I'm really fine. I don't need to drink it. Shuangyin persisted, leaning closer. Let me feed you, okay? Yinshi hesitated. Shuangyin scooped up a spoonful of medicine and brought it to her lips. So you want me to feed you? Open your mouth. Yinshi swatted his hand away and said loudly, no, I'll drink it myself. She decisively snatched the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Yinshi wrinkle her face at the bitter medicine, Shuangyin chuckled to himself. So cute. Suddenly, a candy was popped into her mouth. Yinshi pointed at the candy in her mouth. Is this a Dongjiang preserved plum? Shuangyin grinned mischievously. Darling, your tongue is sharp. Nanju chimed in. Our miss loves Dongjiang preserved plums the most. The young master brings back several jars every year. Miss has the best taste. Another candy was offered to Yinshi, this time by Shuangyin. He said, so you also like Dongjiang preserved plums just like me. When I was little, the Empress Dowager would always give me preserved plums after medicine. Yinshi said shyly, thank you, 7th prince. I troubled you all day yesterday. I should go back. Otherwise, Shuangyin interrupted. Last night, I had Huwa send someone to inform the Marquis of Zhongyi. Since you're already at Huwa Pavilion, why not wait here for Huwa to pick you up? It's more reassuring. Yinshi bowed to him. Thank you for your consideration, Seventh Prince. Shuang Yin mimicked her tone. Thank you for your consideration, Seventh Prince. After all, my brother saved me once. Yinshi said, then I'll gratefully accept your offer. He ignored her words and instead instructed, let's go. I'll take you to breakfast. Shuang Yin led her to a table laden with delicious food. What are you thinking about? Sit down. Yinshi was puzzled. Isn't this your study? Aren't outsiders usually forbidden here? Shuang Yin pressed her into a chair. You're not an outsider. He began to introduce the dishes. This Imperial noodle soup was specially made for you by the kitchen. Yinshi stammered shyly. Thank you, Seventh Prince. She began to eat the noodles. Noticing Shuang Yin staring at her, she asked, why aren't you eating? Shuang Yin teased. Watching you eat is satisfying enough. Unlike some people who wrinkle their noses while eating, taking 3 bites for a bun the size of a longan. It makes me lose my appetite. Yinshi simply looked at him, thinking that's how Mu Wanxin eats, small bite by small bite with a shy face. Mo Ling must like it. Xin Yuan continued, I can't eat those. He immediately pushed the delicacies on the table towards her. This fishball soup is very delicious. Try it. And this fish head, these tiger skin green peppers, and these stir-fried peas. Try them all. Yinshi quickly stopped him. Enough, that's too much. Shuang Yang said, let's eat together, otherwise it will be wasted. After a long while in that room, Yinshi burped. I'm so full, I'm about to die. Suddenly a voice called out, Seventh brother, Seventh brother. A beautiful young woman poked her head in. Seventh brother, such a sumptuous meal, and you didn't wait for me. Shuangyang walked over and said, don't you eat enough in the palace every day? This young woman turned out to be Princess Huashua. Yinshi stepped forward and respectfully said, greetings, Princess Huashua. Huashua looked at Yinshi and said, Seventh brother told me everything about last night. Don't worry, I'll personally escort you back. Let's see who dares to say a word. Yinshi replied, thank you, Princess Huashua. Huashua happily took her hand. No need to be so polite. Seventh brother and I are good friends. His business is my business. Seeing her pulling Yinshi to leave, Mo Shuangyang reminded from behind, remember, don't let anyone bully Shi, not even a single harsh word. Huashua immediately agreed. Don't worry, Seventh brother, I will definitely complete the task. In the carriage, Yinshi asked Huashua, Princess, what are you looking at? Huashua said without hesitation, I'm studying how you made Seventh brother fall for you. Yinshi smiled wryly. Seventh Prince and I only met by chance. Last night's incident was truly unavoidable. I jumped into the lake to save the Prime Minister's son, caught a cold, and fainted. It was Seventh Prince who saved me. Suddenly Huashua's eyes lit up. Shimo told me everything that happened last night while she was by Seventh Brother's side. I bet Seventh Brother is definitely interested in you. Yinshi thought to herself, how would you know? Mo Shuangyun's fiancée is Mei Aoshuai, the granddaughter of the Prince of Qinghai, the Princess of Qinghai. In my past life, Mei Aoshuai used the entire power of Qinghai to fight against Mo Shuangling to avenge Mo Shuangyun. How could I possibly win the Seventh Prince's heart? Yinshi immediately denied. Seventh Prince and I are impossible. Hearing her say this, Huashua thought to herself, sigh, Seventh brother, looks like you'll have to start pursuing sister-in-law. Elsewhere, grandmother, greetings. Last night, several people fell into the water. It was truly dangerous. Fortunately, Seventh Prince promptly took the unconscious third sister away for treatment. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Inside the room, Yeon was puzzled. Seventh Prince took third sister away. So why did he send someone to deliver a message to Princess Huashua? She turned to old Madame Mu and said, I heard that Seventh Prince and Princess Huashua have a very good relationship. Could it be? Old Madame Mu scolded her. Don't talk nonsense. The princess's own people came to deliver the message. How could it be fake? Yu Yang retorted, Grandmother, I'm not talking nonsense. Princess Huashua didn't leave the palace last night to watch the fireworks. So how could she be with third sister? Suddenly, Huashua appeared. Do I need your permission to leave the palace? Seeing her arrival, old Madame Mu immediately put on a pitiful expression. Princess Huashua, your presence honors us. Please forgive me for not welcoming you personally. Huashua smiled. Old Madame Mu, there's no need for formalities. She began to question the two. Yinsei, why didn't you inform me when the princess arrived? What if we were to lose face due to a breach of etiquette? Huashua immediately replied, Old Madame Mu, don't blame Yinsei. I told her not to inform you. She added, I remember last night, I sent someone to your residence to say that Yunshi and I hit it off immediately. Huwa explained, later, elder sister Yunshi had a high fever, so I took her back to the palace to have the Imperial physician treat her. She pointed directly at Yushang. How dare someone spread rumors? Yushang immediately denied, saying loudly, Yushang wouldn't dare. Yushang was just worried about third sister. Huwa continued to expose her. Worried? I didn't hear any worry. I only heard you stirring things up, as if you wished for chaos. Yushang plopped down on her knees. Princess, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Huwa said to her, I'll spare you, but only if you confess your mistakes in detail. Yushang fearfully confessed. Yushang shouldn't have speculated about the princess's whereabouts, nor should I have doubted the princess. Suddenly, Hua's face turned stern as she looked at her. For someone like you who doesn't understand the rules, I'll have the Momok teach you proper etiquette later. One, XN, standing behind, also sternly reminded her, hurry up and thank the princess for her instruction. Yushang's face paled, and she said, thank you, princess, for your instruction. At this moment, a maid came in to report, old Madam. Madam Prime Minister has presented her calling card and is waiting outside the residence. Old Madam Wu was puzzled. Madam Prime Minister, why would she suddenly come to our residence? Madam Wang smiled and said, it's an honor to have Madam Wang grace us with her presence. Yinlan also politely said, Madam Prime Minister, please forgive us if our hospitality is lacking. Hearing this, Madam Wang smiled and waved her hand. Madam, you're too polite. I'm here specifically to see third Miss Yunshi. Before she could finish, Madame Wang noticed Madame Milan and Princess Huwa entering with their maids. Somewhat surprised, she thought to herself, oh, Princess Huwa has also come. Not daring to be negligent, Madame Wang quickly rose to greet them, respectfully saying, greetings, Madame Milan and Princess Huwa. Madame Milan, seeing this, smiled gently and replied, there's no need for such formality, Madam Prime Minister. At this moment, Princess Huwa suddenly stepped forward, startling Madame Wang. She raised her hand and praised. The Prime Minister serves the country and its people, and Huwa deeply admires him. Moreover, the Prime Minister was once my teacher, and a teacher is like a father. I truly dare not accept such courtesy from you, madam. Touched by Princess Hua's words, Madame Wang stammered, it is my honor to clear up this misunderstanding for the princess. As for the saying that a teacher is like a father, I truly dare not accept such praise. My husband is unaware of the princess's presence here. If we have disturbed you in any way, please forgive us. Understanding Madame Wang's meaning, Princess turned to Yunshi and explained, I've come to take Yunshi back. She caught a chill by the lake yesterday, so I specifically brought her into the palace to see the Imperial physician, Shu, for treatment. Upon hearing this, Madame Wang suddenly knelt down, startling both Yunshi and Princess Huwa. She hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Yesterday, Awai fell into the water. Thanks to third Mrs. heroic rescue and advanced medical skills, I am eternally grateful. Madame Wang's action left Yunshi at a loss. She quickly stepped forward to help her up. Madam, please rise. This was just something I could do. There's no need for this. Soon, Madame Wang regained her usual composure and smiled gently. I've discussed it with the Prime Minister and prepared a small gift to express our gratitude. I hope third Miss won't find it too insignificant. Seeing Madame Wang's enthusiasm, Yunshi quickly declined. No, I only wanted to save someone. I truly didn't expect any reward. Ignoring Yunshi's refusal, Madame Wang insisted, Third Miss, your noble character is admirable. You've helped me so much. If you don't accept this token of my appreciation, I truly won't feel at ease. Seeing Madame Wang's sincerity, Yunlan intervened and persuaded Yunshi, Madame Wang is showing her kindness. You should accept it. Understanding her mother's hint, Yunshi obediently replied, then I'll gratefully accept. Yunlan, holding another box in her hand, gestured to give it to Madame Wang, saying, I wasn't out yesterday and didn't know about this. I just prepared this century-old Polygonum multiflorum to nourish the body. Madame Wang quickly waved her hands in refusal. I came to express my gratitude. How can I accept a gift in return? Seeing that neither side wanted to make things difficult, Yunshi picked up the gift box and explained, "Madam, the young master already has a cold constitution, and falling into the water has worsened it. Polygonum multiflorum can harmonize yin and yang, making it suitable for the young master. This is my mother's heartfelt gesture. Please accept it." Hearing Yunshi's words, Madame Wang seemed to recall something and said with uncertainty, "When I was pregnant with you, Ai, I was caught in the rain. After he was born, he had a bluish mark on his body. The doctor said it was due to cold entering the womb, a congenital cold condition. As he grew older, the mark disappeared, and I thought the yang energy in his body had dispelled the cold. I didn't expect it hadn't been completely eliminated." Understanding Madame Wang's worry, Yunshi smiled optimistically. "This Polygonum multiflorum can be used to stew meat, allowing the young master to slowly absorb it. I will also prescribe some warming and tonifying medicine to dispel cold and dampness. With consistent use, his condition will improve." Moved by Yunshi's attentiveness, Madame Wang tightly held her hand and gratefully said, "Thank you, 3rd Mississippi. In the future, if there's anything you need, the Prime Minister and I will do our utmost to help, even if it means risking our lives." Unexpectedly receiving such trust from Madame Wang, Yunshi replied, "Somewhat embarrassedly, Madam, you are too kind. If there's truly anything I need, I'll ask for your and the Prime Minister's assistance." Seeing that Yunshi finally stopped refusing, Madame Wang happily took her leave. "The 7th Prince also helped me save you Ai yesterday, and I've prepared a monetary gift to thank him. Therefore, I'll take my leave now." At this moment, Princess Asha seemed to suddenly remember something and said urgently, "Perfect, I'm also going to see my 7th brother. Madam, please take me along." Seeing that Princess Hashoa was about to leave, Yunshi quickly said, "Then I'll see you off." After bidding farewell to everyone in the residence, Yunshi quickly escorted Madame Wang and Princess Hashoa to the gate, where the carriage was already waiting. Before departing, Madame Wang quietly asked Yunshi, "3rd Miss, did you see anything last night when you Ai fell into the water?" Sharing the same feeling, Yunshi replied, "If you hadn't asked, I was just about to tell you about this." Longing for the truth to come to light, she said, "I saw with my own eyes that the young master was pushed into the water." Hearing this, Madame Wang reacted as if she had heard shocking news and asked in alarm, "3rd Miss, did you see who it was?" Trying to recall last night's events, Yunji said a woman in bright red clothing. "I can't remember her face, but if I see her again, I'll definitely recognize her." With this crucial clue, Madame Wang muttered to herself, pondering the red clothing, as if unintentionally recalling something, confusion clouding her mind. She remembered only 2nd sister-in-law and concubine wore bright red last night. Could it be them who wanted to harm you? Why you? Why? Seeing Madame Wang's hesitation, Yunji quickly interjected with conviction, "It sounds like Madame Prime Minister already has an answer. If you need me to testify, I absolutely will not refuse." Madame Wang remained silent for a moment, weighing her options, then decided to trust Yungu. "Thank you, 3rd Miss," she said firmly. "You are welcome at the Prime Minister's residence anytime." After their conversation, Madame Wang and Huwa prepared to leave. Huwa turned back to wave goodbye. 7th sister-in-law, she said, "Feel free to visit me in the palace sometime." Yunji understood her implication and simply smiled in response. Meanwhile, at the city gate on the 7th day of the new year, Luo Ju anxiously looked at Mei Yaoshui. "Miss," she said, "the gates won't open for another half hour. You've been traveling for days and are exhausted. Why don't we set up camp here and rest?" Understanding Luo Ju's concern, Princess Jinghe, Mei Yaoshui, replied, "No, I need to go into the city." Luo Ju couldn't help but ask curiously, "Today is the 7th day of the new year. If you don't go into the city, how will you attend the Qiqiao banquet and see the 7th prince?" Seeing Luo Ju's anxiety, Yao Shui smiled and answered, "As long as I'm back in the capital, my cousin can see me anytime. He's not in the northern border now, anyway." At this moment, Luo Ing suddenly spoke, "Where's Miss going now? Are you going to Shuaiyue Temple to cleanse yourself? If not, I'll go ahead and pay my respects to Master Jinghui." She raised the reins, preparing to speed up. Yao Shui replied, "I'm not going to Shuaiyue Temple. I'm just going to pick someone up." As soon as she finished speaking, she yelled "Ya!" and spurred her horse into a gallop. The sudden acceleration startled Luo Ju, who quickly shouted, "Miss, wait for me." Luo Ing also cried out "Ya!" and chased after her. Meanwhile, inside the marquee of Zhongyi's residence, a maid anxiously looked at her young mistress. "Eldest miss," she said, "if you wear this green dress to the Qiqiao banquet today, won't you just become part of the background?" Responding to the maid's naive words, Mu Wanxin turned with a sardonic smile. "Everyone else will be dressed in bright red. Only I will be in green. Who do you think will stand out in the end?" The maid immediately understood Wanxin's implication and quickly praised, "Miss is still the cleverest." Wanxin stood up and said leisurely, "Tang, do you think I'm prettier than third sister?" Tang Yi quickly reacted, wittily replying, "Fourth miss is the most beautiful woman in the capital." Of course, fourth miss is more beautiful. Pleased with Tang Yi's clever response, Wanxin generously rewarded her. "That's right," she said. "This is a reward for you." Overjoyed, Tang Yi quickly thanked her with a smile. "Thank you, miss, for the reward. I will definitely do my best to help miss with any worries or difficulties in the future." At this moment, another maid poked her head in from outside and asked Wanxin, "Miss, third miss sent someone to ask if you were ready." A sly smile spread across Wanxin's face. "Everything is ready," she replied languidly. "Let's go." After making Yun Shi and Yu Aixiang wait for quite some time, Wanxin finally appeared, offering the excuse, "I dropped an earring just now and spent ages looking for it. I've kept third sister and cousin waiting for too long." Feeling like she had been toyed with, Yu Xiang frowned and snorted angrily, ignoring Wanxin. Seeing their animosity, Yun Shi laughed inwardly. "Although these two are both against me, they also despise each other. Let them fight." Yu Xiang suppressed her anger, fuming inwardly. "Last time, she was the one who instigated me and grandmother to gossip about Mu Yunshi and the seventh prince. She got away scot-free, but I was scolded by Princess Huwa. Today she made me wait again, deliberately showing off." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Yu Xiang couldn't help but provoke Wanxin. "What's so rare about a pair of jade earrings? Mine are heirloom hibiscus jade from the Ming family, much better than yours. You're just a concubine's daughter. Your things are cheap." Yanji was all too familiar with Yu Xiang's words. She thought to herself, "In my past life, Mu Wanxin always wanted to flaunt her nobility because of her status as a concubine's daughter. It's a pity that the Ming family, prominent for generations, suffered misfortune 2 years ago, which is why Ming Yuxiang came to the capital with her mother, Madame Mo, to rely on grandmother." Recalling how Ming Yuxiang used to bully Wanxin, Yunji thought, as the legitimate daughter of the Ming family, her status was already distinguished. Relying on grandmother's favor, she was always arrogant in the residence and looked down on Wanxin. This life is no different. Taunted by Yuxiang, Wanxin could only curse in her heart, hateful. "So what if I'm a concubine's daughter? She's just a niece. Why does she have to mock me?" Princess Yishuo should really send a strict governess to teach her a lesson. As Wanxin and Yushuang secretly prepared to confront each other, Mu Yumao hurried over, anxiously saying, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Yanshu didn't blame her at all and smiled gently. "It's all right. We can take our time getting on the carriage." Hearing Yin Che's words, Yamu felt relieved and replied, "Thank you, third sister." Suddenly remembering Yumao's fate in her past life, Yin Che felt a pang of sadness. Second sister was truly a pitiful person, timid and frail since childhood. In her past life, Shuru had given her to the Marquis of Xuanping's son as a concubine, where she suffered endless torment and died less than a year after her marriage. Yin Shu shook off the gloom in her heart and turned to Yumao with a bright smile. "Between sisters, there's no need to be so polite. Let's go." Meanwhile, at Shuayu Temple on the other side of the city, Mei Aoshuai stood before a monk and asked, "May I ask if the third miss of the Marquis of Zhongyi's residence has returned?" The monk replied, "People from the Marquis of Zhongyi's residence have been frequenting Shuayu Temple recently." Unable to hide her anxiety, Aoshuai pressed, "Frequenting. Are you certain?" The monk replied, "Certain." "Is the benefactor looking for third Miss Mu?" Yesterday was the Qixi festival, and the capital held a Qixi banquet. Third Miss Mu presumably attended. After hearing the monk's words, Ao Shuai fell into deep thought. How could this be? In the past life, Mu Yunshu was clearly punished and confined to Shuayu Temple for self-cultivation, not returning to the capital until Qingming Festival. She recalled Yin Che's affair with Mo Xianling in her past life and thought to herself, as a result, she was abducted on her way back, losing her innocence, which allowed the fourth prince to break through her defenses in one fell swoop. The fourth prince then used the Duke of Su's influence to ascend ascend the throne step by step. Awai's eyes suddenly sharpened. But in this life, Mu Yunshu wasn't punished and sent to Shuayu Temple for self-cultivation at all. Could this life truly be different? She immediately ordered Luoying, Luoju, quickly return to the capital with me. The two replied in unison, yes. At that moment, in another location, within a magnificent banquet hall, the aroma of delicacies filled the air as young men and women chatted and laughed. From atop a raised platform, Crown Prince Imo Ji suddenly spoke. It is once again the Qixi Festival, and everyone is gathered at the Chit Bridge. I won't waste time with pleasantries. I only hope everyone enjoys themselves in harmony. Now, please enjoy the feast. The Crown Prince raised his cup, and everyone responded in unison, Your Highness. Imo Shua picked up some food for Yunshu, while saying dotingly, You've just recovered. Eat more meat to replenish your strength. Feeling a little embarrassed by his attentiveness, Yunshu whispered, Thank you, 7th Prince. I'm much better now. I really can't eat anymore. You don't need to give me any more food. Looking at the pair before her, Shua teased. As expected, 7th brother forgets his sister once he has a wife. Her cheeks flushed slightly from Shua's teasing. Yunshu quickly shook her head in denial. Princess, don't speak nonsense. 7th Prince and I are just ordinary acquaintances. At this moment, Imo Xianling appeared seemingly out of nowhere, smiling shamelessly. We meet again. After you saved the Prime Minister's youngest son that night and left, I was afraid you might catch a cold. So, I specifically went to Anning Hall to invite Physician Lin, but unfortunately, I couldn't find you. Seeing Yunshu's pale face, Shua could only explain with a smile. I brought Yunshu back and also invited the Imperial physician to examine her. Xiaoling feigned surprise. So that's what happened. He glanced at Yunshu and asked, Then is she all right now? Yunshu didn't hide her displeasure and replied curtly, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, 4th Prince. Xianling seemed unfazed and said indifferently, It's nothing. He continued to act overly concerned. I happen to have some century-old fleece flower root, which is excellent for restoring health. I'll have someone send it to you tomorrow. Yunshu frowned and firmly refused. Thank you for your kindness, 4th Prince, but I cannot accept a gift without merit. Xianling pretended not to hear and raised his cup with a smile. What are you saying, 3rd Mississippi? If it weren't for you, there would have been a loss of life last time. Seeing Xianling repeatedly approach Yunshu, Xianyan stood up to block him and offered a toast. 4th brother, 3rd Miss has just recovered and is not suitable for drinking. Why don't we brothers drink together instead? Just then, a sudden scream came from the banquet, causing everyone to turn their heads. Just as everyone was enjoying the feast, someone suddenly cried out. Seeing Ding Yuanhao collapse on the ground, everyone immediately gathered around, murmuring, What happened? What's wrong with Ding Yuanhao? I don't know. He was fine just now. Why did he suddenly collapse? Emoji reacted quickly and loudly ordered, Quickly, go get the Imperial physician. Hearing this, Tai Fangfei, the Imperial physician's daughter, spoke up. It will take some time for the Imperial physician to arrive. Let me examine Yuanhao first. With that, Fangfei quickly walked to Yuanhao's side and took his pulse. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, Who is that girl? Is she also a physician? She's Imperial physician Tai's daughter. Her medical skills are quite good. As Fangfei took Yuanhao's pulse, her expression suddenly changed. She blurted out, This is bad. Ding Yuanhao has no pulse. He's dead. Emoji found it hard to believe, stammering, What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing the chaotic scene, Fangfei quickly composed herself and said, Your Highness, I would never dare speak falsely. Ding Yuanhao truly has no pulse. Emoji still had doubts about Fangfei's medical skills. He sternly said, Quickly go and invite Physician Lin from Renning Clinic to come and see what's really wrong with Yuanhao. Seeing the tense atmosphere and having great trust in Yunshu's medical skills, Shua immediately spoke up. Sister Yunshu, you should take a look too. Yunshu, already prepared, calmly agreed. All right. Someone immediately ran off to make the arrangements. Seeing this, Fangfei shouted, What are you going to do? Yunshu, however, remained calm and composed as she began to check Yuanhao's breathing. Quickly reaching a conclusion, Yunshu calmly stated, He's not dead. I can save him. Upon hearing this, Fangfei felt boo-foo, thinking that Yunshu was questioning her medical skills. She agitatedly said, Don't talk nonsense. Ding Yuanhao doesn't even have a pulse. How could he be saved? Yin Shu didn't want to argue further, simply saying, I can save him. If you cannot, then please step aside. Fang Fei was still unconvinced, scoffing, I've been studying medicine with my father since I was 3 years old. Could I possibly not be able to tell whether someone is dead or alive? Seeing her stubbornness, Huwa angrily pointed at her and said, then what have you learned? You might as well throw it all away. Fang Fei then realized that the other person was a princess and could only keep her mouth shut. Emoji, seeing that Yin Shu didn't seem to understand the situation, offered a kind reminder. Third miss, I heard that you saved the Prime Minister's son, but drowning is different from this situation. Can you really save him? Yin Shu smiled confidently. I can. Surprised by her confidence, Emoji asked curiously, then how do you plan to save him? With a determined look, Yin Shu calmly instructed, go get some clean soil and steam it. Emoji was filled with doubts about Yin Shu's strange request, frowning. Third miss, what exactly are you trying to do? As if trying to seize the opportunity to stir up trouble, Fang Fei snorted. I knew you didn't understand medicine at all. You're just putting on an act. Huwa angrily defended Yin Shu. Your Highness, Sister Yin Shu's medical skills are truly remarkable. She can definitely save Ding Yuan Hao. Emoji, however, was unconvinced, waving his hand dismissively. Absurd. Treating illness with soil. Unheard of. Who would believe that? As soon as Emoji finished speaking, everyone began to murmur. That's right, using soil to save someone. Does the third miss think we're fools? Can she really revive him? Just as everyone was doubting, I believe her. Seeing that the other had stolen the spotlight, they secretly competed, exchanging sharp glances. In the noisy hall, no one noticed the two princes exchanging glances, as if giving each other silent warnings. Mo Xianling confidently declared, Humph, Mu Yin Shu can only be mine. Meanwhile, Xian Yin vowed in his heart, I will never let you hurt Shu'er again in this lifetime. In order to show off in front of Yin Shu, Mo Xianling turned and said, since fourth brother and seventh brother both believe in your medical skills, I will also believe you this time. Yin Shu clasped her hands together and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Your Highness, for your trust. Seeing Mo Xianling's agreement, Emoji immediately instructed the servants, do as third miss says. Steam the soil. The servants acknowledged and left. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed past him. Ignoring the disgruntled murmurs caused by bumping into others, Ao Shuai rushed through the crowd straight towards the Mo brothers, excitedly shouting, cousin. Mo Xian? Yin looked at her with some surprise. Ao Shuai, when did you arrive? Ao Shuai truthfully replied, I just arrived in the capital and came straight to the Qishi banquet. She leaned shyly against Mo Xianyan's arm and continued, after the banquet, can you take me to Wanshou Palace to see the Grand Empress Dowager? Usually, Mo Xianyan would gently avoid her, but perhaps because Yin Shu was present and he was afraid she would misunderstand, his attitude became stern. He withdrew his arm and coldly scolded, with so many people watching, how can you behave like this? Ao Shuai rarely saw him like this and was stunned. She quickly explained, cousin, I just haven't seen you for so long, I couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. Ma Xuan Yin crossed his arms, coldly turning his head away. I have something to attend to later. I'll have Huwa escort you to the palace. Grandmother misses you very much. Ao Shuai nodded timidly. Okay, I miss great-grandmother too. However, the words, and you, cousin, she only dared to keep in her heart. Yet, if Ma Xuan Yin had seen the look of adoration in her eyes when she looked at him, he probably would have guessed her little secret. Unfortunately, Ma Xuan Yin's attention was fully focused on Yin Shu. His unusual behavior also caught Ao Shuai's attention. She tilted her head, curious about what had captivated him so. Unexpectedly, just a few steps away, Yin Shu was urgently administering aid to a patient, and that person was Ding Yuan Hao. Mu Yin Shu is also saving someone. This scene was completely different from her past life. Ao Shuai thought incredulously, but in my past life, didn't she know nothing about medicine? Could it be because of my rebirth that the situation has changed? At this moment, Yin Shu had already begun to insert silver needles into the acupoints she had previously identified. However, Fang Fei, the Imperial physician's daughter, quickly noticed something amiss and seized the opportunity to angrily shout, do you even know acupuncture? juncture. She pointed and continued, "That's a death point. Are you trying to kill him?" From the beginning, Yinshu had ignored Fang Fei, but if everyone believed her, the treatment would be delayed. Fortunately, before everyone was swayed, Ma Xuanyun helped Yinshu stop the dispute. "In this prince's opinion, you're the one trying to harm him. How dare you disrupt the treatment with your clamor?" Seeing Ma Xuanyun genuinely protecting Yinshu, Fang Fei's face turned pale. She stammered, Yet she didn't know how to explain herself. Suddenly, Yinshu spoke, "If I can't save him, I'm willing to pay with my life." Her words not only stunned Fang Fei, but even Ma Xuanyun, who always trusted her, showed a worried expression. This was no different from gambling with fate, but Yinshu confidently raised the silver needle and smiled. "So please move aside. If you obstruct me further, both of us will have to pay with our lives." Although Fang Fei still hesitated, thinking that Yinshu would have to forfeit her life if she couldn't save him, and not believing she could succeed, she agreed, "Fine. I'll see how you pay with your life." Just then, a servant returned with a wooden tray and reported, "Your Highness, the mud has been steamed." Hearing this, Yinshu turned and skillfully spread the mud on a thin sheet of paper. Fang Fei became more and more puzzled. "You want to treat him with mud? You're clearly stalling for time." Yinshu ignored her, concentrating on dividing the large piece of mud into smaller pieces, wrapping them in cloth bags, and tying them securely. Then, she placed them one by one on Ding Yuanhao's wrists, shoulders, knees, and other areas. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ding Yuanhao showed signs of awakening. Ugh! As he propped himself up, both Yinshu and Ma Xuanyun's faces revealed joyful and proud smiles. The others were shocked. How is this possible? They stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Ding Yuanhao had a splitting headache and couldn't help but rub his head to ease the pain. I think I fainted just now." Ma Xuanyun smiled. "That's right. Third Miss Mu saved you." Seeing Ding Yuanhao staring blankly at her, Yinshu patiently explained, "During the competition, just now, stagnant blood blocked your meridians, causing your blood flow to be obstructed, which is why you fell into a death-like state. Now that you've been helped up, you'll be fine." Ding Yunhao immediately cupped his hands together and solemnly said, "Thank you, Third Miss Mu, for saving my life. If you have any requests, I will go through fire and water for you." Shun Yi and the others also expressed their admiration and adoration for Yinshu. Third Miss Mu is truly a divine physician. Indeed, how can those arrogant people compare to Yinshu's medical skills? As for who the arrogant people referred to, everyone knew in their hearts. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Yinshu would be able to turn the tide? Fang Fei, however, refused to accept reality and even began to doubt herself. How could this be? Even my parents couldn't save him, but she did. Are the medical books I've read all fake? Moji glanced at her, then walked over to Yinshu and curiously asked, "Miss Mu, your medical skills are so remarkable. Who is your master?" Yinshu shyly replied, "My master instructed me not to reveal his name to outsiders." "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Moji didn't press further after hearing this. "It's all right. Reclusive experts are all like this. I understand." Ma Xuanling also praised, "Miss Mu's medical skills are truly admirable. Indeed, admirable." Seeing the crown prince and the two princes surrounding Yinshu, the jealousy in Mu Wanxin's heart instantly burned like a raging fire. "Damn it, the fourth prince is mine. What's so good about that vixen Mu Yinshu? Why is the fourth prince always trying to please her?" Just as Moji wanted to say a few more words to Yinshu, his personal attendant came to report, "Your Highness, time is of the essence. We can proceed to the next event." Mo Dai waved her hand in agreement. "All right, next is the threading the needle segment, which requires deft hands." Hearing this, the young ladies' faces lit up with excitement. An attendant stepped forward and announced, "Ladies, please prepare yourselves." He then turned and instructed his subordinates to make the final arrangements. The competition continued as usual, as if the previous unpleasantness had never happened. Among the participants, Mu Wanxin was the most eager. She quickly threaded the needle, thinking triumphantly, "This is my forte. I'll definitely be the star of the banquet today." But reality was harsh. Before Mu Wanxin could revel in her pride, someone announced, "Congratulations to Miss Yinshu." She froze. "What?" Moji held Yinshu's finished work and said with satisfaction, Miss Shu has threaded 8 strands perfectly straight and unbroken. She is the winner of the threading the needle segment. Shu lowered her head and smiled slightly. Thank you, Your Highness. Mu Wanxin trembled with anger. How is that possible? My record last year was only 7. She wished she could wipe the smile off Shu's face. Why could Shu thread 8 this year, and so quickly? Damn it, she's stolen all the limelight at this year's banquet. However, the competition wasn't over yet. Mu Wanxin thought confidently to herself, I still have a chance to turn things around. The next round is spiderweb weaving. You won't be so lucky then. Like her, Fang Fei, the Imperial physician's daughter, didn't acknowledge Shu's skill. Instead, she sneered maliciously, covering her mouth. It seems Miss Shu is truly good at hiding her abilities. She must rarely compete with us. Standing beside them, Shenyu was displeased and immediately defended Shu. Miss Fang Fei, don't talk nonsense. Miss Shu's achievements today are the result of a year's hard work. Fang Fei's spearhead immediately turned to Shenyu, pointing at her face and arrogantly retorting, how could someone like you participate in last year's banquet? Your spider died for no reason. It was a bad omen. You're here again this year. Do you want to bring us bad luck? Hearing these harsh words, Shenyu recalled the pain of the past and could only endure it silently. But this time, it was Shu's turn to protect her. Shu frowned and stepped in front of Shenyu, spreading her arms like a mother hen protecting her chick. Last year's matter is in the past. Why bring up again Miss Fang Fei? Besides, Miss Shen is right. I did work hard. Seeing the tension rising, perhaps worried that Fang Fei would lose control and hurt someone, Mo Xianyun appeared and grabbed her wrist. He watched with amusement as she struggled to keep her balance with her arm raised and said with a smile, all right, in any case, Miss Shu threaded 8 strands in the shortest time and is the leader of this round. Does anyone have any objections? Of course, if you're not convinced, you can compete with Miss Shu again and let everyone judge. Before Fang Fei could speak, Shenyu replied with a smile, I certainly have no objections. I hope to learn more needlework from Miss Shu in the future, and I hope Miss Shu won't find me bothersome. Her friends also echoed, we have no objections either. At the same time, those who admired Shu, such as Mo Xianling, and those grateful to her, such as Ding Yuanhao, also voiced their support. Miss Shu deserves to be first. Miss Shu is highly skilled in medicine and crafts. Our general supports Miss Shu. Anyone who opposes her is our general's enemy. This scene was witnessed by Ao Shuai and Mu Wanxin, who couldn't help but feel suspicious and uneasy. Strange, cousin seems very concerned about Shu. Why does even the 4th prince support her? Of course, after 3 of the 4 most powerful figures, Mo Xianyan, Mo Xianling, and Ding Yuanhao, had expressed their opinions, who would dare to object? So Mo concluded, since there are no objections, let's move on to the final round of the banquet. As for the content of the final round, Mo continued, please place your chosen spiders into the boxes and place them together on the platform. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, tomorrow morning, I will send someone to inspect the results of your web weaving. Shu stood on tiptoe to place her box. Seeing this, Mo Xianling immediately stepped forward and invited her. Miss Shu, I have some newly acquired Longjing tea. If you have time, please join me in my painting boat for a chat. But Shu refused without hesitation. I'm sorry, I still have to release sky lanterns with Princess Huwa and my second sister. Witnessing this scene, Mo Xianyan finally breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a satisfied smile. It seemed he didn't need to intervene personally. Seeing this, Ao Shuai felt unwilling and didn't want to appear weak in front of Shu. She quickly ran to Mo Xuanyan's side and called out sweetly, Cousin, Princess Huwa and Miss Shu have gone to release sky lanterns. I don't know when they'll be back. I really miss Imperial Aunt. Can you take me into the palace? Cousin. Mo Xianyan turned around, seemingly trying to hide his annoyance, and coldly shook off her hand. Let the crown prince take you. I have something to do. His words barely finished. He strode away, leaving Ao Shuai standing there, her face full of frustration as she called out, Cousin. But the scene before her made her freeze. Seeing a wooden box-like object in Ma Xuanyan's hand, Ao Shuai became suspicious, thinking to herself, what is cousin holding? What is he planning to do? Ma Xuanling saw right through her worried and suspicious expression. A mischievous idea popped into his head, and a sly smile played on his lips. 3rd Miss Mu Wanxin is so talented. 7th brother is truly fortunate. These words were like adding fuel to the fire. Ao Shuai abruptly turned and glared at him. What did you just say? Fourth cousin. What does third Mrs. Talent have to do with seventh cousin? Ma Xuanling simply smiled. You've been in Qinghai for the past 6 months, so of course you would know. Recently, seventh brother and third miss have been inseparable, the envy of everyone. Although Awai didn't fully believe him, a seed of doubt had been planted in her heart. Impossible. Seventh cousin is supposed to be my future husband. How could he be with Mu Yinshu? Another thought suddenly struck her. This is bad. In my past life, it was because of fourth cousin that seventh cousin and my entire family died. Is he trying to drive a wedge between seventh cousin and me again? Her mind was filled with questions and chaotic thoughts. She knew that if she listened to Ma Xuanling any longer, her trust in Ma Xuanyin would waver. Awai quickly made an excuse to leave. I believe seventh cousin knows his limits. I have to enter the palace now, so farewell. Ma Xuanling replied smugly, go ahead. Grandmother has been missing you while you were away. That night, Awai wandered aimlessly along the riverbank, feeling depressed. Her mind was filled with images of Ma Xuanyin and Yinshu being intimate. Could what fourth cousin said be true? Indeed, Ma Xuanling had successfully unsettled her. Awai suddenly stopped in her tracks. In the distance, she saw Yinshu and her group releasing sky lanterns. It seems Mu Yinshu really is here releasing sky lanterns. Seventh cousin should be nearby too. She looked around, but only saw Yinshu, Princess Huwa, and Mu Yuma. Ma Xuanyin was nowhere in sight. Awai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seventh cousin isn't here. It seems fourth cousin was just talking nonsense. Yinshu and her group hadn't noticed Awai behind them. They had just finished releasing their sky lanterns and were chatting happily. Princess Huwa asked curiously, Brother Yuma, what wish did you make? Yinshu immediately stopped her. You can't say your wish out loud, or it won't come true. Princess Huwa smiled sheepishly. Oh, my bad. She turned and teased. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I know. Brother Yinshu's wish must be related to my seventh cousin, right? Yinshu blushed, stammering. Seeing Yinshu speechless, Awai bit her lip, her expression gradually turning cold. Just standing here guessing wouldn't do. Awai decided to find Yinshu's sky lantern, the fish-shaped one. It had drifted to the shore with the current, making it easy for her to retrieve. Awai picked up the lantern and pulled out Yinshu's wish slip. After reading the words wishing my family peace, happiness, and longevity, she finally relaxed. Awai plopped down on the ground, brushed the hair away from her forehead with one hand, and placed Yinshu's sky lantern back into the river with the other. She sighed softly, thinking to herself, after experiencing the events of my past life and being reborn, am I overthinking things? Just then, a sweet voice called out, Brother Awai. Startled, Awai quickly stood up. It turned out to be Yinshu and the others who had found her. It's Princess Huwa, third miss, and second Mississippi Princess. Huwa nodded and smiled. Brother Awai, are you here to release sky lanterns too? She couldn't very well say she was following them, so Awai replied awkwardly, yes, I just finished. Princess Huwa asked again, did Brother Awai also release a fish lantern? The same one Brother Yinshu chose. They shouldn't be able to tell from this distance. Awai thought confidently, so she smiled at Yinshu and said, I didn't expect third miss and I to have the same taste. Yinshu was puzzled. Strange, I clearly released that fish lantern. How could she even hold in my lantern just now? However, she echoed on the surface. Releasing fish lanterns on the river, the scenery and mood are quite fitting. It's very nice. Afraid that Yinshu would become suspicious, Awai quickly changed the subject. Isn't Brother Wanxin with you? Aren't you sisters? Yinshu replied, Mu Wanxin and Cousin Ming. Yinshu and Awai were together. When Mu Wanxin's name was mentioned, Yinshu suddenly remembered something. Mu Wanxin, right? She didn't expect her to be releasing sky lanterns too. Could it be that she... A gut feeling told Yinshu that something was wrong, and she had to see for herself. She quickly made an excuse. Everyone, I suddenly remembered that I have some medicinal herbs to pick up today. Please excuse me. I'll take my leave first. Although Huwa Princess wanted Yinshu to stay longer, she could only agree. All right, send Yuma Gij back to the manor and Awai Gij, and I will return to the palace. Before leaving, Yanshu was called over by Huwa princess. Yanshu Mimi, don't forget we're going horseback riding together in a few days. Yanshu smiled and agreed. Don't worry, I won't forget. With that, Yanshu headed towards the wooden hut alone. Sure enough, as soon as Yanshu peeked inside, she saw Mu Wanxin already there, seemingly having waited for quite some time. Yanshu gritted her teeth in anger, hiding behind the wall and staring at Mu Wanxin's smug little expression, cursing inwardly. Mu Wanxin, you little snake, it's a good thing I came back, otherwise I would have been harmed by you. Yanshu picked up the box that should have belonged to her, frowned as she opened it, and muttered to herself, how could Mu Wanxin be so wicked? As expected, the spider inside the box was already dead. She actually swapped my spider with a dead one. How disgusting. Last year, when the divine Imperial spider died, everyone in the manor thought I was a jinx. Yanshu wasn't afraid at all and directly picked up the dead spider. If everyone sees my spider dead tomorrow, they'll definitely think I'm the Zhomi Manor's jinx again. She glanced at Mu Wanxin's box, a cunning smile appearing on her lips. Since you're so cruel, don't blame me for giving you a taste of your own medicine. After completing her little revenge, Yanshu hopped onto the carriage that her servant girl, Banksia, had already prepared. The carriage bumped along the road, the sound of the wheels intermingling with the sound of Banksia urging the horse forward. Suddenly, something seemed to be blocking their path. Banksia quickly pulled the reins, and the horse stopped abruptly. Yanshu, sitting inside the carriage, sensed something amiss and lifted the curtain to look outside. What's wrong? Yanshu asked. Banksia replied happily, Miss, it's the 7th prince, and his guard, Lingbai, is with him. Seeing Mo Xianling riding towards her, Yanshu couldn't help but ask curiously, 7th prince, is there something you need by stopping my carriage? Mo Xianling teased, I'm taking you somewhere. Before Yanshu could react, he leaned down and lifted her onto his horse in front of him. Yanshu cried out in surprise. Ignoring her struggles, Yanshu shouted, 7th prince, please behave yourself, put me down. But Mo Xianling spurred his horse into a gallop, carrying her away. Banksia was stunned and yelled, Mississippi. She was about to chase after them when Lingbai grabbed her by the back of her collar and pulled her back. Lingbai practically shoved her back into the carriage. Banksia protested angrily, what are you doing? I need to go find Mississippi. What does your master think he's doing? Lingbai calmly reassured her, she'll be fine. But Banksia refused to believe him. In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone together. What if someone sees them? What about my Mrs. reputation? Doesn't your master care about her at all? Lingbai frowned and reiterated, I said, nothing will happen. But Banksia wouldn't budge. Move, or I'll yell that your master is a kidnapper. Seeing her sudden outburst, Lingbai panicked. Miss, don't get excited. Please move. It's all right, my master just wants to show your miss something. They'll be back soon. Before he could finish speaking, Banksia punched him in the face. Get lost. Meanwhile, Yanshu was equally uncooperative with Mo Xianling. You jerk, put me down. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by a fit of coughing. Seeing this, Mo Xianling couldn't help but remind her with concern, don't talk. Be careful not to catch a cold. But Yanshu was stubborn. Since she couldn't reason with him, she decided to take action. She quietly drew a silver needle from her sleeve. Put me down, she yelled, quickly jabbing the silver needle towards Mo Xianling's neck. Unfortunately, Mo Xianling was agile, and Yanshu's sneak attack was useless. He easily caught her silver needle and laughed. What are you trying to do? Yanshu stammered. Why you? Put me down. Mo Xianling ignored her completely and didn't return her silver needle. I'll calm you down for a bit. I don't want to let you go. Yanshu frowned and asked, 7th prince, what are you trying to do, bringing me here so late? Mo Xianling replied frankly, I want you to treat my illness. Hearing this, Yanshu asked in surprise, treat your illness. Mo Xianling nodded and continued to explain, I returned to the capital this time because I was injured. I was shot by an arrow in the chest, and the injury was quite severe. However, Imperial physician Shu has already healed me about 70 to 80%. Recalling the moment he was hit by the arrow, the excruciating pain of his flesh being torn and blood gushing out. However, a shiver still ran down his spine. Seeing this, Yanshu stopped struggling, her previous disgust fading. In a low voice, she asked, puzzled, if that's the case, what do you need me to treat? Besides, Imperial physician Shu is the best among the Imperial physicians. Mo Xianling smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling. No, Imperial physician, Shu said I've been poisoned, but he can't cure it. That's why I had to come to you. I don't want anyone else to know. That's why I brought you here. Mo Xuanling's explanation was reasonable and without suspicion. Yin Shu then seriously took his pulse. Let me see. She pressed several points on his wrist. After a few minutes, Yin Shu concluded, you are indeed poisoned. It's a rare poison called 100 days drunkenness. After 100 days in the body, it's like being drunk, gradually turning one into a fool. Hearing this, Mo Xuanling simply hummed pleasantly. Yin Shu was puzzled by his reaction. Aren't you worried at all? Montak Xuanling chuckled. Because I know you can save me. He trusted her so much that Yin Shu suddenly felt an invisible pressure. Thank you for your trust, Seventh Prince. But Mo Xuanling winked playfully, interrupting her. As long as you can cure me, I'll agree to any request, as long as you keep it a secret. He seemed truly determined. Yin Shu knew she couldn't sway his decision and could only sigh in resignation. Fine. The fee is 3,000 taels. Also, the antidote requires a whole Lingji mushroom. You'll have to procure it yourself. Hearing this, Mo Xuanling beamed, readily agreeing. No problem. The scene shifts to the bickering duo, Banxia and Lingbai. Banxia was currently locked in the carriage by Lingbai, crying and shouting nonstop. Wah, you jerk, let me out. Lingbai sat by the carriage, swinging his legs, and said wearily, Miss, I'm truly sorry. I really didn't do it on purpose. My lord won't do anything to Mu Wanxin. They'll be back soon. Please believe me. Fortunately, after waiting a few more minutes, Mo Xuanling indeed returned with Yin Shu. As soon as Lingbai saw them, he immediately perked up as if he had seen light in the darkness. My lord, third miss. Yin Shu, helped down from the horse by Mo Xuanling, immediately walked up to Lingbai and asked anxiously, where's Banxia? Lingbai scratched his head awkwardly, stammering, Miss Banxia kept wanting to find third miss, so I had to. At this moment, Banxia, who was cursing Lingbai inside the carriage, suddenly saw the carriage door flung open and the curtain lifted. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise, Mississippi. Her savior had finally returned. Seeing Yin Shu's stunned expression, Lingbai could only laugh awkwardly. Hee. Mo Xuanling frowned and said sternly, what are you standing around for? Quickly undo her acupuncture points. Lingbai quickly complied. Miss Banxia, please forgive me. But he didn't know how to undo the acupuncture points properly. His hand accidentally touched where it shouldn't have, and Banxia kicked him out of the carriage. You pervert. Banxia didn't pay any attention to Lingbai, who was rolling on the ground in pain. She only worriedly ran to ask her mistress, Miss, are you all right? Seeing this, Mo Xuanling couldn't help but chuckle. When have I ever bullied a young lady? Yin Shu didn't buy it, and Banxia, like a protective hen, spread her arms in front of Yin Shu as if to protect her from the end of the world. It's getting late. Your Highness, please excuse us. Montak Xuanling was momentarily speechless. Having experienced Banxia's fierceness, Lingbai naturally didn't dare to act rashly again. In the end, the two stood there like statues until Yin Shu's carriage disappeared into the night. Only then did Mo Xuanling instruct Lingbai, go to Shuluo. You know what to do? Just don't be discovered. Lingbai respectfully clasped his hands and bowed slightly, accepting the order. I'll make sure the task is completed. Returning to the White Orchid courtyard in the marquee of Zhongyi's residence, Yin Shu immediately went to bathe. Just as she sank into the bath and smelled the fragrance that the maid had just lit, she covered her nose and asked with a frown, why has the incense been changed? The maid and the servant girl exchanged glances. One of them replied, Aunt Hafu sent it over. She said it's a newly made apricot blossom calming incense. It not only calms the nerves but also repels insects, so I changed it. The other asked doubtfully, is there something wrong with this incense? Yin Shu opened the lid and sniffed it carefully again. Apricot blossom fragrance does have calming and insect-repelling effects, but this isn't pure apricot blossom. It's also mixed with mimosa. Hearing this, both maids asked in surprise, mimosa. Their reaction was such because mimosa wasn't uncommon here. Is there something wrong with adding a bit of mimosa? There are a few plants in the courtyard. The leaves close up with a light touch. It's quite interesting. Yin Shu gently stroked Nanju's damp hair and said softly, if you keep touching and playing with the mimosa plant, you'll all lose your hair. It's best not to touch it. Nanju, feeling she had learned something new, asked doubtfully, lose our hair. Does Nanny Hifu know about this? Yin Shu nodded. This is basic medical knowledge. Nanny Hifu is a skilled physician. How could she not know? Having a vague suspicion of Nanny He Fu's intentions. Nanju became annoyed. Then she deliberately wanted to harm you, Mississippi. You haven't any quarrel with her. Yinshu shrugged. I don't have a quarrel with her, but there are quite a few people in this residence who do. Nanju suddenly remembered something and quickly sought Yinshu's opinion. Miss, are you referring to fourth miss and Mama Jia, or the wives of second uncle and third uncle? Should we tell old madam? Yinshu placed a finger to her lips, signaling for secrecy. She smiled and said, no need. Don't tell anyone about this. Just pretend nothing happened and carry on as usual. The next morning, within Shuo Luo City, was the day the final results of the competition were announced. Everyone gathered to admire each other's work. Mu Yumuo, for example, received a lot of praise. Wow, is this second Mrs. Spiderweb? It's so beautiful. When it was Yun Shu's turn, the announcer said, next up is third Mrs. Spiderweb. Mu Wanxin practically drooled, waiting to see Yun Shu make a fool of herself. She sneered, hee, Mu Yun Shu. This time it'll be called the Jinx. When Yun Shu's box was opened, everyone was stunned, their mouths agape. Mu Wanxin, who had secretly sabotaged her, couldn't help but exclaim, how is this possible? The spider silk had been woven into an exquisite, lifelike image. Someone couldn't help but marvel. Third Mrs. Spider is truly magical. It actually wove a picture of a celestial maiden. Mu Wanxin couldn't understand. She had personally switched the spiders, so why? Why didn't it die? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Heavens, this is truly amazing. Is third Miss a celestial maiden descended from the heavens? It seems third Miss will win this year. Not necessarily. Fourth Miss won last year. Perhaps she will again this year. The flames of jealousy burned hotter and hotter in Mu Wanxin's heart. I personally put the dead spider in her box last night. How could this be? Just then, Mo Xinyan personally picked up Mu Wanxin's box. All right, let's take a look at fourth Mrs. Spiderweb. Seeing the nervousness written all over Mu Wanxin's face, Mo Xinyan simply sneered. It was a good show to watch. As expected, Mu Wanxin's worst fear came true. When a box was opened, a dead spider lay inside. Isn't this the same spider she put in Yin Shu's box? Mu Wanxin couldn't understand. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. But no one offered her an explanation. In the blink of an eye, she became the Jinx in everyone's eyes. Ugh, stay away from us, you Jinx. It's bad enough you're unlucky. Don't drag us down with you. It's truly karma. Yin Shu and Mo Xinyan stood side by side, and seeing this scene, they both couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Although Mu Wanxin was still putting on a brave face, no, I've been framed. This dead spider was clearly put in Mu Yin Shu's box last night. How did it get into mine? Her heart was in turmoil. It must have been them, but I can't say it now. The only thing she could think of was to complain to Mu Ji. Your Highness, I've been framed. My spider was killed. At this moment, Mo Xinyan suddenly leaned down and whispered in Yin Shu's ear, how about I take you out for some fun next? His low, mesmerizing voice made Yin Shu blush. She stammered, fun? What kind of fun? Mo Xinyan just gave a sly smile and turned towards Mu Wanxin and Mu Ji. Your Highness, last night after the banquet, I did see Miss Mu come by. Hearing this, Mu Wanxin, forgetting her princess status, hurriedly retorted, you're lying. She took the bait too easy. The corners of Mo Xuanyan's mouth curled up. He asked, I didn't say which Miss Mu. How does fourth Miss know I was talking about you? Mu Wanxin said nervously, I'm the victim. Why would I harm myself? Mo Xinyan took a small bottle from his bosom and held it up for everyone to see. Because something similar happened last year, and the truth couldn't be found, His Highness and I discussed adding a special powder to the wine. He opened the bottle and poured the liquid into a small wooden bucket that a subordinate had just brought over. Whoever touched the box, the powder will leave a fingerprint. Dip your hand in this liquid, and after a stick of incense burns, it will turn black. If no one touched it, the hand won't change color. After emptying the bottle of liquid, Mo Xinyan smiled and gestured to the side. Then I invite everyone to come wash their hands and see who dared to touch those boxes last night. Although no one was sure if he was serious or joking, a thought immediately flashed through Mu Wanxin's mind. I'm finished. What should I do? The first to volunteer to wash his hands was Mu Ji. Seventh brother is right. Everyone take turns. I'll go first. Looking at the man who had stirred up the trouble, Yin Shu couldn't help but ask, are you really Shuai Yin Mo Xian? Yin laughed pleasantly and praised. As expected, she is well informed. Yanzi felt her face burning up again and quickly turned her head away, as if to hide the blush of embarrassment. I'll go wash my hands first. With that, she also joined the hand-washing queue. Seeing this, Muon Xin could only grit her teeth and follow. If she didn't go, she would immediately be suspected, so it was better to gamble on luck. She picked up the water pitcher and pretended to wash her hands thoroughly, praying silently in her heart. Afterwards, Muon Xin pretended that her hands were as they should be, without the blackness she had imagined. Thinking she had probably escaped disaster, she returned to her original spot with a bright and confident smile, secretly relieved. After a while, all the contestants and others present had washed their hands. Strangely, inky black spots began to appear on the hands of many of the young women. Mo Xianling couldn't help but frown suspiciously. Seventh brother, is your liquid spoiled? Why have everyone's hands turned black? Did everyone touch the boxes? Mo Xian shook his head slightly and replied, no, not everyone's hands have turned black. With that, he walked straight to Muon Xin, grabbed her wrist without hesitation, and continued, look, fourth Miss Mu's hands haven't turned black. Actually, I didn't pour the wine into the powder last night. That bottle of liquid was actually mercury. Sure enough, Muon Xion's hands remained spotlessly white. To explain this, Mo Xianyin revealed, everyone who washed their hands will turn black. Only those with guilty consciences who dared not wash will not. Watching Mu Ji cooperatively spread out his palms, which were covered in black spots, Mo Xianyin continued with great satisfaction. His Highness is the best proof. He clearly didn't touch the boxes, yet his hands still turned black. But don't worry, this blackness will disappear after a stick of incense burns. It won't harm anyone. The outcome was clear. Everyone couldn't help but recall a similar incident that had occurred the previous year. Could last year's incident also have been her doing? It's really possible. Chen Yue, the biggest victim of that incident, was clearly the most furious. Muon Xin, I have no grievance with you. Last year, you angered me to the point of tears. Why did you kill my spider, causing me to be ridiculed all year, making grandmother unhappy, having my monthly allowance halved, and being driven to a remote courtyard? How could you be so cruel? Muon Xin was completely dumbfounded now, as all her schemes had been almost completely ruined. Even so, she still wanted to maintain a last shred of dignity. It wasn't me last year. Mo Xian almost laughed out loud at these words. It wasn't you last year, so you're admitting it was you this year. Who are you trying to frame? Huwa impatiently speculated. Perhaps we should open the other boxes and see. Maybe she killed the spider, but didn't want anyone to suspect her. Sure enough, after opening the boxes as he instructed, another dead spider in the same condition was found in another box. Your Highness, Hua Jianyun's spider is also dead. Thinking that she had almost been the first to open the box and be ridiculed as a jinx, Hua Jianyun could no longer contain her rage. She shouted angrily at Muon Xin, Muon Xin, how dare you touch my spider? The situation seemed to be spiraling out of control. Muon Xin could only use her last bit of strength to defend herself. It wasn't me, fourth prince. It wasn't me. I've been wrongly accused. This time, she was telling the truth. But Mo Xianyin didn't give her a chance to turn things around, coldly interrupting, are you saying this prince wrongly accused you? You didn't dare wash your hands with the liquid in the bottle because you have a guilty conscience. Muon Xin turned pitifully to Mo Xianling for help. Fourth prince, save me. But it was too late. Mo Xianling just snorted and scoffed. You framed others. How can I save you? Hua Jianyun, burning with rage and completely unlike the gentle Chen Yue, rushed forward and slapped Muon Xin hard. Watching her fall to the ground, she warned triumphantly, you shameless thing, how dare you try to curry favor with my cousin? It was also because of this that Hua Jianyun noticed the dazzling jade earrings on Muon Xin's earlobes. She quickly recognized them as the pair the emperor had bestowed upon her aunt. Hua Jianyun unhesitatingly pointed at the earrings and questioned Mo Shuangling, cousin, why did you give aunt's jade earrings to a dyer's daughter? Mu Wanxin, rubbing her stinging cheek, softly explained, Miss, please don't misunderstand. I just happened to save the fourth prince, so he gave me these jade earrings. Mo Shuangling wasn't fooled and vaguely guessed Mu Wanxin's intentions. Even if you saved me, you can't say that. Doesn't that imply you're mine? Seeing his brother in a difficult position, Mo Xianyin kindly chimed in, If it's a life-saving grace, does it require pledging oneself in return? How can these jade earrings repay such a debt? Mu Wanxin put on a pitiful and false appearance. Seventh Prince, please don't joke. I know my status is humble. How dare I dream of such glory? Mo Xinyan turned to Mo Shuangling and smiled. Fourth brother, your savior's like this. Aren't you going to help her? Mo Shuangling didn't answer immediately, but pursed his lips, pondered for a moment, and then said, Jianyun, let it go this time. Hua Jianyun was not reconciled at all and whined, Cousin, I don't know how Yunshu's spider died. What if I'm unlucky too? Mo Shuangling sighed helplessly, still insisting on repaying Mu Wanxin's favor. He said to her, Fourth Miss, quickly apologized to Jianyun. Since you saved me, Jianyun won't make things too difficult for you. Knowing she had passed the test, Mu Wanxin immediately knelt down and sincerely apologized. I was muddled for a moment. I apologized to Miss Hua here, and I asked for Miss Hua's forgiveness. Before leaving, Hua Jianyun turned all her anger into a kick towards Mu Wanxin. If it weren't for Mo Shuangling protecting her, Hua Jianyun would never have let her off so easily. Hua Jianyun angrily turned and left with Mo Shuangling. For my cousin's sake, I'll spare you this time. If something similar happens again, I definitely won't let you off. After leaving a warning, the two departed together. Yin Shu, who had been watching from the side, was suddenly pulled away by Mo Xinyan. All right, the farce in Sholuo City ends here. Shu, let's go. Yin Shu shyly withdrew her hand. Seventh Prince, please behave. I can walk by myself. This tender scene fell into Mu Wanxin's eyes, making her want to rush up and beat them both. Damn it. Facing these two who had forced her into a desperate situation, the hatred in Mu Wanxin's heart erupted like a volcano. Yin Shu, all of this was you and the Seventh Prince scheming against me. Mu Wanxin will settle this score sooner or later. The next day, in the Emerald Green Garden, Mo Xinyan looked at Yin Shu tenderly. Sure, what's wrong? Don't you like playing this today? Yin Shu politely replied, Thank you, Seventh Prince. Yin Shu will definitely repay you in the future. But please call me Third Miss or Mu Yin Shu. The corner of Mo Shuangyan's mouth twitched slightly. I find calling you sure more natural. Yin Shu turned to leave, glancing back. I'm not used to hearing that name. So please be respectful, Seventh Prince. I'll go back now. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Third Miss Mu. Yin Shu was about to get into the carriage when she heard the call and turned around. Shin Yu Wei was kneeling on the ground, her expression miserable. Yin Shu quickly helped her up. Miss Shun, what are you doing? Get up. Shin Yu Wei didn't get up, her tone firm. I have something to ask of Third Mississippi. Please agree. Yin Shu gently helped her up. Miss Shun, to say what it is, there's no need for this. Tears streamed down Shin Yu Wei's cheeks, and she nodded. Okay. Then she said, I want to ask Third Miss to treat my grandmother's illness. Yin Shu was slightly taken aback. What's wrong with Madam? Shin Yu Wei began to explain. For the past 2 months, grandmother has often felt pain and bloating in her abdomen, especially a hard lump rolling up and down in her stomach. Grandmother's belly is much larger than before, and it hurts terribly. The Imperial physicians have been treating her for a long time, but it hasn't gotten better, and the lump has only gotten bigger. Hearing this, Yin Shu diagnosed, does your grandmother usually feel like her abdomen is being burned by a branding iron? And does she unconsciously drool a lot? After hearing her words, Shin Yu Wei suddenly knelt down, clasping her hands together. Third Miss is truly a divine doctor. You can tell so accurately without even taking her pulse. You can definitely cure. Yin Shu quickly helped her up. Miss Shun, there's no need for this. Let's go now. Shin Yu Wei was overjoyed. Thank you, Third Mississippi. Thank you, Third Mississippi. Fong Fei, who was in the distance, overheard their conversation and turned to leave. She just got lucky saving a few people, and she really thinks she's a divine doctor. Then she suddenly remembered, right? Didn't father treat the old madam of the Shun family with acupuncture? No, I have to go back and tell father quickly. At the Shun residence, the old madam's cries could be heard from outside the door. It hurts so much. I'm dying. She sat on the bed, clutching her stomach. Beside her, a person in yellow robes comforted her. Madam Shun, you'll be all right. We've developed a new medicine that will cure your illness soon. This person was Chun Jingwei, the assistant minister of the Court of Judicial Review. Chen Yue carefully lifted the curtain and softly called, Father. The person in blue robes was Chun Jingwei's wife, Li Lingling. Her expression was displeased. What are you doing here, you jinx? Shana also turned her head and echoed. Yes, her spider from last year must have died, bringing bad luck and causing grandmother to fall ill. Get out. It was Shun Na, the legitimate daughter, who had just spoken. Shina timidly said, "Father, I've invited a divine doctor to see grandmother." Jingwei frowned slightly, puzzled. "A divine doctor? What divine doctor?" Qin Yue replied, "It's third Miss Mu Wanxin of the Marquis of Zhongyi's residence." Shina covered her mouth and sneered. "Third Miss Mu Wanxin? Ridiculous. When did she become a divine doctor? She's just a little girl." Jingwei angrily shouted, "Your grandmother is so ill, and you still have the heart to joke. Get out. Our Shin family has no place for such an unfilial daughter." Qin Yue knelt on the ground and explained, "Father, yesterday during the Qixi festival, the Marquis of Dingyuan suddenly collapsed. His pulse couldn't be felt, but third Miss Mu Wanxin saved him in public. Also, the young master of the chief minister's residence fell into the water, and the doctors and Anting all said he was beyond saving, but third Miss Mu Wanxin saved him too." Qin Yue stood up again and, looking at Jingwei, continued, "Father, she saved 2 lives in a row. Isn't that a divine doctor?" Jingwei immediately retorted, "Nonsense. How dare you joke about the Marquis of Dingyuan and the young master of the chief minister's residence?" Lingling patted his arm. "Husband, calm down. I've already sent someone to invite Imperial physician Tai Gong. He should be here soon." Shina spoke again. "Imperial physician Tai Gong has already seen grandmother several times, but there's been no improvement." Lingling immediately snapped, "Shut up." She then slapped Qin Yue. "Imperial physician Tai Gong's medical skills are superb. How can you speak such nonsense?" Qin Yue covered her face, trembling as she sat on the ground. "Father, grandmother is in so much pain. Why hasn't Imperial physician Tai Gong arrived yet? Why can't we let third Miss Mu Wanxin try?" Shina pointed at Qin Yue. "Isn't grandmother's illness caused by the bad luck you brought? Get out." Suddenly, the old madam sat up and spoke, surprising everyone. "Let her in." Seeing this, everyone wanted to stop her. As soon as the old madam spoke, Qin Yue's face lit up with joy. "Yes, I'll go invite her in right away." Yin Shu's footsteps could already be heard at the door. Qin Yue happily invited her in. "Third Miss Mu Wanxin is here." Seeing the red mark on Qin Yue's face, Yin Shu asked, "What happened to your face?" Qin Yue was a little flustered. "It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, third Miss." Mu Wanxin was so young that Li Lingling was full of doubt. Could someone so young really be skilled in medicine? Yin Shu spoke, "Master Chun, may I take the old madam's pulse?" Shina jumped out to stop her. "Do you understand the rules? The person before you is my mother. Is this how the Marquis of Zhongyi's residence teaches its people?" Yin Shu's gaze instantly turned icy. "When is it your place to criticize the Marquis of Zhongyi's family education?" "You." Shina was so angry she couldn't speak. Jingwei interrupted her. "Shut up." He then turned to the old madam. "Third Miss Mu Wanxin, please." Yin Shu stepped forward and took the old madam's pulse. She declared, "It can be cured." Jingwei exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Yin Shu took out silver needles. "I need to perform acupuncture on the old madam and then prescribe a formula. After taking it, she will recover." Jingwei nodded. "Then hurry up. It pains me to see my mother like this." Yin Shu was about to apply the needles when a loud shout came from afar. "Stop!" An elderly man walked in quickly. It was Imperial physician Tai Gong. Li Lingling was overjoyed. "Imperial physician Tai Gong, you're finally here. Is there a problem?" Imperial physician Tai Gong pointed at the swelling on the old madam's body. "Who knows what that is? Acting rashly could endanger her life. Where did you find this little girl? How dare you let her mess around?" Yin Shu tilted her head slightly and asked, "Imperial physician Tai Gong, do you have a way to cure the old madam's illness?" Imperial physician Tai Gong was taken aback and stammered, "And not yet, but I'm thinking of the best method." Yin Shu said seriously, "The old madam's condition is life-threatening. If acupuncture isn't performed promptly, I'm afraid she won't last 3 days. I can tell you my method. Are you willing to listen? Imperial Gusisantoi non repate disdainfolu, wilding." Yin Shu's expression remained calm. "Then can you come up with a method to completely cure the old madam within 3 days?" Imperial physician Tai Gong felt both insecure and angry. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the natural order. Who can say for sure? Yin Shu didn't back down, confidently patting her chest. "I can." Imperial physician Tai Gong was enraged and shouted, "You've just arrived from the outer courtyard, and you dare to speak such arrogant words. You're so young, yet your tone is so big. Who is your master? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Yunshu ignored him, turning around with a cold laugh. You're not worthy to know who my master is, much less qualified to lecture me. You can't even cure old madam's minor ailment, yet you dare call yourself an imperial physician. You're a disgrace to the title. Imperial physician Tai Gong gritted his teeth in anger, pointing at Yunshu and shouting, "Fine. Today I'll see how long you can keep this up. If you can actually cure old Madam Shun, this old man will kneel and kowtow 3 times, respectfully acknowledging you as my master." Yunshu glanced at him sideways, her eyes full of disdain. "You're mediocre. You're not qualified to be my disciple." With that, she sat down and began to apply the needles, completely ignoring the furious imperial physician Tai Gong. "Fine, but let me see how skilled your mouth is." The Lingling leaned close to Jing Wei's ear and whispered, "Master, do you really believe what that little girl said?" Jing Wei also hesitated. "Third miss, can you really cure her?" Just then, old madam suddenly spoke. "Shut up," old madam said wearily. "Let her treat me. Even if I die, I accept it." Yunshu's expression remained calm. She instructed, "Go, prepare a pot of strong liquor and a basin of warm water. Quickly." The servants respectfully replied, "Yes." Soon, the servants brought the strong liquor and warm water. Yunshu's expression became focused and serious. She inserted a silver needle into the top of old madam's head. Jing Wei was slightly taken aback. Shen Na's face contorted in pain. Lingling anxiously said, "Mother, master, look how much pain mother is in. That woman is clearly trying to kill her." Jing Wei also began to feel uneasy. "Third miss." Yunshu calmly reassured him, "Master Shun, you should understand the principle of never doubt the person you employ and never employ the person you doubt, right? Madam Shin's illness is due to a worm in her heart. The cold energy within her body has gathered with the worm, blocking her blood vessels." Shen Na was in too much pain to speak. Yunshu continued to apply the needles steadily. "To cure the illness, we must first dispel this cold energy. Once the cold energy dissipates, the worm will move, and naturally, there will be pain." Jing Wei still had doubts in his heart, but Shen Na angrily scolded, "Shut up. Don't disturb her." Yunshu withdrew the silver needle, and the worm indeed stopped wriggling. "Put the silver needle in the bowl of water and bring another bowl of hot water," she instructed. Someone replied, "Yes." Yunshu picked up the bowl of water and handed it to Shen Na. "Madam Shun, drink this bowl of water. Don't worry, it won't burn your throat." Shen Na immediately agreed, "Okay." Shen Na drank the water in one gulp. Suddenly, a strange sensation welled up in her throat. Immediately afterward, Shen Na vomited something. Jing Wei rushed forward anxiously. "Mother." In the basin under the bed, where the worm Shen Na had just expelled, Jing Wei immediately asked with concern, "How do you feel?" The pain on Shen Na's face disappeared. "It doesn't hurt anymore, and the fever is gone." Imperial physician Tai Gong was utterly shocked. "How is this possible?" A smile appeared on Yunshu's face. "What's impossible about it?" Madam Shin's pain was caused by a worm in her heart. The cold energy and the worm were wreaking havoc in her abdomen. Adding to that, you gave her medicine to soothe her liver, which instead caused the cold energy and the worm to churn together, forming a mass. She slowly explained, "I used acupuncture to immobilize the worm and the mass, then used the 6-point acupuncture technique to stimulate blood circulation, causing the cold energy to rise and the worm to sink." Yunshu stepped closer, her aura intimidating. Imperial physician Tai Gong immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "I had Madame Shan drink water to dispel the cold energy, and the worm naturally moved and was vomited out. With the worm expelled, half of the illness is cured." Imperial physician, if your medical skills are lacking, you won't be able to treat the royal family's illnesses. Be careful not to lose your head. Memories of her past life surfaced in her mind. "In my past life, it was because of your words that Mu Anshin harmed me, drawing my blood to refine medicine, leaving me to die a tragic death. Now that you've fallen into my hands, I will definitely not let you off lightly." Yunshu added triumphantly, her tone playful. "Imperial physician, you said earlier that as long as I cured Madam Shun, you would kowtow and acknowledge me as your master, right? However, I don't plan to take on any disciples. If you want to keep your promise, just kowtow to me." Imperial physician Tai Gong trembled with fear. "I'm 51 this year. You haven't even had your coming-of-age ceremony. I'm afraid that my kowtow will shorten your lifespan. Yin Shu stepped closer, pointing at herself. My medical skills are superior to yours, so naturally, you are my junior. A junior bowing to a senior, how could that shorten my lifespan? Imperial physician Tai Gong stammered, You little girl, do you know that you are insulting the entire Imperial hospital? Yin Shu suddenly pointed at Imperial physician Tai Gong and shouted, Someone like you is the disgrace of the Imperial hospital. You dare claim to represent the Imperial hospital. I've never seen someone so shameless. Imperial physician Tai Gong involuntarily knelt down, gritting his teeth. Yin Shu ignored his anger and flicked her sleeves, turning to leave. Suddenly, Imperial physician Tai Gong felt a discomfort in his throat. Yin Shu mocked Imperial physician Tai Gong while recording his words, leaving him speechless. Considering your pathetic state, I'll consider this a kowtow you owe me. He left in a huff. Ling Ling called after him. Imperial physician Tai, you've treated the old madam before. Now that she's recovered, it's a joyous occasion. Why are you leaving like this? Yin Shu handed the prescription to Jingwei. Master Shun, this is the prescription for the old madam's complete recovery. Remember, no cold food and no ice in the room. Jingwei smiled and agreed. All right. Thank you, 3rd Mississippi. She pointed to the young woman standing behind him. Don't thank me. Shinyu asked me to come. She said if I could save your sister, she'd be willing to do anything for her grandmother. Hearing herself mentioned, Shinyu immediately knelt. Her words were heartfelt. From tomorrow onwards, whatever her voice was gentle. Good child. Shinyu was slightly stunned. Shin-na caressed her granddaughter's hand. You worked hard this past year. Ling Ling crossed her arms. It was her duty to invite the divine doctor to the residence. Last year, she brought bad luck, causing grandmother to fall ill. Yin Shu's face darkened. Even the spiders died this year. Yin Shu turned around, her tone calm. His Highness the Crown Prince has decided to reopen the investigation into the death of the spiders last year. There was a noble lady named Song Huiwen last year, who seemed to have some connection to you, didn't she? Shin-na's expression froze. She stammered, and Ling Ling panicked. Why you're talking nonsense? Shin-na snapped. Enough. The old madam immediately turned to Shin-na. Kneel. She didn't say anything more and immediately knelt to apologize. Ling Ling was frightened. Grandmother, I was wrong. Shin-na could no longer maintain her composure. The old madam began to scold her. You are younger than her, so you should know how to show respect. From now on, you're not allowed to look down on others again. Ling Ling retorted, wanting to argue. Grandmother, I am the legitimate daughter. She is the illegitimate daughter. How can our statuses be compared? Hearing this, Shin-na became even angrier. The old madam roared, Silence. You're not allowed to say such things again. Ling Ling nodded repeatedly, and Shin-na could only lower her head. Yes. Yin Shu curtsied and took her leave. Before leaving, she reminded Shin-na, take the medicine on time. I will come back for a follow-up consultation in 10 days. I'll take my leave now. Shin-na's tone was respectful, and the old madam was full of gratitude. Thank you, 3rd Miss, for your help. I am eternally grateful. Afterwards, Yin Shu joined them in the carriage, preparing to return home. She sat quietly in the carriage on her way home. Suddenly, a noise startled Yin Shu. What's wrong? Ban Xia, who was beside her, saw Shui Mo blocking the carriage and quickly reported, Miss, it's 7th Highness's Shui Mo. Yin Shu gently lifted the curtain. May I ask why Miss Shui Mo has stopped the carriage? Shui Mo replied respectfully, My master invites 3rd Miss to his residence for a discussion. It concerns the poisoning case. Please come with me. Mississippi thinking of the 7th Prince. Yin Shu pondered silently. In this reborn world, I don't know the 7th Prince at all. Why has he suddenly summoned me? Yin Shu politely declined. I have other matters to attend to. I will visit 7th Highness this afternoon. Shui Mo feigned urgency. My master said that saving a life is like putting out a fire. If Miss is late, the poison might spread throughout the body. Yin Shu calmly retorted, if the poison is about to spread throughout the body, how can you still be so calm? Suddenly, Shui Mo jumped onto the coachman's seat, startling Ban Xia. She shamelessly took over the carriage, leaving Yin Shu momentarily stunned. Shui Mo said, On my master's orders, I will accompany Miss until she is free. Having no other choice, Shu agreed. Then let's go to Seventh Highness's residence first. Shu solemnly walked in front of Mo Xinyan. I administered acupuncture to Seventh Highness last night, so your life is not in danger. To completely detoxify, you still need fire spirit marrow. He lay on the table and complained, but I really feel terrible today. Montag suanyan smidet in explanation. So I still have a trouble third, Mississippi. After all, the 3,000 taels of silver are still outstanding. Third Miss must take responsibility for me. Shu's expression remained indifferent. Please speak clearly in the future, Seventh Highness. I'm only responsible for your health. Mo Xianyan leaned closer to Shu, teasing. All right, responsible for my body. She thought shyly, this guy is teasing me again, but I can't refute him. It's so infuriating. Not to be outdone, Shu also sat down and suggested, let me take your pulse. Shu complained reluctantly. Give me your hand. Montag suanyan smidet indulgently. Anything you say. Suddenly, Shu realized something. Shu stared blankly at the bracelet in her hand. It was Mo Haida's, the man tribe's fourth prince, only missing a wolf head. She froze, thinking, could have been Mo Xianyan who comforted me that day. Then, Shu glanced at him curiously, wondering why him. Meanwhile, back at the prince's mansion, a cheerful voice rang out. Wanxin greets the fourth prince, wishing you boundless blessings and long life. Zhuo Anling gently helped her up, saying, rise. I've wronged you, little sister, with what happened with Kalu that night. Her cheeks flushed slightly. As long as it's you, fourth prince, Wanxin doesn't feel wronged at all. His expression then turned serious. Then tell me truthfully, did you go to the Gue residence that night to steal the spider? Wanxin's voice was laced with grievance. I'm just the daughter of a concubine with no status in the mansion. I'm always bullied and humiliated. I just couldn't bear it anymore, so I acted rashly in a moment of impulse. He frowned and pressed. So you intended to steal Mu Yunshu's spider. She hurriedly defended herself. I was just muddle-headed at the time. I wasn't thinking clearly. I truly didn't want to harm her. Zhuo Anling gently stroked her hair, comforting her. I know you've always been a kind and good girl. Remember when I was ambushed? You saved me without regard for your own safety. Wanxin's cheeks flushed. That's all in the past, fourth prince. Please don't mention it again. He gently wrapped his arm around her waist, his voice soft. Don't worry, little sister. I won't let you down in this lifetime. Then, Zhuo Anling leaned down and kissed Wanxin on the lips, leaving her stunned and completely lost in the moment. She couldn't help but say, fourth prince, Wanxin is willing to do anything for you. Zhuo Anling smiled with satisfaction. Good. Then promise me one thing. Don't antagonize Mu Yinshu anymore, all right? Hearing this, a sharp pain stabbed through her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she asked with a choked voice, Do you want to marry Mu Yinshu? He put his arm around her shoulders to comfort her. Wanxin, I'm only marrying her to gain the support of the Duke's Hu for the greater good. Once I ascend the throne, I won't let you down, I promise. Zhuo Anling embraced her, his heart full of calculations. So, will you help me? Help me win Mu Yunshu's trust and respect. She whispered, I understand. He nodded in satisfaction. Good that you understand. But Wanxin bit her lip, anger surging in her heart. Thinking of Yinshu's hateful face, she secretly made up her mind. I'm sorry, fourth prince. I can't help you with this. You marry Mu Yinshu and then make me empress. I'll never accept that. Looking at the two, it was hard to tell who was the hunter and who was the prey. Wanxin thought angrily, I will be the empress. Mu Yunshu musti. The scene shifted back to Yinshu, who was taking Mo Xuanyan's pulse. The day drunk poison had worsened. Where have you been since last night? She continued to question him. What did you eat? I feel like something's not right. He replied, dinner and breakfast were the same, as usual. I didn't feel anything unusual. Yinshu frowned, suspicion rising in her heart. Suddenly, it hit her, the traitor. In her past life, it was the maid by his side who poisoned his food. Yinshu's heart sank as she remembered. That was what prevented him from killing the traitorous general, leading to his tragic death. Could it be? She explained in a low voice. This day drunk poison wouldn't worsen without further exposure. I suggest you thoroughly investigate everyone around you, especially your personal attendants. He smiled slightly, his eyes half closed, and readily agreed. All right, Yin Shu continued. I'll give you acupuncture now, which can temporarily stabilize the poison. Mo Xin Yin slowly leaned closer and replied. All right. She suddenly cried out, what are you doing? He smiled casually, opening his robe. Didn't you say you were going to give me acupuncture? Doesn't that require taking off my clothes? Yin Shu turned around flustered. No, just exposing your arm is enough. A sly smile played on Mo Xuanyin's lips. He paused, then turn around. Yin Shu shyly turned back, her eyes landing on his toned abs. Mo Xinyin pulled his robe down further, looking triumphantly at the stunned girl. Yin Shu's face instantly turned crimson. Snapping back to her senses, she quickly turned around and shouted, put it on. He feigned innocence. Don't they say a doctor is like a parent? They have to examine both men and women, right? She stood up, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Fine, if you don't want acupuncture. Montak Suanyan chuckled helplessly. All right, I'll put it on right away. A moment later, she gently inserted the silver needles into his wrist. Suddenly, Mo Xinyin said anxiously, wait. She asked in confusion, what's wrong? He cautiously looked up, feigning distress. Didn't you say acupuncture doesn't hurt? Yin Shu said with a playful smile, daytime drunkenness is different. The needles go straight in. It'll hurt a bit. What? Is the great general of the North afraid of pain? He retorted loudly in embarrassment. How could I be afraid? Then I won't be polite. Yin Shu immediately inserted the silver needle straight into his upper arm. A shrill scream echoed outside. He looked at the tiny silver needle, trembling. You call that a bit of pain? Yin Shu smiled calmly. There are 5 more needles. This is just the beginning. Can His 7th Highness endure it? Mo Xinyin stubbornly declared. This king can certainly endure it. I just wasn't prepared. Continue. Thus, a series of screams rose and fell outside the room, leaving Ling Bai and Bansha dumbfounded. After a while, Yin Shu finally emerged from the prince's room, Mo Xuanyin's groans still echoing. Ling Bai, seeing third miss come out, was about to escort her, but she smiled casually. No need, I'll go back myself. Bansha whispered, Miss, someone from the Dingyuan Marquis's residence came. They said the Marquis has a rash on his face and asked you to go take a look. Yin Shu replied in surprise, all right, I have time. I'll go after tidying up. After she left, Ling Bai asked worriedly, Your Highness, are you all right? Mo Xinyin said helplessly, I'm fine. Go get the daytime drunkenness. Ling Bai was taken aback. Get again. Your Highness, why do you subject yourself to this? Mo Xinyin recalled her gentle and pure expression as she administered the acupuncture. He looked down at his wrist, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Finally, Mo Xinyin kicked Ling Bai. Just go. What are you dawdling for? Later, at the Dingyuan Marquis's residence, the head steward anxiously paced before the bed. Third Mission, please quickly examine our Marquis. He has a rash on his face and has been unconscious. We don't know the cause. Yin Shu immediately stepped forward, lifting her veil. Let me see. Suddenly, she noticed a blush creeping up the Marquis's face and couldn't help but chuckle. Strangely, Yin Shu furrowed her brow, her face clearly expressing, The steward asked worriedly, Third Miss Yin, what's wrong? Yin Shu said impatiently, he's almost dead. The steward panicked. It's very serious. She turned casually and instructed, go get some wine and chili powder. The spicier the better. The Marquis and the steward were both startled. The steward stammered, wine and chili powder. A moment later, she stirred the chili powder into the wine bowl, a smile playing on her lips. Pour this bowl of spicy wine down his throat, and I guarantee the Marquis will wake up immediately. The steward was terrified. This whole big bowl of spicy wine. All of it. She proudly turned with the bowl. Steward, you feed him. The steward was apprehensive. I feed him. The Marquis cursed inwardly. This woman is serious. I have to wake up now. As if seeing through his thoughts, Yin Shu quickly inserted a needle under his shoulder. The Marquis trembled. What's happening? I can't move. She sneered triumphantly. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Any later, and even the gods won't be able to save you. The steward shakily approached. Marquis, I'm going to feed you the wine. The Marquis felt despair, unable to even open his eyes. Is it really an allergic reaction? The steward anxiously paced. Marquis, please wake up. This spicy wine is potent. Can you handle it? Seeing his hesitation, she urged, hurry up. The steward tearfully poured the bowl of wine down his throat, shouting, Marquis, wake up. The Marquis's face turned crimson, and he cursed inwardly. This is going to kill me. His throat burned like a volcano, and he couldn't help but cry out, "It's so spicy." After the burning subsided, the Marquis collapsed on the bed, half dead. The steward wailed, "The Marquis still hasn't woken up." Even after all this, it didn't work. He asked her, "I fed him all of it. Why hasn't he woken up?" Yin Shu chuckled. "He's awake. Look again." She quietly stepped forward and removed the needle. The Marquis immediately woke up with a start, yelling, "Spicy, spicy, so spicy." He sat up abruptly, shouting, "Water, water, give me water." Yin Shu said coldly, "See, I said he'd wake up after drinking the wine." As he gulped down water, Yin Shu prepared to leave. "Since the Marquis is awake, I'll take my leave." Suddenly, the Marquis angrily slammed down the water pitcher. "Don't go." Yin Shu turned back and asked indifferently, "Does the Marquis have any further instructions?" He weakly pointed to his swollen lips. "Heal my mouth." She turned back and said flatly, "I can't." The Marquis yelled, "Aren't you a divine doctor?" Yin Shu said smugly, "I didn't say I couldn't heal it. I said I won't." He asked dejectedly why. At this moment, Yin Shu leaned closer, pointed at his lips, and said, "Your allergy needs to be suppressed with spiciness. Look, the rash on your face has subsided." The Marquis stammered. After Yin Shu left, the steward said, "Marquis, Third Miss saw what was ailing you at a glance and knew the remedy. That's why she used the chilly wine to make you sweat, and the rash has disappeared." He laughed wryly, with a hint of annoyance. Who would have thought that a general like me would be defeated by a young girl? Meanwhile, in the study of the Zhongyi Marquis residence, a man with sharp eyes, Mo Xinyan, was present. Wan Xian stood behind him and respectfully bowed. Wan Xian greets father. Suddenly, he turned and slapped her, shouting angrily, "You dare to scheme and harm someone at the Qi Pond banquet, and you still have the face to come home. You've completely disgraced the Zhongyi Marquis residence." Wan Xian turned around, aggrieved. "It wasn't me. The fourth prince didn't want Huwa Yinjian to pester him, so he came up with this method to dissuade her. I had no choice but to take the blame for the fourth prince to avoid implicating him." Mo Xinyan didn't believe her and raised his hand to scold her again. Wan Xian quickly cried, "I'm telling the truth." She took out a pair of jade earrings. Today, the fourth prince even apologized and comforted me for this matter. "Father, look, these earrings were personally given to me by the fourth prince. He also said that when the time is right, he will marry me." Mo Xinyan was surprised and grabbed the earrings, asking, "Really?" Wan Xian immediately replied, loudly, "Absolutely." But Mo Xinyan still turned around with a cold face and said, "Even so, you must complete the crown prince's punishment. In addition, you're confined for half a month starting now." Wan Xian bowed aggrievedly. "I will do my best and live up to father's expectations." Days passed. Yin Shu was respectfully bowing to the old madam of the chancellor's residence. Yin Shu greets, "Old madam." The old madam kindly took her hand and said gratefully, "You were old friends with your great-grandmother, and you saved Wei Wei. Just treat this place as your own home. There's no need for formalities." Madame Wang turned to look at wet Nurse Lu, who was holding a little boy, and said, "Wei Wei, quickly kowtow to your savior." The little boy immediately knelt down and said gratefully, "Wei Wei thanks elder sister for saving my life." Yin Shu said gently, "Get up." She gently pulled the child's hand and helped him up, then suddenly asked, "Wei Wei, did you eat anything cold yesterday?" The little boy smiled innocently and replied, "No, I only ate chilled fruit and cold milk." Yin Shu narrowed her eyes and said with displeasure, "You can't eat these things anymore. They're not good for your health and can make you sick. If you get sick, your grandmother and parents will be very sad." Wei Wei innocently blurted out, startling everyone, "Nanny told me to keep it a secret, saying it was a surprise for grandmother and mother." The little boy asked curiously, "Why is elder sister saying something different from Nanny?" Yin Shu replied gently, "Because Nanny is not a doctor." "Wei Wei, can you show me around your home?" The little boy happily pulled her along. Okay. The lotus flowers in the back garden are especially beautiful. I'll take you to see them." At the same time, his parents glared at the servants, and the chancellor slammed the table. He angrily shouted, "Aunt Lu, what's going on?" Wet Nurse Lu hurriedly knelt down and defended herself. "Master, I would never harm the young master." She looked up aggrievedly. I was forced." The chancellor loudly questioned Wet Nurse Lu, who was trembling on the ground. "Who forced you? Tell me." She trembled and said respectfully, I can't say. The chancellor said sternly, "As long as you tell me who forced you, I will guarantee your family's safety. Otherwise, I will throw your entire family into the Jingzhou prefecture prison." Wet Nurse Lu knelt on the ground and thought for a moment, then finally cried out, It's second miss, Madame Yuan's daughter, Yuan Baoqin. Hearing this, the Chancellor was furious. Absurd. She's my own sister. Madame Wang was also shocked. Baoqin, how could this be? She loves Wei Wei the most. Wet Nurse Lu cried and insisted. She threatened me with my daughter, saying she would marry her off to a fool. I wouldn't dare deceive you. Wet Nurse Lu cried again. Second Miss said that in this Chancellor's residence, only Wei Wei is the young master. If he dies early, the Chancellor's estate will belong to the cousin. The Chancellor and Madame Wang were dumbfounded and speechless in shock. The Chancellor immediately ordered someone drag Lu away and lock her in the woodshed. The guards immediately dragged Wet Nurse Lu away. She struggled and shouted, Master, everything I said is true. Not a single word is false. The Chancellor turned a deaf ear. Madame Wang turned to Madame Yuan and called Mother. Madame Yuan responded, and Madame Wang sat down in front of her mother. Mother, she said, there's something I've been keeping from you. Madame Wang recalled with a grave expression. A few days ago, Wei Wei falling into the water was an accident. Someone pushed him. Mu Sanjuniang saw it and said the person was wearing pink. Both the Prime Minister and Madame Yuan were startled by these words. That evening, only second sister-in-law and Xiao Si Yuan were wearing pink. Madame Yuan instructed a servant girl, go and call Zhao Shi and Xiao Qin. Also, call Mu Sanjuniang here as well. Xiao Qin picked up a lychee from the plate. Yuan Baoqin slowly brought the lychee to her mouth and said, Mother, are these lychees newly arrived today? They're so fresh. Madame Yuan gently held the bowl of lychees. Yes, they were delivered this morning. Have some more if you like them. Suddenly, Madame Yuan caught sight of a young woman standing behind a screen at the doorway of the next room, nodding at her. Madame Yuan suddenly cried out. Seeing this, Yuan Baoqin asked, Mother, what's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? Madame Yuan stood up and said softly, Oh, I didn't sleep well last night. It's easy to get tired at my age. Zhao Shi quickly said, I have some calming tea. I'll send it to you later, Mother. Madame Yuan nodded slightly. That's thoughtful of you. I need to take a nap. You all may go about your business. Seeing this, Xiao Qin and Zhao Shi stood up together. Zhao Shi replied, yes. Xiao Qin also quickly added, yes, Mother. Once Madame Yuan left, Xiao Qin said in confusion, Strange, I thought Mother called me over for something urgent, but it seems it was just small talk. Was I overthinking it? Yin Shu suddenly emerged from behind the screen. She stated decisively, I saw it clearly just now. It was the person wearing dark blue who pushed Wei Wei into the water. Madame Yuan collapsed into her chair in anger. It was Xiao Qin after all. To think that for the sake of family property, she would even lay hands on her own grandson. The old madam pointed at Second Mama and ordered, Second Mama, immediately take some people and confine Xiao Qin in her room. No one is allowed to let her out without my order. Second Mama respectfully replied, Yes, old madam. Just then, a servant girl ran in, panting, Old madam. Second Mrs. left. She's already gone straight back to her husband's family. Madame Yuan, the Prime Minister, Madame Wang, and Yin Shu were all shocked. What? Madame Yuan held her forehead in thought. Could she have sensed something just now? If so, I'm afraid it really was her. Madame Yuan said to Yin Shu and Sanjuniang, What happened today is a family disgrace. I hope you can keep it to yourselves. Yin Shu solemnly replied, Rest assured, Madam, I will not breathe a word. The Prime Minister stepped forward and said, Thank you. Third Mississippi Yin Shu elegantly nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Shu was strolling with her maid when she suddenly heard a shout, Third Mississippi. She instinctively turned around. The steward came running, panting, and said urgently, The Marquis's condition is not good. Please, Third Miss, come quickly. Yin Shu asked in confusion, Is it serious? What happened? The steward replied, Last night, the Marquis's mouth hurt terribly. He used half a jar of ointment, and now his face is even more swollen and painful. Upon hearing this, Yin Shu calmly said, Didn't I say yesterday? If there's a problem, just drink a bowl of spicy wine. Using so much ointment will only make the skin red, swollen, and even ulcerated. The steward hurriedly stopped Yin Shu. Oh, Third Miss, please save the Marquis. Yin Shu said gently, All right, I'll go and see him. I can't just ignore someone who's this ill. Under the clear sky, a carriage sped down the main road, the driver unable to control the galloping horses. Sitting inside, Yin Shu felt as if she were in a trance. Finally unable to bear it, Yin Shu lifted the curtain and said to the steward, "Slow down. This road is so wide. What if we hit someone?" The steward hurriedly replied, "The Marquis is seriously ill and we can't delay. Please rest assured, third miss, we won't hit anyone." His words were barely finished when a little boy chasing a ball suddenly ran in front of the galloping horses. The old steward hurriedly pulled the reins. The horse neighed, its front hooves rearing high. The little boy was about to be trampled, and the surrounding people screamed, "He's going to be hit." Just as the horse was about to trample the little boy, a figure suddenly leaped from the crowd. The person rushed out and kicked the horse away, scooping up the little boy to safety. The horse, dragging the carriage and the driver, tumbled onto the road. Yin Shu was also thrown out, screaming in fright. The little boy was held securely in the person's arms, unharmed. The carriage, horse, and driver lay in a heap on the road. The boy's mother rushed over. "Son, are you all right? You scare me to death." The little boy, sitting in Zhang Xiu's arms, immediately burst into tears upon seeing his mother. The boy's mother hugged her son tightly and turned to Zhang Xiu. "Thank you, young master, for saving him." "Thank you, young master, for saving him." Zhang Xiu replied, "You're welcome. Remember to watch your child carefully in the future. This kind of accident can't happen again." The steward, thrown from the carriage, sat on the ground groaning, "Ouch, my leg." Yin Shu, helped up by her maid, cried out in alarm. "Miss Yin Shu." She turned to Zhang Xiu, who had saved a child. Zhang Xiu frowned. "Do you know you almost killed that child?" Zhang Xiu pointed directly at Yin Shu, raising his voice. "Do you know that speeding in the streets is forbidden?" Yin Shu seriously replied, "I know." Zhang Xiu gritted his teeth angrily, moving closer to Yin Shu's face. "Then do you know that the punishment for breaking the law is even more severe?" Yin Shu replied fearlessly, "I know." Zhang Xiu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yin Shu's hand, his face grim. "You knowingly broke the law, which is even more despicable. Come with me." Yin Shu immediately shook off Zhang Xiu's hand, her expression cold. "The carriage lost control. That's my fault. I almost caused a disaster. That's also my responsibility. But no matter what mistake I made, I ask you to show some respect." Zhang Xiu crossed his arms and frowned. "What do you think I want to do? I just want to ask you to cooperate and come with me to the Jingzhou Prefecture." Nanju suddenly jumped out and stood in front of Yin Shu. "Who are you, daring to bully our miss?" Zhang Xiu's expression remained calm, his arms crossed. "I am Zhang Xiu, the new prefect of Jingzhou. All matters big and small in the capital are under my jurisdiction. No matter who you are, if you break the law, you must be punished." Yin Shu was stunned, thinking, so he is Zhang Xiu. In her past life, she had only heard that he was upright and honest, incorruptible, and extremely righteous. It was a pity that he didn't do anything to Mo Xianling later, and in the end, he was snatched away by his uncle and given to Princess Huiyang. Nanju explained to Zhang Xiu, "This is not our manners carriage. We were just invited to travel together." At this moment, the steward suddenly cried out, "Ouch." Yin Shu turned around. Yin Shu quickly pointed to the steward sitting on the ground, grimacing. "Prefect Zhang, you are just and upright. I will go with you, but please let me treat the steward's injuries first. Is that all right?" Zhang Xiu asked doubtfully. "You know medicine." Yin Shu said to the steward, "Your joint is dislocated. It needs to be reset, otherwise you will be left with a disability." The steward hurriedly said, Then quickly reset it for me. I don't want to become a cripple." Yin Shu turned to Zhang Xiu. "Prefect Zhang, I don't have enough strength. Could you please come and help? Help me hold this down." Zhang Xiu agreed without hesitation. "All right." Yin Shu said, "I'll count to 3, then press down hard on this joint. You must be quick and don't hesitate." Zhang Xiu nodded seriously. 2, 3. Zhang Xiu pressed down hard on the steward's leg. The steward screamed in pain as if his soul had left his body. It's over, my leg is broken." Yin Shu patted his shoulder. "Stop yelling. Get up and try taking a few steps." The steward obediently and shakily took a few steps. After walking a few steps, he joyfully lifted his leg to show Yin Shu. "It's really healed, haha." Zhang Xiu's gaze towards Yin Shu changed. "Impressive, such skillful technique, and so forthright. I was too reckless just now." Yin Shu turned around. "Prefect Zhang, let's go." At this moment, the steward suddenly reached out and shouted, "Wait." He respectfully introduced himself. "I am the steward of the Marquis of Dingyuan's estate. We need Mu San Jianyang to treat the Marquis illness. Please allow third miss to examine the Marquis of Dingyuan. I will definitely go to the Jingzhou Prefecture to turn myself in." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiu pointed at him and said, "In that case, I will accompany you back to the Marquis of Ding Yuan's estate." Seeing this, the steward quickly stopped him. "No, the Marquis has a hidden illness and doesn't want to see outsiders." Zhang Xiu waved his hand. "I don't need to see him. Just say a few words nearby. This matter needs to be addressed." With that, Yin Shu and Zhang Xiu turned to leave. The steward stammered, "My lord, this." Zhang Xiu immediately interrupted him. "Say no more. Let's go. We'll go to the Marquis of Ding Yuan's estate together." Inside the estate, the Marquis of Ding Yuan shouted loudly, "What kind of medicine did you give me? Look at what my face has become. You have to take responsibility." Yun Shu covered her mouth, trying to suppress her laughter. "All of this is because of you, my lord." The Marquis of Ding Yuan's cheeks bulged with 2 large bumps, and he angrily pointed at Yin Shu. "You're still being stubborn. If it weren't for that bowl of spicy wine you gave me, how could I have, hi?" Yin Shu raised an eyebrow leisurely. "Marquis, you were afraid of losing face. That's why I told you to just drink the spicy wine. But you didn't listen, messed around with medicine, and now you've ended up like this." Marquis Ding Yuan held his face and clicked his tongue. "Stop talking nonsense. Just cure me quickly. How can I see anyone looking like this?" Yin Shu immediately replied, "I can cure you, but I have a condition." Marquis Ding Yuan snorted. "This is all your fault, and you still want to set conditions." Yin Shu frowned. "Don't forget who saved you that day. Are you still trying to feign illness and trick me into repaying you?" Marquis Ding Yuan stammered, "I just wanted to test your medical skills. Besides, haven't you already gotten your revenge on me? We're even now, right?" Yin Shu turned around. "Fine, we're even. I'll go back now. Marquis, rest well." Marquis Ding Yuan hurriedly grabbed Yin Shu's leg and pleaded, No, I was wrong. I'll agree to any condition you have." Yin Shu immediately asked happily, "Are you sure? What if you can't do it?" Marquis Ding Yuan patted his chest confidently. "I am a Marquis Ding Yuan. Is there anything I can't do? My whole family is loyal and righteous. My ancestors, parents, brothers. So many lives were lost for my current prosperity. Is there anything I can't do?" Yin Shu thought to herself, "In my past life, my brother and mother were framed and died, and all I could do was cry. I thought I could only smile proudly, that sacrificing for the country was an honor, that I couldn't be hurt. I was such a fool." Yin Shu said, "Lie down." Marquis Ding Yuan was taken aback. "What?" Yin Shu grabbed his hand. "I told you to lie down. Do you want to be cured or not?" Marquis Ding Yuan immediately jumped onto the bed. "Cure, cure, cure." 15 minutes later, after Yin Shu finished applying the needles, she said, "Get up." Marquis Ding Yuan rubbed his face as he sat up and asked, "Is it done?" He hurried to the mirror, holding his face with self-admiration. "It's amazing." Yin Shu said, "Now you can fulfill your promise." The Marquis readily agreed. "As long as you ask, I will do it." Yin Shu said happily, "I believe in your promise, Marquis. But now, please meet Magistrate Jiang from Jingzhou Prefecture first. He's waiting outside." Marquis Ding Yuan went out and saw Jiang Su. He asked, "What's the matter?" Jiang Su said politely, "Just now, your carriage was speeding on the street and almost hit a child." The Marquis said, "Almost hit," meaning it didn't hit, right? Jiang Su frowned upon hearing this, his face showing displeasure. "That's right, didn't hit the child, but the nature of the act was extremely egregious. The Grand Sacrifice Law clearly states that carriages are not allowed to speed within the capital." Marquis Ding Yuan replied, "So, Magistrate Jiang, what do you intend to do? Do you want to throw me in jail?" Jiang Su said, "I do have that thought." Marquis Ding Yuan scoffed, "Humph, my whole family is loyal and righteous, let alone almost hitting a child. Even if the Marquis, killed a descendant of the Imperial family, His Majesty wouldn't say anything." Marquis Ding Yuan approached Jiang Su and said arrogantly, "If it weren't for Third Young Master Mu and Third Miss Yun, I wouldn't even bother with you. You still want to throw me in jail?" Jiang Su was taken aback. "I'm just enforcing the law." Seeing this, Yin Shu spoke, "Magistrate Jiang, you also know that it's impossible to arrest Marquis Ding Yuan. I have an idea. How about having the Marquis publicly apologize to the child's mother and compensate for the damages?" Jiang Su said, "Good idea." Marquis Ding Yuan exclaimed upon hearing this, "Absolutely not. I am a Marquis Ding Yuan. Where I put my face? How can I still show my face in the capital?" Yin Shu said, Marquis, don't forget what you just promised me. You broke the law but refused to apologize or repent. After you die, how will you face your ancestors? Marquis Dingyuan had no choice but to agree. Stop talking, I'll go. Let's go. Yin Shu turned to Jiang Su and said politely, I'll leave the rest to you, Magistrate Jiang. I have something else to do and can't accompany you. Jiang Su happily replied, All right, third Miss Yin, you don't have to go. Sunlight filtered through the leaves and fell in front of the seventh prince's residence. A carriage was parked at the entrance. A short while later, Yin Shu arrived as well. She gently lifted the curtain and looked at the carriage parked in front. Yin Shu wondered, does the seventh prince have a guest? This acupuncture detoxification matter cannot be known by a third person. She turned to Nanju. Nanju, go and ask whose carriage that is. Nanju quickly replied, yes. A moment later, Nanju returned, her tone slightly anxious. Miss, I just found out. It's Princess Qing Hei's carriage. Yin Shu's heart tightened upon hearing this. In my past life, my Yao Shu and the seventh prince were a loving couple. I shouldn't disturb them. The image of the two being intimate appeared in her mind, and a pang of sorrow struck her chest. She raised her hand to press against her heart, wondering, why do I feel so uneasy? After thinking for a moment, Yin Shu softly said, let's go back. Nanju asked with a bewildered look, aren't we going to give the seventh prince acupuncture treatment? The carriage turned around at her command, and her voice drifted out from within. The seventh prince has a guest today. The acupuncture treatment will be skipped. Meanwhile, under the cool shade of the trees, Su Yin and Ao Shu were chatting. She gracefully poured tea and gently asked, Cousin, how is your injury? He sat opposite her, looking somewhat displeased. I'm injured. I can't drink tea. Hearing his words, Ao Shu couldn't help but worry, anxiously asking, should we ask third Miss Mu to take a look? Her medical skills are excellent. As soon as Mu-san was mentioned, Su Yin immediately asked curiously, are you very familiar with third Miss Mu? Ao Shu answered seriously, actually, I'm not very familiar with her, but I know her medical skills are remarkable. I heard she's Yang Yuji's disciple. As soon as she finished speaking, he frowned thoughtfully, then asked with a smile of interest, who did you hear that from? Carried away by the topic, she replied happily, I don't remember exactly who it was, but I did hear about it, so I wanted to ask her to take a look at you, cousin. Hearing this, Su Yin was in a good mood and immediately replied, in that case, I'll invite her over another day. Seeing him agree, Ao Shu beamed, saying cheerfully, cousin agreed. That's great. With third Miss Mu's medical skills, I guarantee you'll get better. Seeing her so certain, Su Yin asked again, it seems you like third Miss Mu very much. As if a switch had been flipped, Ao Shu began to gush with praise. Yes, third Miss Mu is very kind, very intelligent, and her medical skills are excellent. We even made plans to go horseback, riding together someday. Su Yin could hardly believe his ears. He frowned and asked, third Miss Mu knows medicine. He looked at Ao Shu across from him and saw her reply proudly, yes, third Miss Mu is also very skilled at horseback riding. Even male soldiers on the battlefield are no match for her. Su Yan's face was full of doubt after hearing this. He still asked in disbelief, really? How come I don't remember Mu, Sand, being able to ride a horse? She fell off a horse last year. Ao Shu froze upon hearing these words, thinking to herself, oops, I got too excited and let it slip. She awkwardly looked away and quickly made up an excuse. Last year was last year. This year is different. Cough. I also heard it from someone else. He propped his chin on his hand, staring at her with a smile. Is that so? I find it quite strange. Why don't we go and see for ourselves one day? As soon as he finished speaking, Ao Shu immediately turned around and asked excitedly, do you want to go to the horse track? She threw herself at Su Yan like a child, her face full of joy. That's great. We can ride horses together. He pushed her away somewhat uncomfortably, reminding her seriously, the weather is too hot. Don't get too close. We'll sweat. Seeing Su Yan's coldness, Ao Shu's face was filled with disappointment, and she thought sadly to herself. In our past life, we were a loving couple in the eyes of others, but cousin is still somewhat distant. At this moment, he suddenly spoke, interrupting her thoughts. By the way, who did you hear from that third Miss Mu can ride a horse? Ao Shu scratched her face awkwardly, stammering to find a reason. Everyone was talking about it in the library that day, and that's when I heard it. I forgot who specifically said it. Knowing she couldn't let Su Yin continue to be suspicious, she quickly made an excuse to leave. Right? I still have things to do and can't accompany you any longer, cousin. I'll go back first. As soon as she finished speaking, Ao Shu turned and ran away, muttering, "If we keep talking, cousin will discover my secret. It's better to leave now." Su Yin silently watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. Why does Ao Shu know about Yin Shu? Could she also be reborn like me? How many people have been reborn? No matter who it is, I will never let Yin Shu be hurt again. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted, "Ling Bai." Hearing his voice, Ling Bai immediately ran in from outside, stood beside Su Yin, and replied loudly, "Master, what are your orders?" He turned to the person behind him and instructed in a low voice, "Go and investigate what the Princess of Qinghe has been doing these past 6 months." Ling Bai quickly acknowledged the order. Yes. Mo Su Yin seemed to remember something else and continued to instruct, "Right, have Shui Mo check if third miss has arrived." He replied slowly. The gatekeeper just said that third Miss Mu arrived at the gate, but then turned and left. Hearing this, he sighed softly and waved his sleeve, saying indifferently, "I understand. You may leave." Then, with a hint of regret in his heart, he thought, Yin Shu must have seen Ao Shu's carriage outside. This little rascal, is she avoiding me? Yin Shu's bright smile suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind, and he murmured to himself like a love-struck youth, whether it was before or now, "I've never liked Ao Shu, because there's already someone living in my heart." Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin Shu had just returned to the residence when Ban Xia anxiously ran out to report, "Miss, you're back. Old madam isn't feeling well." Hearing this, Yin Shu's eyes sharpened. What happened? Ban Xia immediately walked up to her and said worriedly, "I don't know how, but old madam had a stomachache this morning, and it hasn't gotten better yet." Yin Shu maintained her professional composure and seriousness, asking, "Has the residence's physician seen her?" She stepped back to make way for Yin Shu, carefully replying, "She went, but after the physician prescribed medicine, grandmother vomited it all up. Miss, you should go to Ningen Hall and see her." Yin Shu decisively responded, "All right." From inside the room, the attending physician's voice clearly drifted out, "Third miss, old madam's pulse is extremely unusual. Cold energy has entered her body, causing diarrhea. Grandmother has had bouts of diarrhea since she was young, which is why her pulse is irregular." Yin Shu was already standing by the bed, looking at her frail grandmother. She explained in detail, "Actually, this is because grandmother's stomach qi is stagnated, causing heat in her stomach. After eating something cold, the stomach fire intensified, leading to diarrhea." Her tone deepened as she reprimanded, "This is a common ailment. How could the physician misdiagnose it?" After speaking, Yin Shu thought to herself, could he have been instructed by someone? The physician lowered his head, listening to the reprimand, his face filled with shame. "It was my negligence. Thank you for your guidance, Third Mississippi." After apologizing, she turned back to the matter at hand, softly saying to Yun Lan beside her, "Mother, help me sit grandmother up." Her mother replied, "All right." Supported by her mother, grandmother's face was still pale. She looked at the brown pill Yun Shu offered her, and then gently placed it in her mouth. After swallowing the pill, she anxiously turned to Sun Shur. "Second aunt, would you please bring a basin of warm water?" Sun Shur agreed verbally, but as she turned to fetch the water, she frowned and muttered under her breath, "Tiske, a little girl ordering me around like a servant." Soon, Sun Shur returned with the water, her tone affected. "Here's the water." Yin Shu's movements were extremely gentle as she handed the water to her grandmother to help her swallow the pill. Grandmother took a sip and sighed, "Oh, this old woman is useless." Then, she suddenly raised her hand and looked sadly at Yin Shu. Just a bite of iced melon, and it caused such a fuss. Yin Shu comforted her gently. "Grandmother, don't say that. Everyone has their little ailments." At this moment, Yun Lan beside her also spoke cheerfully, trying to lighten the mood. "A few days ago, Shiru told me to soak century-old Hishowu in 30-year-old wine. It will be ready to drink in a few days. I'll send some to Mother to nourish her body." Grandmother smiled with satisfaction. "That's thoughtful of you." Sun Shur watched their mother-daughter exchange with envy and resentment. "So what if you have a high birth in Mother's favor?" The more she thought about it, the uglier her expression became. "If I'm not well, none of you will be either." Then, with a fake smile, Sun Shur interjected sarcastically, "Oh, Third Miss is so filial. The first person you think of for the century-old Hishowu is your mother." Indeed, one's own mother is the dearest. Yinlan knew there was a barb in her words and raised an eyebrow slightly. "What do you mean by that, second aunt?" The scheming Sun Shur smiled, deliberately raising her voice. "I'm happy for eldest sister-in-law. With Third Miss providing nourishment, when eldest sister-in-law reaches mother's age, she certainly won't get sick. Grandmother, lying in bed, heard everything. Deciding not to indulge her any longer, she scolded, "Sunsure, I asked you to take care of her, yet you harbor resentment." Sunsure hadn't expected to be reprimanded again. Panic flashed across her face, and she quickly apologized. "I wouldn't dare." She immediately put on a pitiful expression, kneeling down and saying, "Waichif, Awai, mother, please don't misunderstand. Serving mother is my duty. How could I have any complaints?" Yin Shu slowly walked toward Sunsure and softly called out, "Second aunt." Seeing her approach, Sunsure responded warily. Yin Shu looked gently at the kneeling Sunsure, wanting to give her a way out. "Second aunt, you mentioned before that you wanted to give me a pair of red gold phoenix and dragon candle holders. Why not give them directly to grandmother? I just made some calming and sleep-inducing night candles that can be placed in the holders." Sunsure caught on and quickly agreed. Yes. I'll send them to grandmother tomorrow." With that said, Yin Shu turned and smiled as she bid farewell to her grandmother. "Grandmother, please rest well. I'll come see you again tomorrow." Grandmother waved her hand affectionately. All right. You all go back and rest. By now, Yin Shu had returned to Bai Kai courtyard. The night was deep, the bright moon hung high, and its clear light bathed the courtyard. Suddenly, a flickering figure darted from the corner of the house. Xuan Yin swiftly descended. Meanwhile, Yin Shu was still bathing. In the light filtering through the window, her skin was as smooth and lustrous as jade. He saw this scene from outside, shyly turning sideways, his cheeks flushed. She's bathing. It seems I've come a bad time. She didn't notice anyone's presence, closing her eyes to enjoy Nanju's massage. "Nanju," she said softly, "why are you still using the old candles? Light the rice butterfly flower candles I made." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately patted her head in self-reproach. "Oh dear, look at my memory. Miss, I'll change them for you right away." Nanju lit the candles as instructed and, intoxicated by the fragrance, exclaimed, "Miss, the rice butterfly flower candles you made smell wonderful tonight. I'm sure I'll sleep well tonight." At this moment, Yin Shu gracefully stepped out of the bath. Hearing her words, she tilted her head slightly and replied, "Yes, you and Wan Ji can use them too. They're very effective for calming the mind and promoting sleep." Nanju was delighted and cheerfully dried her body, constantly praising her. "Miss, you're becoming more and more beautiful. I wonder which family will be fortunate enough to marry you in the future." Yin Shu, flattered by the compliments, blushed slightly and playfully patted her. Now you dare tease me too." Seeing her shyness, Nanju couldn't help but laugh, feigning fear. "Oh dear, miss, how would this servant dare? Please forgive me." After the bath, as if completing a task, she softly said, "Miss, the bed is made, and the ice in the tub has been changed. It shouldn't be too hot tonight." Yin Shu, already lying in bed, replied cheerfully, "Good, then I'll sleep. You should rest early too." Outside, everything was quiet. The full moon hung high in the starry sky, and flower petals rustled in the wind. Yin Shu gradually fell asleep, when suddenly someone appeared from outside and gently lifted her bed curtains. Instinctively, she opened her eyes and woke up. Standing before her was Xuan Yin. Yin Shu couldn't help but freeze, blurting out, "Seventh Prince." She quickly sat up, asking in surprise, "Why are you here?" He stood before her, still with that smile. "You haven't given me acupuncture yet today." Hearing this flimsy excuse, a flicker of displeasure flashed across Yin Shu's eyes. "So you broke into my room in the middle of the night." Unlike her annoyance, Xuan Yin still replied with a grin, "I'm poisoned. Yesterday you diagnosed that my poison has worsened." He watched her frown and explained, "I don't want to die suddenly. Of course I have to come to you. You said you would give me acupuncture this afternoon, but I waited until evening and you didn't come." Yin Shu could only say helplessly, "I went over in the evening, but when I saw Princess Ching Hei's carriage, I came back." Xuan Yin was not surprised to hear this. He asked gently why. She calmly explained, "I don't want Princess Ching Hei to misunderstand." After listening, he leaned closer to Yin Shu and deliberately asked, "Misunderstand what?" She became a little irritated and said bluntly, "Anyway, Princess Ching Hei will be your." She looked at the man who was still questioning her, about to say what she is to you, when she suddenly realized she had misspoken. She immediately covered her mouth, silently blaming herself. This is something from my past life. I almost let slip." Thinking of this, Yin Shu quickly changed the subject. "Nothing. Aren't you here for acupuncture? Take off your clothes." He gestured towards her with his hand, pleading, "Help me take them off." She was a little surprised, but still got out of bed with a stern stern face. I'm not very strong. I'm afraid I'll damage your highness's clothes. Besides, I'm not used to serving people. But Xuanyin still looked at her calmly, explaining, I'm not asking you to serve me. It's just that I accidentally injured my arm while climbing over the wall, and I can't lift it now. Yunshu secretly laughed to herself. The unparalleled general of the northern border, injured from climbing a wall. What a lie. She could only point to the chair in front of him and say, sit over there, and I'll give you acupuncture. The arm beneath his black robe rested calmly on the bed, but Xuanyin deliberately disobeyed, directly lying down on Yunshu's bed, saying self-righteously, I think it's more comfortable here. She stared at him blankly, watching him jump onto her bed without a care. Before she could react, Xuanyin added, I'm a patient now. How uncomfortable it would be to sit in that hard chair. He glanced at her, as if saying, What, are you afraid I'll mess up your bed? She stood there, her cheeks flushed red, puffing out her cheeks angrily. This is my bed. Have some self-respect, you big idiot. He, however, enjoyed the softness of the bed, nonchalantly saying, I'm a pitiful patient now. Exasperated by him, Yunshu could only say you. She felt like she was arguing with a brick wall. Forget it, just give him the acupuncture and send him away. Otherwise, he'll continue to make trouble and waste my time. The longer the night, the more likely something unexpected will happen. With a hint of resignation, Yunshu said, fine. Then stay there. Given permission, Shuyin grinned like a child, overjoyed. You're amazing. Seeing him praise her so happily, Yunshu blushed again, tugging at his sleeve and exclaiming, Shut up. As the two playfully bickered, Wanji quickly removed Shuyin's outer robe. With a thud, six-pack abs appeared before her. Yunshu stared, mesmerized, her cheeks flushed. Seeing her stunned silence, Shuyin couldn't resist teasing, Aren't you a doctor? Doctors treat patients regardless of gender. Do you blush like this every time you give someone acupuncture? Shuyin's voice snapped Yunshu back to reality. Realizing her unprofessionalism, she felt both angry and embarrassed. She abruptly pulled open Shuyin's shirt, muttering, "Be quiet." The pull ripped a long tear in the fabric. Shuyin said playfully, "You tore my clothes." Mortified, Yunshu grabbed a nearby towel and stuffed it in his mouth, desperate to silence him. Shuyin took the pink towel, looking at her with feigned hurt. "Can't you be gentler? I'm a patient, you know." He deliberately brought the towel to his nose and sniffed. "It smells so good." Glaring at him, Yunshu blurted out, "Shameless." Without giving him a chance to react, she inserted the silver needle, a silent retaliation. Caught off guard, Shuyin instinctively cried out, "Ah!" Startled by his yell, Yunshu quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Shu, do you want to scare me to death? We're in the Zhong Marquis' residence." Unbeknownst to her, Shuyin was just teasing. Seeing his mischievous grin, Yunshu's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O. Realizing she'd been tricked, she quickly stepped back, fuming. "You did that on purpose." Shuyin laughed triumphantly. "No, it really hurt, okay?" He playfully held up a finger. "But since you cover my mouth, I'll cover yours now. We're even." Yunshu's anger intensified. She grabbed a needle and threw it at his hand. "Even? I'll show you even." After the acupuncture, Yunshu looked at the flushed and panting man before her, asking with a hint of concern, "How do you feel?" "I used a special technique today. It shouldn't be more painful than yesterday, right?" Shuyin trembled, trying to speak. Got a little hot." Hearing this, Yunshu looked at the silver needles in her hand, puzzled. "These needles should make you feel cold inside. Why would you feel hot?" He seemed not to hear, his face flushed, his brow furrowed as he muttered, "So hot." Suddenly, Shuyin collapsed onto the bed, pulling the covers over himself, writhing and moaning. "So hot." Yunshu panicked. "What's wrong? What are you doing?" Hearing Shuyin's low moans, "So hot, so uncomfortable," Yunshu seemed to realize something, her face reddening as well. She checked him again. Did you drink the dragon fruit wine?" He rubbed his head. "Oh, right. I had a few cups with Zhongbai at dinner." Shuyin repeated questioningly, "Dragon fruit wine." Yunshu didn't answer, panic rising within her. "Oh no, the dragon fruit wine, combined with the scent of the calming lamp and my special acupuncture technique. It's created an aphrodisiac effect." Watching Shuyin's increasingly erratic behavior, even calling out her name, Yunshu became even more flustered. "How did this happen?" Mo, Shuyin, his face crimson, whimpered, "Darling, I can't control myself. It's so uncomfortable. Help me. He suddenly grabbed Yunshu's hand, making her blush deeply. Aren't you skilled in martial arts? Use your inner strength to suppress it. Mo Shuyan trembled slightly, clutching the blanket tightly. I really can't control it. The energy inside me is going wild. Yunshu held the silver needles, trying to soothe him. All right, don't move. I'll give you a few more needles. She carefully inserted the silver needles, one by one, into Mo Shuyan's firm body. Don't move. He closed his eyes, trying to steady his breathing. Just then, Chunhua suddenly ran over. Peeking through Yunshu's window, she gasped eek. Through the window, Chunhua saw their figures and overheard their conversation. Yunshu asked, feeling better now. Mo Shuyan replied, much better. Hiding behind the wall, Chunhua muttered in shock. No way. Third Miss is hiding a man in her room. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her. Chunhua jumped, startled. Nanny Sunday, Nanny's son frowned, asking in confusion, hiding a man. What are you talking about? Chunhua stammered, I just passed by Third Miss's room and saw a man inside. Nanny's son sneered. Oh, is that so? Mo Shuyan leaned wearily against a wooden pillar. The chaotic energy within him had subsided, but the desire lingered. Do you have any ice? Yunshu looked around. Yes, wait a moment. She handed him a bucket of ice. Here you go. Mo Shuyan accepted it with some embarrassment. Cough, turn around. He stood up with a stern face. Don't peek. Yunshu blushed and turned around, thinking to herself, who would want to peek at you? Mo Shuyan sighed. Startling her and deepening her blush. Mo Shuyan adjusted his clothes, feeling awkward. All right, you can turn back now. Yunshu sat gently beside him, averting her gaze. The 100 days drunkenness poison in your body is worse than yesterday, she said softly. He glanced at her. I'm already investigating it, but I'm afraid it won't be resolved in a day or two. Yunshu closed her eyes with a grave expression. Seventh Prince, you should leave. Mo Shuyan teased. I heard you shouldn't be exposed to wine immediately after acupuncture. She raised her voice in exasperation. Mo Shuyan quickly lowered his voice. Shoo! Someone was coming. The footsteps grew closer. Nanny-san was heading towards Yunshu's room. Yunshu panicked. Did they discover you sneaked into the residence? What do we do now? Mo Shuyan quickly asked. Is there anywhere to hide here? They looked around the room and noticed Yunshu's storage chest was just the right size to hide someone. Yunshu hurriedly pushed him inside. Get in. Don't make a sound. Mo Shuyan tumbled into the chest, letting out a low cry, oof. She quickly covered him with clothes and rushed to open the door, glancing back and letting out a sigh of relief. Under Yunshu's clothes? Mo Shuyan thought. Yunshu's clothes. He closed his eyes, enjoying the fragrance. So fragrant. Nanny-san knocked urgently. Third Miss, are you asleep? Yunshu nervously opened the door. Composing herself, she asked Second Aunt, what brings you here so late? Nanny-san looked her up and down. She smiled slyly, her tone calm. It's nothing important, really. You were busy treating old madam today. You must be tired. Yunshu gripped the door frame worriedly, blocking Nanny Sunday. That's good to hear. If there's nothing else, Second Aunt, we could talk tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. Nanny-san pushed the door open. Yunshu cried out, wait. Nanny-san continued, your mother and I bought some new clothes the other day, and I brought them back together. Mo Shuyan peeked out of the chest, trying to see what was happening. Nanny-san went on, one of your dresses is still with me. I forgot to bring it over. Yunshu forced a smile. Thank you for your kindness, Second Aunt. Mo Shuyan thought from inside the chest. This Second Aunt is clearly up to something. It must be because of the noise I made during the acupuncture. Nanny-san smiled and asked, aren't you going to invite me in? Yunshu declined. I'm just about to go to bed, and my room is a bit messy. Please forgive me, Second Aunt. Mo Shuyan worried. I have to leave quickly. I can't ruin Yunshu's reputation. Nanny-san sneered. Yunshu is always tidy. How could it be messy? Unless you have something to hide. Yunshu retorted confidently. A clear conscience fears no accusation. If Second Aunt wants to inspect, please come in. Nanny-san pushed Yunshu aside and entered the room. Yunshu watched her in surprise, repeating, a clear conscience fears no accusation. If Second Aunt wants to inspect, please come in. Nanny-san looked around, thinking, only the bed is a bit messy. She walked around the room, thinking, it seems Yunshu was just getting ready for bed. That's normal. Suddenly, she walked to the window. She spotted the chest and smiled triumphantly, picking up Yin Shu's clothes. In that case, I won't disturb your rest. I'll just put these clothes in the chest and be on my way. Mo Shuyin's eyes widened. Yin Shu rushed over and shouted, "No, don't open that chest. I'll put them away myself. Second aunt, please leave." Nanny-san rested her hand on the chest and smiled faintly. "Oh, you don't want me to open it?" She leaned closer to Yin Shu, her smile suggestive. "Don't tell me you're hiding a man in there." Yin Shu retorted angrily. "Second aunt, don't be absurd." Nanny-san said confidently, "Absurd. Then let me open the chest and prove your innocence. What are you so nervous about?" Nanny-san moved closer and closer. Yin Shu worried. What if she opens it? Yin Shu panicked. Nanny-san triumphantly lifted the lid of the chest. "Come out, my little lover." Yin Shu jumped in fright. Nanny-san began rummaging through the clothes. Yin Shu stealthily approached, gripping a silver needle in her hand. "Second aunt, don't blame me for being ruthless. In this situation, I can only use a needle to knock you unconscious." Yin Shu quietly raised the silver needle, trying not to attract attention. Nanny-san rummaged through the room, tossing clothes everywhere. Nanny-san was completely unprepared. Yin Shu seized the opportunity to approach, ready to knock her unconscious, but the chest was empty. Nanny-san cried out in disbelief. "How is this possible? No one's here." Yin Shu, still holding the silver needle, was equally shocked and confused. Where was the seventh prince? He was clearly hiding inside just a moment ago. Nanny-san stared at the chest, frantically searching. "Impossible. This is impossible. Where is he? Where did he go? Where did he go?" Yin Shu said calmly. "Second aunt, you've turned this place upside down, and you haven't found anything." Nanny-san narrowed her eyes, full of suspicion. Yin Shu's tone was firm. "I demand an explanation." Nanny-san grabbed Yin Shu's collar. Nanny-san roared furiously. "Where did you hide him?" Startled by Nanny-san's reaction, Yin Shu pushed her out of the room in anger. The old woman stumbled and fell, crying out. Yin Shu said calmly, "Second aunt, you barged into my room in the middle of the night, trying to ruin my reputation. I want an explanation." Nanny-san stammered. Yin Shu sneered, then softened her tone. "Second aunt, think carefully. Is someone using you? Just tell me who's behind this, and I can pretend tonight never happened. What do you think?" The old woman hesitated. Finally, terrified, Nanny-san confessed it was Huwa. "She said she saw a man in your room." Yin Shu frowned thoughtfully. Nanny-san's adopted daughter, Huwa. "You already knew. In her past life, that girl used a love potion to climb into her cousin's bed, turning his family upside down. Even worse, when Mo Xuanyan attacked the Duke Su's manor, she secretly poisoned the well, leaving them defenseless against Mo Xuanyan's crossbow bolts." Yin Shu thought, it's not surprising that a viper like her would do something like this tonight. Yin Shu made up her mind. "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yin Shu sneered inwardly. It's not surprising that a viper like her would do something like this tonight. She made up her mind. "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." She leaned closer to Nanny-san, her tone softening. "Huwa is my Nanny-san's adopted daughter, so she occasionally plays jokes on me. Second aunt, don't take her words seriously. She just wants to upset you." The old woman nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're right. I'll leave now and let you rest." Nanny-san scurried away. Yin Shu slammed the door shut and let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew." Yin Shu paced around the room, searching. "Seventh prince, where are you hiding? Come out." Looking out the window at the night, she wondered, did he really leave? Mo Xuanyan was scaling the walls, his expression serious. "Fortunately, I'm quick and managed to slip out of Yin Shu's room in time. Otherwise, her reputation would have been ruined by me." He was secretly relieved. This little adventure was rather interesting. The image of Yin Shu's pouting face flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The next morning, a shout came from Hua's room. Huwa. Chun Yu woke Hua up, urging her, "Get up, stop sleeping. It's your turn to water the flowers today." Hua complained with her eyes closed. "Ugh, why are you so annoying? Who waters flowers every day? They're going to drown." Chun Yu stumbled back with a cry of awe after being shoved by her. Yin Shu walked in slowly and asked, "Hua, which flowers are you planning to drown?" Hua immediately knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "Third miss," Hua misspoke. "Please forgive me." Hua wondered what's going on. Didn't Madam's son catch her last night? How is she still standing here, perfectly fine? Yin Shu's tone was stern. You don't need to water the flowers anymore. From today onwards, you will sweep the courtyard every morning. Chunhua looked at Yin Shu blankly. Miss, I'm used to watering the flowers. I'm afraid I won't be able to sweep well. Yin Shu smiled. If it's not clean the first time, sweep a second time. If it's still not clean the second time, sweep a third time. Chunhua hesitated. Miss, Yin Shu's tone turned cold. Sweep until it's clean. Don't think that just because you're Nanny Song's adopted daughter, you can speak carelessly. Remember, I'm a master here, and you're just a servant. Chunhua nodded repeatedly in fear. I'll go sweep now. Chunhua gritted her teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, it seems Nanny Son really didn't catch her last night. Forget it. If she can't do it, I'll find the evidence myself. Once I pull you down, let's see if you can still be so arrogant. Watching Chunhua's receding figure, Yin Shu suddenly remembered. Right besides her, there's also Chunshang. In her past life, Chunshang fabricated evidence to frame her, almost getting her beaten to death by her father. With that in mind, Yin Shu glanced at Chunyue and instructed Chunyue, from today onwards, you and Chunshang will switch rooms. You will live with Chuntao, and Chunshang will live with Chunhua. Go pack your things now. Chunyue unexpectedly agreed. Yes. After Yin Shu left, she went to Tang Anning. Yin Shu said in surprise, Father, Mother, you're here too. Yin Shu greeted them politely. How is grandmother's health today? Old Madame Mu smiled gratefully. I'm much better. Sheeter's medical skills are truly remarkable. Yin Shu held her hand and felt her pulse. Yes, your pulse is indeed much better, but you still need to continue taking the medicine I prescribed last night. The old madam happily agreed. All right. Yin Shu happily took old Madame Mu's arm. Grandmother, Princess Hashua invited me to go hunting. The old madam smiled. Then you should go, but be sure to mind your manners in front of the princess. Yin Shu whispered, so I want to ask grandmother for a favor. The old madam asked curiously, oh, what is it? Yin Shu carefully suggested, if I go hunting to prevent any danger, I want to bring a few guards. The old madam seemed a little surprised. I thought it was something important. Old Madame Mu then instructed Mu Jianying to help. All right, have the steward go to the martial arts field and pick a few skilled guards for sure. Mu Jianying decisively said, don't worry, mother. I'll personally go and pick some for Sheer later. Mu Jianying turned to Yin Shu and asked, by the way, Sheer, who did you learn your medical skills from? Yin Shu smiled faintly. My master told me never to tell anyone his name. Mu Jianying reminded her cheerfully, haha, skilled people always have some eccentricities, I understand. As long as you study hard and don't disgrace our Zhongho mansion. Yin Shu nodded respectfully. Yes. Yin Shu turned to old Madame Mu, her expression serious. By the way, grandmother, diarrhea is differentiated by cold and heat. This is the most basic medical principle, and it cannot be mistaken. Yin Shu frowned in thought. He Fui's medical skills have always been excellent. Yin Lan said in shock, sure. Do you mean someone bribed He Fui to harm grandmother? Yin Shu firmly said, yes. Mu Jianying shouted angrily. Preposterous. He insisted, I'll go arrest He Fui right now and send him to the authorities for questioning. Old Madame Mu interrupted, wait. She said firmly, what happened today? No one is allowed to know. She emphasized, and don't mention it again. I will investigate this secretly. Chunhua was sweeping the courtyard, carefully observing her surroundings. She thought, there's no one around now. Might as well take this opportunity to sneak into Mrs. Room and look for evidence. Thinking of this, Chunhua tiptoed, slowly pushed the door open, and carefully walked in, thinking that maybe she could find something useful. Chunhua rummaged through Yin Shu's room and suddenly found a man's button on the floor. Chunhua bent down to pick it up, secretly delighted. Haha, I actually found it, a man's button. Just then, a loud shout came from behind, startling Chunhua. What are you doing here? The door was suddenly pushed open. It was Shirban Shah. Chunhua panicked and quickly hid the button. Hearing someone talking outside, Chunhua panicked, quickly hid the button she had just found, and stammered, I just finished sweeping the courtyard and thought I'd help Miss clean her room. Yin Shu wasn't suspicious and replied, then I'll clean Mrs. Room. You go and prune the potted plants. Chunhua immediately agreed. As soon as she left, she smirked triumphantly. Humph, third miss, with the evidence of you meeting a man in secret. Let's see how you explain this. Just then, Sunshur came from the opposite direction. Seeing Chunhua slacking off, Sunshur scolded her loudly, startling her. Chunhua, you dare lie to me. There's no man in third Mrs. Room. Chunhua quickly stammered and handed the button she had just found to Sunshur. I wouldn't dare lie to you. Look, I just found this in third Mrs. Room. Sunshur took one look and immediately snatched the button. Surprised, a man's button. Her expression then changed, and she asked Chunhwa with a sly smile, "Do you know whose this is?" Chunhwa stammered, I don't know. Sun Shi immediately instructed Chunhwa, "Go back and keep a close watch. If you find a man, shout loudly." Hearing this, the maid was a little scared. "I'm just a servant, I'm afraid." Seeing her hesitation, Sun Shi grabbed Chunhwa's shoulder and continued, "Don't be afraid, I'll take care of you. After this is done, I'll give you your freedom papers, and you'll be free." Chunhwa's eyes lit up at this. She bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, madam. I will certainly live up to your expectations." At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Madame Sun's face, and the surrounding atmosphere was filled with scheming and malice. The scene shifted to Shunling Tea House. Nanju's voice came from outside. "Miss, you've just returned from old madam's place. Why not rest your feet and come inside the tea house for a while?" Inside the tea house, Yin Shu calmly replied to her maid, "Nanju, there's a tea tasting competition at Shunling Tea House today. The final prize is the 8 treasures exquisite pagoda, which is useful to me." As soon as the two entered the tea house, a waiter came forward. "Honored guests, what can I get for you?" Yin Shu cheerfully replied, "I'm here to participate in the tea tasting competition." At this moment, Ming Shi, the daughter of Princess Huiyang, walked in and sneered. "The rule of the Shunling Tea House's tea tasting competition is to bring fine tea as a wager. Do you have any?" Hearing the voice behind her, Yin Shu was taken aback. Her face immediately darkened as she turned around to look coldly at Ming Shi, thinking to herself, "I didn't expect to run into the princess here." In her past life, it was Ming Shi and Chun Shang who had drugged her tea, causing her to miscarry and lose her first child. She recalled Ming Shi's cold and heartless face, showing no remorse as she collapsed in pain. Now, Yin Shu glared at her fiercely, her heart filled with Thotan hatred. "In this life, I will make you pay back 100-fold, 1,000-fold." Ming Shi's expression was indifferent. As she passed by Yin Shu, she deliberately bumped into her hard and said disdainfully, "I'm here to taste tea. I don't like irrelevant people affecting my mood." At this time, Jiang spoke from behind. "Third miss, since the princess has spoken, please leave." Yin Shu was quite surprised and retorted, "I haven't broken any of Shunling Tea House's rules. On what grounds is the princess driving me away?" As she was speaking, the manager of Shunling Tea House suddenly appeared to mediate. "As long as you can bring fine tea as a wager, anyone can participate in the tea tasting." Upon hearing this, Ming Shi gave Yin Shu a mocking glance. "I'm afraid she can't bring out any good tea." Nanju glared at her angrily from behind, but Yin Shu was not annoyed. Instead, she smiled and replied, "Whether I can bring it out or not is none of the princess's concern." With that, she took out a small tea caddy from her bosom and presented it. "This is my wager. Please appraise it, manager." Seeing that Yin Shu only took out a palm-sized tea caddy, Ming Shi immediately sneered. "If you don't have anything good, don't bring it out and embarrass yourself. It's such a small caddy for beggars." The manager was a little helpless with her attitude, but Yin Shu calmly retorted, "Then I wonder what good things the princess has brought." Hearing this, Ming Shi proudly placed a magnificent large tea caddy on the table and said arrogantly, "Here you go. This is my wager." The manager said with a smile, "According to the rules, whoever has the better quality tea gets to taste first." Ming Shi remained arrogant. "Is that even a question? I brought Jinshan Long Jing, which is extremely precious. How can she compare? So, Mu Yin Shu, you should just put away your tea and leave. I'm doing this for your own good, so you don't lose everything," she said smugly. Yin Shu listened and replied seriously, "There's no need for the princess to be so harsh. Let's wait until the manager appraises it." After carefully examining it for a moment, the manager said, "Based on the quality of the tea, third miss, please taste first." Ming Shi exclaimed angrily, Hey, how is that possible? Are you mistaken?" The manager replied with a smile, "This is Shunling Tea House, not the princess's mansion. If the princess wants to taste tea, she must abide by the rules of Shunling Tea House. Otherwise, please leave." Ming Shi stammered, "I misspoke. Can I take a look at third Mrs. T so I can be convinced?" But the manager firmly said, "Absolutely not. Do you want to embarrass her in public?" At this time, Jiang interjected, "If it's not made public, how will others know that her tea is better than the princess's? Are you afraid of someone discovering some trickery?" The manager retorted, "Jinling Tea House has always been fair and impartial. Is young Master Jiang questioning our Jinling Tea House? Jiang stammered. That's not what I meant. Shu gently picked up the small tea caddy and handed it to the manager. Manager, if the princess wants to be convinced, there's no harm in letting her see it, lest someone spread rumors afterward, affecting Shumling Tea House's reputation. The manager replied, since third miss is willing, I naturally have no objections. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu opened the lid of the tea caddy and placed it on the table for everyone to admire. Everyone was amazed. Mingxi couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, it was Qi Hong. The shopkeeper explained, indeed, this tea is fresh and delicate, especially the young leaves, slender and pointed, with a smooth and bright color and a pure aroma. This tea is extremely rare, and the tea-making process is incredibly complex, but the taste is noble and pure, rarely seen in the world, and its value surpasses gold. After speaking, he turned to Princess Mingxi. Are you convinced now? Mingxi's face was full of doubt. She frowned and asked the shopkeeper, wait, I still have a box of tea here. If the two teas are combined, could it still be inferior to Qi Hong? As she spoke, she took out a small tea box and handed it to him. The shopkeeper replied, Eight Immortals tea. This is probably the current Empress Dowager's favorite tea. The shopkeeper then announced, please wait a moment. A trace of anxiety flashed across Mingxi's face. He took the tea into a magnificent and solemn private room. Behind the screen, two people were tasting tea. It was a tea room specially designed for distinguished guests. Fang Jin and Mo Xinyan were sitting inside. The shopkeeper reported from outside, Master, the wager between the eldest princess and third Miss Mu is difficult to judge. How should we determine the winner? Upon hearing this, Fang Jin replied, then let them compete together. If both of them can guess 50 types of tea, we'll continue adding questions until someone makes a mistake. The shopkeeper respectfully withdrew, yes. Inside the room, Fang Jin turned to Mo Xinyan and asked, Seventh Prince, who do you think will win? Want to make a bet? Mo Xinyan dipped his finger in tea and wrote the two characters Yun Shu on the table. He confidently replied, I bet she'll win. Fang Jin asked after hearing this. Miss Mu can't even name the teas. Are you sure you want to bet on her winning? Mo Xinyan chuckled. If I win, you have to agree to see her afterward. If you win, that Yangshi Huiqing plant is yours. How about it? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Jin leaned closer, staring at him and asking deal. But what are you up to? How do you know she wants to see me? What's your relationship with her? Mo Xinyan said with displeasure. You talk too much. Fang Jin pressed further. Last time you won the Yin Shu stone here, was it also because of her? Mo Xinyan smiled triumphantly. You're definitely going to lose this time. Fang Jin snorted coldly. The competition hasn't even started, and you're already drawing conclusions. It's a bit too early, but it doesn't matter. I don't have anything to lose this time either. Scene change. At the tea competition between Yun Shu and Mingxi, the shopkeeper announced, the teas presented by both of you are equally matched, so we have decided to let you both guess the teas together. Both of them were a little surprised upon hearing this. Yin Shu then asked if we guess together, and both happened to guess 50 types correctly. Then who gets the jade exquisite pagoda? Hearing this, Mingxi sneered, you still delude yourself into thinking you can guess 50 types of tea. What a joke. The palace maids eavesdropping outside also laughed along. Which noble lady in the capital doesn't know that third Miss Mu doesn't like tea? How could she possibly distinguish between good and bad? Another palace maid echoed. Exactly. She'll definitely be eliminated after the first cup. Nanju, hearing her mistress being humiliated, was instantly furious and shouted at them. The ones who will be eliminated after the first cup are probably you. Before she could finish, Yin Shu interrupted. Nanju, ignore them. We'll see how badly they lose later. Mingxi scoffed after hearing this. Such arrogance. If you can really guess 50 types of tea correctly, I'll admit defeat. How about that? Seeing her arrogance, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of Yun Shu's mouth. Then, with a light-hearted expression, she said, Then I thank the princess for your concession. I appreciate you yielding. As Yin Shu's voice fell, Mingxi was so angry that she couldn't speak. She cursed inwardly. Damn it, I originally wanted to mock her, but why is she so confident instead? Could she really understand tea? At this moment, Yin Shu smiled gently and continued, Please ask the shopkeeper to be a witness, lest the eldest princess refuses to acknowledge defeat after losing. Mingxi was furious after hearing this and retorted, Absurd. How could I possibly lose? The shopkeeper immediately instructed the servants, serve the tea. Soon, the table was filled with various teacups. Yin Shu turned to Mingxi and said respectfully, "Please, princess, you first." As soon as she finished speaking, Mingxi picked up a teacup from the table and savored it carefully. A moment later, she proudly announced, "This cup is Dongting Bilyuakan." The shopkeeper turned over the bottom of the teacup, and it indeed read Dongting Bilyuakan. The shopkeeper said, "Congratulations, princess, you got the first cup right." Kong Jiang, standing outside, also praised, "The princess is truly remarkable, guessing the tea with just one sip. Admirable." Mingxi was very pleased after hearing this and looked at Yin Shu with a superior expression. "Oh, Yin Shu, it's not too late to admit defeat now." At this moment, Yin Shu seemed to completely ignore Mingxi's words. She had already begun to taste the first cup of tea and said modestly, "The tea has a clear and mellow color and a light, sweet fragrance. I know what kind of tea this is." Seeing her confident appearance, Mingxi said impatiently, "Show off. You think you're some kind of tea master. You can guess just by looking and smelling." Yin Shu still ignored her and turned to the shopkeeper, saying, "This is Nansha Yulu." The shopkeeper happily announced, "Wow, third miss, you're amazing. You guessed correctly." Mingxi seemed to disbelieve the shopkeeper's words and stubbornly said, "Humph, you haven't announced the answer yet. Are you trying to cheat?" She then reached out and picked up the saucer, holding Yin Shu's teacup. She turned the saucer over, and it was indeed the type of tea Yin Shu had guessed. Mingxi exclaimed in surprise, "How is that possible?" Seeing her flustered expression, Yin Shu smiled gently and said, "Please continue, princess. It's your turn." Mingxi had lost her previous arrogance and replied impatiently, "You only guessed one tea correctly. What's there to be so proud of?" Then Mingxi began to taste the second cup of tea, her expression somewhat hesitant. Yin Shu said, "If you can't guess this one, princess, you can choose to give up." As soon as she finished speaking, Mingxi loudly declared, "This is Minbei Narcissus." Yin Shu replied meaningfully, "Princess, why are you so hasty in making such a grand guess?" Mingxi frowned after hearing this and retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Yin Shu said softly, "I mean, this is not Minbei Narcissus. It's Phoenix Narcissus." Mingxi angrily pointed at Yin Shu and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. If I'm wrong, I'll bow and yield to you every time I see you." Yin Shu replied gently, "Then please remember your words, princess." With that, Yin Shu turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Shopkeeper, please reveal the answer." The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, turned the saucer over. The name of the tea written on the back was indeed Phoenix Narcissus, as she had guessed. The shopkeeper announced, "Congratulations, third miss, you are correct." Mingxi stammered and shouted, "Impossible. This is impossible. You must have colluded beforehand." Yin Shu explained, "Minbei Narcissus has a yellowish tea color, while Phoenix Narcissus has an amber color. Minbei Narcissus has a sweet taste, while Phoenix Narcissus is more refreshing. Now, princess, you can fulfill your promise." Upon hearing this, Mingxi lost control of her emotions and knocked over all the teacups on the table, shouting, "You really did collude beforehand. You've never had this tea before. How could you know the taste? You clearly knew the answer already." At this moment, another person entered from outside. It was Fang Jin, who sternly ordered, "Someone, please escort the left princess out." Mingxi was astonished. Fang Jin said with a serious face, "From now on, Shunling Tea House will no longer serve anyone from the Huiyang princess's mansion." Mingxi turned around angrily and cursed at Yin Shu. "Who do you think you are, talking to me like that?" The shopkeeper quickly said, "Left princess, please conduct yourself with dignity." He then bowed respectfully to Fang Jin, proprietor. Mingxi calmed down slightly and said, "I'm not suspecting Shunling Tea House. I just find Wu Yin Shu very suspicious. She's never had tea before. How could she guess correctly?" She yelled indignantly. The shopkeeper was extremely impatient. "Princess, please leave." At this time, the servants came in, preparing to escort Mingxi out, their manner respectful but firm. "Princess, please don't make this difficult for us." Mingxi waved her hand and shouted, "It's just a small tea house. How dare you be so rude? I'm going to tell my Imperial uncle. Just you wait and see." She left Shunling Tea House in a rage. Yin Shu happily asked Fang Jin, "Proprietor Fang, can I continue guessing the teas?" He replied with a smile, "Of course." Soon, a new round of tea guessing was prepared. Fong Jin sat down and said with a smile, "Please." Yin Shu began to guess the teas cup by cup, her technique skillful. Before long, she picked up the last cup, gently set it down, and said, "The last cup is Yindang Long Shao tea." Fong Jin exclaimed, "Third miss, you truly are a genius at tea guessing." Yin Shu smiled triumphantly. He then instructed the shopkeeper, "Bring my 8 treasures exquisite jade pagoda. From now on, it belongs to 3rd Mississippi." The shopkeeper respectfully replied, "Yes, proprietor." At this time, Yin Shu said, "Proprietor Fong, may I have a word with you in private?" He replied, "Please follow me." Fong Jin led her to a room, and his voice could still be heard from outside. "This is Xunling's VIP room, 3rd Mississippi. Please speak freely." Inside the room, Yin Shu sat down casually and said calmly, "I know you're not just the proprietor of Xunling Tea House, but also the owner of Qingxin Gambling House. I want Qingxin Gambling House to make Sun Wei, the owner of Jinbao Pavilion, become addicted to gambling, lose everything, and be deeply in debt." Fong Jin's expression turned serious. "No, Qingxin Gambling House will never use underhanded methods to lure people in." Yin Shu smiled faintly. "I don't believe everyone has a price. I bet I can give Fong Jin an offer he can't refuse." He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and what would that be?" She said cheerfully, "I can heal Master Fong's left hand." Fong Jin was visibly stunned. He sounded displeased. "My left hand isn't injured. It doesn't need treatment." But she was firm. It was injured. Master Fong's left wrist was once severely wounded. Although it seems fine now, the residual toxins haven't been completely purged. They've already seeped into the bone marrow. Moreover, I also know a secret about Master Fong. She spoke confidently. Fong Jin's face turned cold. "What secret?" She raised her left hand to explain. "Master Fong always wields a sword with his right hand in front of others, but when killing, he always uses his left." Fong Jin was somewhat surprised after hearing her deduction and immediately asked, "Who are you?" Yin Shu casually introduced herself. "Oh dear, I forgot to mention. Besides being Mu Yun Shu of the Zhong Marquise Manor, I'm also a renowned physician. What I just said are my observations, and I can cure the poison in your hand." Fong Jin asked with interest. "You can tell I use my left hand to wield a sword just by observing." Yin Shu carefully examined his hands and analyzed. "Master Fong, the calluses on your right hand's tiger's mouth are thick, but the calluses on your left hand are thin. To be more precise, after your left hand was poisoned, you trained your right hand more, but the meridians in your left hand are stronger than your right. This indicates that your left hand was once more powerful than your right. I presume it's because someone with strong meridians can withstand heavier blows. Am I correct?" Fong Jin's face darkened after hearing this. Most of the people who knew these things were already dead. Yin Shu leisurely sat down at the tea table, picked up a teacup, and said, "I believe I'm not one of those most people." Fong Jin sneered. "Ha, since you know, even Yang Jiuji couldn't cure the poison in my left hand." Yin Shu was stunned. "How could that be? These symptoms are easy for me to cure. Why couldn't Master cure them?" She carefully observed Fong Jin's expression, feeling somewhat alert. Could he be lying to me? Seeing her silence, he became even more smug. "What, are you scared?" Yin Shu wasn't angered by Fong Jin's words and still insisted. "Master Fong, you're wrong. Don't talk nonsense. I'll write you a prescription. You'll be fully recovered in 5 days. You can see the results for yourself then." She started to carefully write down each medicinal herb on the paper, then instructed, "My prescription is a bit special. You can let others see it, but you absolutely cannot alter it at will. Otherwise, it will become poison." Fong Jin pursed his lips and reluctantly reached out to take the prescription, his expression both apprehensive and distrustful. Watching Yin Shu walk towards the carriage under the guidance of the attendant, Mo Xinyan firmly said, "You lost." Hearing this, Fong Jin turned his head in confusion. "How did you know Mu Yin Shu would win?" He stroked his chin and asked again, "How did you know Mu Yin Shu was coming to find me?" Shuang Yin pointed confidently. "I also know that you can let others examine this prescription, but you'd better not alter it without authorization. If it's effective, you'll be fully recovered in 5 days." Fong Jin was startled by his words. "You even know this?" He started to move closer to Shuang Yin. Fong Jin reached out and lifted Shuang Yin's chin, teasing. Have you taken a liking to that little girl? Shuangyan didn't answer, only smiled faintly. He stood up and stretched. Let's go. Fang Jin asked in confusion. Go where? Shuangyan replied, I'm going to prepare some interesting things. His face was full of excitement as he said, some tricks that will even make Princess Huiyang tremble. Zhang Mingho dared to provoke Shizenshir. I'll make him unable to hold his head up. A moment later, on the streets of the capital, the sun was shining brightly and the market was bustling. Mingxi walked down the street with a frown and a gloomy expression, her maid following behind, terrified by her mistress's mood. Mingxi recalled Princess Huiyang handing her a canister of tea and instructing, Shir, your great-grandmother loves to drink 8 immortals tea. The yield of 8 immortals tea was low this year, and I spent a lot of silver to buy this. Although your father is the Fuma, he's a useless man. She stroked Ming Shi's head. Today, you must enter the palace and give this tea to your great-grandmother. If you can please her, it might help your father. Then our family status will naturally rise. At that time, Mingxi took the tea canister and smiled brightly. Don't worry, mother. Great-grandmother loves me the most. I will definitely make her happy. Back in the present, she thought anxiously. If mother knew I lost the 8 immortals tea, she would beat me to death. Just then, a hawker's cry came from the street. Last batch of 8 immortals tea. Only 500 taels. Mingxi immediately turned towards the voice and saw a man pointing and saying, the remaining tea is yours, not mine, and it's not stolen. Why is it so expensive? Even though Bashan tea production is low this year, you can't raise the price so much. The tea seller, annoyed by his complaints, waved him away. This is authentic high-quality tea. If you're not buying, move aside. He waved his hand impatiently. Don't bother me while I'm doing business. The man was somewhat irritated. Business? You haven't even quoted a price. Just then, Mingxi rushed forward, slammed the table, and loudly declared, this princess will buy your Bashan tea for 600 taels. The tea seller immediately broke into a smug grin, as if he had gotten his way. He opened the teapot and flattered her. Your Highness truly has a discerning eye. This was brought by a merchant ship. The quality is absolutely superb. The man immediately protested. Hey, I was here first. The tea seller shooed him away. 500 taels is not enough. The princess has offered 600. If you're not buying, move aside and don't interfere with my business. The man was not to be outdone. Then I'll pay 650 taels. Ming Shi, equally unyielding, retorted, this princess will pay 700 taels. The two went back and forth, the price climbing higher and higher, leaving even the onlookers stunned. I'll offer 800, 1,000 taels, 1,200, 1,500. Finally, the tea seller held up 2 fingers, smilingly suggesting, Your Highness, it is truly your good fortune to be able to buy this from me. How about 2,000 taels? Well, the man grumbled discontentedly. This is a shady way to do business. You should let us bid and sell it to the highest bidder. Mingxi grabbed the teapot without hesitation. She pointed at the man and said, he just said he would sell it to me for 2,000 taels. Did you hear that clearly? Or do you want this princess to have the Jingzhou prefecture lock you up for a few days? The man was intimidated but still stubbornly threatened. Fine. You dare bully a commoner using your status as a princess. Just you wait. Yin Shu watched from the crowd, frowning. 7th Highness called me here just to watch this. Mo Xianyan tilted his head. What? Not exciting enough. Yin Shu looked at his face, radiant as a spring flower, with an impassive expression. She thought to herself, ruining Zhang Mingho's Bashan tea so that his father would stop favoring him and give her brother a promotion wouldn't be easy. She watched Ming Shi and the tea seller complete the transaction, both looking satisfied, and cursed inwardly, but you actually helped them. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and Yin Shu blurted out, 2,000 taels completely wasted. Is there a hole in your head? Shuangyan was bewildered. Huh, what are you scolding me for? But she had already turned to leave, muttering, forget it, it's not worth arguing with him. Her expression suddenly darkened. Yin Shu thought, he doesn't know about the past life. Just then, Shuangyan reached out to stop her. Wait, this play isn't as simple as you think. Yin Shu slapped his hand away, annoyed. 7th Highness, please behave yourself. Mo Xianyan said helplessly. All right, I'll behave. Can you just hear me out? He continued, that pot of Bashan tea is filled with weeds underneath. Shuangyan's words stunned Yin Shu. Weeds. she stated decisively, "If the eldest princess gives tea mixed with weeds to the Empress Dowager, your family will never rise again." Shuangyan's face darkened. "Precisely. So if they want to harm me, I won't show any mercy." Yun Shu asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by that, Seventh Highness?" Shuangyan held a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. "Princess Huiyang also had a hand in my injury this time." The image of Princess Huiyang immediately appeared in Yun Shu's mind. She thought Princess Huiyang Awai. Shuangyan's face grew even darker. "The one who truly wants me dead is Mo Xianling," he said casually. "They're all Mo Xuanling's people, so they only dared to injure me." Yun Shu frowned, recalling how tragically Mo Xianyin had died in her past life. Princess Huiyang's husband, Zhang Lin, the commander of the Imperial Guards, had played a significant role in it. But now, Zhang Lin was just a minor official, and Princess Huiyang hadn't achieved much. Why would they want to assassinate a powerful prince? She wondered, how does he know Mo Xianling wants to kill him? Could he also be reborn? Mo Xianyin suddenly spoke. "Yin Shu, I suddenly have an idea." Yin Shu asked blankly, "What idea?" The street gradually quieted down, leaving only the two of them talking. Shuangyan proposed, "Let's join forces." Yin Shu frowned. "Join forces?" Shuangyan immediately explained. "Mo Xianling wants to harm me, and he also wants to harm your brother. We have a common enemy." Yun Shu hesitated. "But I'm just a weak woman." Shuangyan patted her shoulder encouragingly. "But your medical skills are unparalleled." Seeing her frown at his touch, Shuangyan quickly withdrew his hand. "You can think about it. There's no rush. I have to go to Princess Huiyang's residence, and then make a trip to the palace. This play still has to continue." He handed her a piece of jade. "With this jade pendant, you can freely enter and exit the 7th prince's residence." But Yin Shu refused outright. "I don't need it." She turned to leave, saying only, "I will seriously consider 7th Highness's proposal. I wish you success with the rest of your performance." After walking away, Yin Shu pondered silently. She hadn't expected Princess Huiyang to get close to Mo Xianling so quickly. She recalled Xianling affectionately holding her hand and promising, "Sure, don't worry. Zhang Mingho and I are on good terms. I'm only doing this to gain Princess Huiyang's support." He had put his arm around her shoulders and vowed, "Once I take the throne, you'll be my one and only empress. There are many things I can't do as I please right now. Do you understand?" At the time, Yin Shu had naively smiled and agreed, "I understand." Now, she finally understood. Yin Shu laughed self-deprecatingly. It was all lies. Her past self had been so foolish. Mo Xianling, weren't you Xin想要那个位置? Disgust flashed in her eyes. Yin Shi, haven't you always regarded 7th Highness as a thorn in your side? She made up her mind. In that case, I'm willing to try cooperating with 7th Highness and let you also taste the pain and despair of losing everything. Thinking of Mo Xuanling's downfall, Yin Shu secretly reveled in the thought. Meanwhile, in Princess Huiyang's residence, Shuangyan bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Aunt." Huiyang waved her hand. "There's no need for formalities in my residence. Sit down." He replied politely, "Thank you, Aunt." Huiyang was puzzled. This nephew usually guarded the border and had never been close to her. Why had he suddenly come to pay his respects today? Shuangyan spoke. "I came today hoping to ask Aunt for some 8 treasures tea to use as a medicinal ingredient." Huiyang replied casually, "Mingho did receive a box of 8 treasures tea this year, but it has already been sent to the palace. If you need it urgently, you can go to Longevity Palace and ask grandmother for some." Shuangyan didn't ask any further questions, only saying, "Thank you for the guidance, Aunt. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll bring a gift to thank you another day." He turned to leave, a calculating glint in his eyes. "In that case, I'll go to the Grand Empress Dowager. Even if she has any 8 treasures tea left, she wouldn't dare give it to the Grand Empress Dowager." Zhang Lin's hopes of becoming the commander of the Imperial Guards are dashed for life. Huiyang was filled with doubts. How did he know I had 8 treasures tea? And who is he getting the medicinal ingredient for? The more she thought about it, the more restless she became. No matter who it's for, I can't let Mo Xianyun get this ingredient. I need to send someone to inform Consort Duan and have her interfere. Meanwhile, in the Grand Empress Dowager's palace, Consort Duan praised. Huiyang is the most thoughtful, going to great lengths to find 8 treasures tea for the Grand Empress Dowager. She watched the Grand Empress Dowager smile with satisfaction as she stroked Mingho's head, full of approval. Mingho is becoming more and more gentle and lovely, just like Huiyang. The Grand Empress Dowager looked at Mingho affectionately. Indeed, Mingho is the spitting image of Huiyang. I heard that due to the floods this year, the 8 Immortals tea production has greatly decreased. You and your mother must have put in a lot of effort to find this box for me. Mingho replied obediently. To make Imperial grandmother happy, even if it meant losing everything, Mingho and mother would be willing. The Grand Empress Dowager chuckled, thoroughly amused. You sweet talker. At that moment, a palace maid entered and announced, Your Majesty, 7th Highness requests an audience. Consort Duan frowned slightly, her lips pursed in worry. He's finally here. The Grand Empress Dowager, however, beamed. Yenner is here. Quickly, show him in. Yenner entered the hall and bowed. Grandson greets Imperial grandmother. The Grand Empress Dowager personally stepped forward and took his hand with concern. Yenner, are your injuries better? Why is your complexion still so pale? Are the Imperial physicians slacking off? Yin replied politely. Imperial grandmother, my grandson is much better. As the saying goes, illness lingers like silk and injuries are the same. This has nothing to do with the Imperial physicians. The Grand Empress Dowager affectionately pinched his cheek. You always try to hide your worries. Unbeknownst to her, Hung Yin sighed inwardly. Imperial grandmother loves me the most because I don't fight for power. If she knew I was also starting to scheme, I wonder if she would be disappointed. He quickly got to the point. Grandson came today to ask Imperial grandmother for a favor. The Grand Empress Dowager asked, What is it? Yin looked at Mingho. Grandson just passed by Aunt Huiyang's residence and wanted to ask for some 8 Immortals tea to use as a medicinal ingredient. Aunt said that cousin Mingho had already sent the 8 Immortals tea to Longevity Palace. He continued, So, grandson came here specifically to ask Imperial grandmother to bestow some 8 Immortals tea. The Grand Empress Dowager didn't think much of it and looked towards the tea table. I thought it was something important. The tea Mingho sent is still here. Take it all if you want. At this moment, Consort Duan spoke. This concubine has heard that tea and medicine often clash. I wonder what medicine 7th Prince is taking. Folk remedies shouldn't be used carelessly. Yin quickly replied. Consort Duan misunderstands. It's not for me, but for a good brother who risked his life to save me. His injuries are severe and difficult to treat. The Imperial physician suggested using 8 Immortals tea as a base, combined with strong alcohol as a medicinal agent. He turned to the Grand Empress Dowager and said, Grandson doesn't need much. 2 Qian will suffice. The Grand Empress Dowager readily agreed. Since he saved your life, such a loyal and righteous person must be saved. The Grand Empress Dowager then instructed Jin Shuang, take 4 Qian, wrap it well, and promote that person by 2 ranks on my behalf. Jin Shuang respectfully replied, yes. At the same time, Hung Yin expressed his gratitude. Grandson thanks grandmother for the reward on his behalf. When Jin Shuang poured the tea leaves onto the wrapping paper, it turned out to be all weeds. Everyone was stunned. Minghao thought incredulously, How could this be? The Grand Empress Dowager immediately questioned, This is the 8 Immortals tea that you and your mother painstakingly spent 10,000 taels to offer me. Minghao was speechless for a moment. She was full of doubt, not understanding how it had become like this. Recalling the scene of the 2 people haggling over the sale, Minghao angrily cursed, Damn it, those 2 commoners must have conspired to cheat me. When I catch them, I will have them cut into 1,000 pieces. The Grand Empress Dowager became even angrier and scolded sternly. As the daughter of the eldest princess, you speak of commoners with every other word. This commoner, that commoner, where are your manners? Minghao immediately felt wronged. Grand Empress Dowager, you don't know, I bought the tea from commoners on the street, spending 2,200 taels. I didn't expect them to dare to cheat me. The Grand Empress Dowager was even more shocked, bought on the street. She looked at Minghao kneeling on the ground and urgently questioned. So the several months and thousands of taels were all lies. Minghao panicked, desperately trying to find an excuse to lessen the Grand Empress Dowager's anger. In Minghao's mind, her mother had always revered her grandmother as a deity. How could she dare to disrespect the Grand Empress Dowager in the slightest? At this moment, Mo Hongjing, Princess Hashua, and a group of attendants appeared from the back hall. Ongjing Sterny reprimanded, silence. Consort Duan formally bowed. This concubine greets your majesty. Xianyan also bowed. This son greets Father Emperor. Emperor Mo Hongjing frowned, his expression displeased. Things from street vendors, not even inspected by the imperial physician, you dared to offer them to the Grand Empress Dowager. How audacious. Seeing this, Ming Hao quickly crawled forward. No, Ming Hao wouldn't dare. Ming Hao had unavoidable difficulties for buying the tea on the roadside. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Xian Yin spoke. Cousin Ming Hao, what difficulties did you have that led you to deceive the Grand Empress Dowager with inferior tea? Ming Hao became even more flustered. Grand Empress Dowager, Ming Hao truly didn't intend to deceive you. She explained, I originally wanted to participate in the Shanling Tea Society's tea competition, hoping to win the 8 treasures exquisite jade and bring glory to the capital. So I planned to use the 8 immortals tea as a wager. Ming Hao said excitedly, who knew that Mu Yunshu of the Marquis, Zhongyi's manor, would collude with the Shanling Tea Society and sabotage my 8 immortals tea. The Emperor and the Grand Empress Dowager exchanged a look, their expressions thoughtful. Ming Hao continued, I was truly desperate, so I bought the 8 immortals tea from a small vendor. I didn't expect it to be fake. She raised her head and said loudly, this fake tea was also arranged by Mu Yunshu. At this moment, Princess Huwa interrupted, Cousin Ming Hao. She frowned and spoke frankly. As a member of the Imperial family, you should conduct yourself properly and not falsely accuse others. Princess Huwa then defended Yunshu, saying to the Emperor and the Grand Empress Dowager, Yunshu and I have a deep friendship. She is a kind person. She once saved the Prime Minister's son and also saved the Marquis Dingyuan on Qixi Festival. Such a kind person, how could she frame someone else? Besides, the Shanling Tea Society has a good reputation. Why would they ruin their own name? Hongjing also somewhat agreed. Yes, Ming Hao, you were probably just less skilled and lost. Having you turn around and accuse someone else of framing you. Minao repeatedly denied. No. She continued to make excuses. Mu Yunshu doesn't understand TR at all. All the noble ladies in the capital know this. Even if I'm not the best, I couldn't possibly lose to her. At this time, Princess Huwa pressed, Cousin Ming Hao, are you very familiar with Yunshu? Did Yunshu personally say that she doesn't understand tea art? Ming Hao knew she was in the wrong, biting her lip and trembling with anger. She declared resolutely, I, Ming Hao, swear Mu Yunshu really doesn't understand tea art. She stole my 8 immortals tea. It was clearly her who arranged for me to buy the fake tea, and she even wanted to harm the Grand Empress Dowager. Xian Yin spoke opportunely. Cousin Ming Hao, you swear such an oath. What if the truth is not so? Ming Hao stubbornly insisted, if she truly understands tea art, I'll kowtow to her 3 times. His Majesty and the Grand Empress Dowager can punish me however they wish. Xian Yin, upon hearing this, turned and suggested, Father, I believe it would be best to summon Mu Yunshu to the palace for a confrontation to determine the truth. Mo Hongjing waved his hand and ordered, Good, summon Mu Yunshu to Longevity Palace. The eunuch responded, Yes, Your Majesty. In the Jingyi Marquis residence, within White Crane Courtyard, Nanju rushed in, waving her hands and shouting, Miss, quickly, prepare to receive the Imperial Edict. Yunshu looked puzzled. An Imperial Edict. Nanju explained, Eunuch Deng, from His Majesty's side, is waiting outside the courtyard. He says there's an Imperial Edict for you. Mississippi, hurry, don't delay. Chief Eunuch Deng Liang read the Imperial Edict. By the mandate of heaven, the Emperor decrees. Third Miss Mu Yunshu is to proceed to Longevity Palace with haste. Yunshu and Nanju quickly knelt and kowtowed. Your subject, Mu Yunshu, respectfully obeys the Imperial Edict. Long live the Emperor, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. In her heart, however, she couldn't help but wonder, why has His Majesty summoned me to the palace without reason? Could it be because... Deng Liang gestured invitingly. Third Miss, this way, please. Yunshu replied, yes. On the way to the palace, she looked around as she walked, sighing inwardly. The scenery is picturesque, yet why do I feel so desolate? The further Yunshu walked, the heavier her heart felt. Every flower and tree in this palace is so familiar to me. She closed her eyes, fighting back tears, thinking, unfortunately, everything from my past life is buried here. Yunshu soon arrived at Longevity Palace and respectfully bowed. Your subject, Yunshu, greets His Majesty, the Grand Empress Dowager and Consort Duan. Long live the Emperor, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000, 10,000 years. May the Grand Empress Dowager live 10,000 autumns and enjoy boundless longevity. May Consort Duan enjoy blessings, longevity, and good health. She also bowed to the 7th Prince and Princess Hashua. Princess Hashua was delighted to see her sister Yinshu. Yinshu didn't forget to greet Mingho. Princess, it's been a while. Mo Hong Jing spoke. I heard you participated in the tea competition at Shunling Tea House today. Is this true? Yinshu humbly replied, responding to Your Majesty, I was fortunate enough to pass. Mo Hong Jing asked again. It said that to win the tea competition, one must correctly identify 50 types of tea. Are you well versed in tea art? Yinshu calmly answered, I dare not boast, but I have dabbled in it this spring. The Grand Empress Dowager, seated behind, sipped her tea and listened attentively. Suddenly, she spoke. Mingho said you colluded with the tea house owner and cheated her out of her 8 immortals tea. Is this true? Yinshu quickly replied, responding to the Grand Empress Dowager, absolutely not. I don't know why the princess would slander me so. Hearing this, Mingho angrily stood up and questioned, you don't understand tea art at all, yet you were able to guess correctly so many times. If it wasn't collusion with the owner, then what was it? Yinshu glanced back and retorted, Princess, just because I won, does that mean you can falsely accuse me as you please? She added, you were unable to identify the tea leaves yourself and were eliminated. Even without me, you wouldn't have made it to the final round. Mingho became even more enraged. You're talking nonsense. Mingho repeatedly accused. If you hadn't colluded with the owner, how could I have lost? Yinshu calmly countered. Then dare I ask, Princess, did you fail to identify 2 of the teas? At this, Mingho was speechless. Yinshu ignored her and instead asked, then does the princess dare to compete with me in tea again? Yinshu replied, I dare not. She added, it's not that I'm afraid of you, but I'm afraid of winning against you. Mo Hong Jing became intrigued. Oh, why do you say that? Yinshu smiled faintly and explained, after all, Princess Mingho is a princess bestowed by you. If I were to defeat her publicly, wouldn't that make Your Majesty lose face? Mo Hong Jing was pleased and encouraged her, don't worry, just display your skills. If you win today, she will no longer be Princess Mingho. Upon hearing this, Yinshu glanced at Mingho and smiled. I'm afraid Miss Sung will hate me in the future. Mo Hong Jing laughed heartily. You certainly have confidence. Meanwhile, Mingho was sweating nervously, lamenting inwardly. How did it come to this? I didn't expect the stakes to be so high. Mo Hong Jing handed a piece of paper to Deng Liang and instructed, go, prepare 2 servings of tea. Eunuch Deng replied, yes, Your Majesty. Seeing this, Mingho hurriedly spoke, Your Majesty. Mo Hong Jing asked impatiently, what? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangements? Yinshu was practically pressed against Xian Yin, her cheeks flushed, her mind a jumble. No, I need to get back to my carriage. In her panic, she pushed Xian Yin away. As a result, her knee landed squarely in Xian Yin's groin. Xian Yin saw stars from the pain. While Yinshu, still blushing furiously, was completely unaware of what had happened. He pinned Yinshu beneath him. Are you trying to end my lineage? Yinshu's face was filled with guilt. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just stood up, but the carriage was so bumpy, I lost my balance. Seeing this, Xian Yin teased, just saying sorry isn't enough. You injured me, so you have to take responsibility. Yinshu looked innocent. Take responsibility. How? Xian Yin was enjoying himself. That knee of yours probably ended my chances of having children. I'll never be able to marry now, so you'll just have to marry me. Yinshu choked. Impossible. Xian Yin stuck to her like glue. Then you'll just have to use your superb medical skills to cure me. Yinshu's face was practically steaming. But that place, The carriage wheels bumped along the uneven road, and the 2 remained in their awkward position. Yinshu let out a soft gasp. A violent jolt caused their lips to accidentally meet. Several seconds passed before they separated from the unexpected kiss. Yinshu came to her senses and quickly pushed Xian Yin away, bracing her hands against his chest. Silence fell in the carriage. Yinshu was mortified. She turned her head, unable to meet Xian Yin's eyes, and stammered, why did you kiss me? Xian Yin spoke softly. I won't blame you. Consider my apology. Please stop the carriage, I want to get off. Xian Yin quickly grabbed Yinshu's hand. Actually, I've been keeping a secret from you. Since things have gone this far, I'm afraid the misunderstanding will only deepen, so I've decided to tell you now. Yin Shu asked. A secret. What secret? Xianyan brought her hand to his cheek and whispered, I'm reborn. Yin Shu was slightly surprised. Xianyan tried to explain. I know you won't believe me, but it's true. I've loved you since my past life. But because of my cowardice and that marriage agreement, I never dared to confess to you. I could only watch helplessly as you were framed, step by step. I hated myself. He gripped her shoulders tightly. I never thought the heavens would give me a second chance. Since I've been reborn, I must pursue you in this life. I must protect you. Yin Shu stared at him in disbelief. Xianyan said solemnly, I won't let you die at the hands of those villains again. Yin Shu could no longer control her emotions, and a tear slipped down her cheek. I've already died once. Now, it was Xianyan's turn to be shocked. Died once. Sure, do you mean? Xianyan gasped. Are you also reborn? Yin Shu closed her eyes and nodded slightly. Xianyan raised a hand to his forehead, murmuring, No wonder, no wonder. He smiled. Since we've both lived a past life, we should cherish each other. Cooperation will benefit us both. Yin Shu composed herself and said seriously, I'm sorry. I can cooperate with you, but can you give me some time to think about it? Xianyan was stunned. At the same time, Yin Shu instructed the attendant outside, stop the carriage. She got out of the carriage right there on the street and walked back to her residence alone. An attendant, seeing Yin Shu, called out, Master, Miss Mu? Xianyan lifted the curtain and glanced out, sighing. Oh, just let her go. Inside the Yun residence, Yin Shu had just stepped through the door when Wan Xion's voice rang out. Oh, third sister still has the nerve to come back. Yin Shu was bewildered. What do you mean by that, fourth sister? Wan Xin's? No. What do I mean? See for yourself what you've done. Madam's son held up a button and snapped. You dared to bring a strange man into your room and even lost a button. You've truly ruined our Yun family's reputation. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw the button at Yin Shu's feet. Wan Xion pointed at Yin Shu's nose. And I saw with my own eyes that night Prince Chi escorted third sister into Prince Chi's residence. Who knows what shameful things you did. The next day, you lied and said you were at Shilwan Pavilion. If you had nothing to hide, why would you lie? She looked at Yin Shu provocatively. Coming back so late today, you must have been hooking up with Prince Chi again. Yin Shu, after hearing this, reminded her, fourth sister, you can say that about me, but Prince Chi is a member of the royal family. Saying such things, aren't you slandering the royal family? Wan Xion crossed her arms and retorted, so what if they're royalty? If the royal family does such shameful things, they're just as despicable. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, well said. Excellently put. Xianyan walked in through the doorway, heading straight for the two. Wan Xion, what right do you have to question third Mrs. Innocence? How dare you casually slander the honor of the royal family? Wan Xion didn't dare to meet his gaze and deliberately avoided it. I didn't mean to insult the royal family. Yin dramatically leaned closer to Wan Xion. On the contrary, you were the one who deliberately seduced fourth Prince Mo Xianling, secretly meeting him and even threatening him to take you as a concubine. No, Wan Xin shrieked, collapsing to the ground. It wasn't like that. The fourth prince, she abruptly stopped, clamping a hand over her mouth. I can't betray the fourth prince, she thought frantically. If I do, I'll lose everything. Xianyan, unmoved, turned and ordered. Wan Xin has shown disrespect to the royal family and seduced a member of the Imperial clan. Take her away. Zhao Yunyang stepped in front of Wan Xin, blocking the guards. No, you can't take my daughter. She's been wrongly accused. Xianyan said impatiently, failure to properly raise your daughter and obstructing royal law enforcement. Take her away, too. The servants forcibly dragged both of them away, Wan Xin crying out, wrongfully accused. Zhao Yunyang also loudly proclaimed her innocence. Meanwhile, Xianyan politely explained, Madame Mo, Yin Shu returned late because she was summoned to the palace and received rewards from the Grand Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Madame Lien smiled, her eyes narrowed. Congratulations, Madame Mo. Congratulations, Miss Mu Yin Shu, on receiving the favor of the Grand Empress Dowager and the Emperor. They bestowed upon you the 4 treasures of the study and some jewelry and clothing. An inkstone, brush, paper, jewels, and luxurious garments were presented. The Prime Minister, Madame Mo, and Yunlon bowed their heads to receive the rewards. We thank the Emperor for his grace. Long live the Emperor. May the Grand Empress Dowager live 1,000 years. Xiaoyan winked playfully at Yin Shu. From now on, your status in the residence will be different. I believe no one will dare to harm you again. As for me and you, Yin Shu began, blushing slightly. Prince Xianyan raised a hand to stop her. Norus, take your time to consider. 5 days from now, I will wait for you at Bantian Lake. If you're willing to accept my feelings, then come find me. 5 days quickly passed. Xianyan stood by Bantian Lake. Hearing footsteps, he turned. You came. Yinshu averted her gaze. Did I have any other choice? Thinking about it, from the Baichuan auction to being summoned to the palace, someone has really helped me a lot. Even more outrageous, these past few nights, someone has been climbing through my window to whisper sweet nothings, making it impossible to sleep. She looked directly into Xianyan's eyes, a blush rising on her cheeks. I had to come here today to settle this. Xianyan gently wrapped his arms around Yunshu's waist. All right then, from now on, this someone will whisper sweet nothings in your ear every day. How about that? Yunshu embraced him in return and nodded. All right,